Chapter 751 Railway Construction. The brand new flash hider sparkles with metallic luster. Song Chengping was excited, and the barbarians threatened the Great Yu Kingdom like a sharp sword. Everyone would remember the blood debts of many generations, and could not wait to destroy them overnight. The emperor is ambitious, and the name of this conquest will surely be written down in history books. Song Chengping bowed and said. Xiaoming lightly stroked the body of the Zhenglu musket. Feeling the cold metal texture, he returned the musket to Song Chengping and said, "Since I became the emperor, you all have learned to flattery. It is not necessary to sing praises. It is the right thing for the country to provide new weapons." Song Chengping rubbed his hands hurriedly. The first time he slapped the horse, he patted the horse's leg and said, "The emperor." This time the official came here to ask for advice. Since Xiaoming changed his attitude of not asking about these chores, he often went back to King's University to discuss the firearms with Xiaoming. Xiaoming had already guessed a few points, and said, "Just say anything." The emperor sent Chen Qi the drawings for the rear-mounted artillery. Does this mean that the rear-mounted gun can also be installed? Song Chengping said. Xiaoming nodded. "You guessed right. This is what I want your military workshop to do next. Don't forget what I told you." Song Chengping has not forgotten that Xiaoming once said that the weapons of the Great Yu country should be equipped, developed and designed for one generation. Now that the flash cap firing gun belongs to the generation of research and development, and it is moving towards equipment, then it is time to study a new type of gun. The next official understands, and when he goes back, he will summon the craftsmen to do this. Song Chengping said. Western interference caused the surrounding environment of Great Yu to deteriorate rapidly, which made Xiaoming had to upgrade his weapons to ensure his own safety. After all, seriously speaking, the present Great Yu country has not yet been truly unified, and the southern half of the country is still in the hands of the King of Chu, who is supported by the French and the northern barbarians. Needless to say, the Japanese and the British are struggling, and there is an uncontrolled Tubbo in the west, who may be stabbed at any time, so all these really annoy him. Originally, he wanted to calm down and recuperate, but his thinking was too simple, and now it seems that the enemy would never give him this opportunity. The two briefly talked about the breech gun, and Song Chengping went back with a look of excitement. For Song Chengping, he is worrying about what to do next. Now Xiaoming pointed out a clear path for him, and he really couldn't ask for it. Song Chengping left. A silver bell-like laughter sounded not long before, and the figure of Princess Pinyang appeared outside the Imperial Study Room. "Your Majesty, this Song Chengping looks pretty," Princess Pinyang said as she entered the Imperial Study Room. Xiaoming has always had a headache for this famous aunt. He put aside this topic directly, but asked, "Aunt seldom comes to the Imperial Study Room. This time there must be very important things." Princess Pinyang has long been accustomed to the appearance of Xiaoming's business affairs. She showed a dull look and said with a serious face, "The Emperor, I am here this time because of the railway. Now it takes a lot of labor to lay the railway, but now the railway department simply couldn't convene so many, and even if it was convened, the money allocated by the court to the railway department would not be enough to pay them. If the emperor did not allow the people to serve in service, the railway would not be ready for 10.5 years. Xiaoming frowned. Princess Pinyang was telling the truth, so he asked Liang Dahai to go to the ancient city of Hai to recruit the Koreans to come to Dau to build the railway. The reason is very simple. The people of Dau country want money to build railways, and they don't want to do it if they don't have enough money. As for Princess Binduong's statement about the corvée, he had tried, but was denied. Now the people's livelihood in the north is suffering. At this time, the people should resume farming instead of participating in the construction of the railway. Moreover, the emerging industry also needs a lot of money, labor. What's more, the population of Dau is densely populated in the south because of the continuous wars in the north, and the north is all, and suffered a lot of slaughter during the Northern War. It's a bit out of time to re-establish military service. After all, after the war, it is generally exempted from military service. Don't worry, Auntie, I have already sent Liang Dahai to go to Korea to call for hard labor. I guess I will be back soon." Xiaoming comforted. He didn't dare to neglect this matter. The railway is a channel connecting the resource supply area and the industrial center. The early completion of the railway will benefit the country. Princess Pinyin breathed a sigh of relief. She said to Xiaoming, "My lord, the Kingzhou Railway has been laid for 50 miles, and the Kingzhou platform has basically taken shape. Today, the railway department is about to test the performance of the steam locomotive on the railway. Well, today I came mainly to invite the emperor to observe it in person." Xiaoming was stunned when he heard the words. Since this aren't settled in Kingzhou, people have become more reliable. The 50-mile railway is really a surprise to him. After all, this steam locomotive has not been developed for long. Undoubtedly, this railway is an important project for him, and it can even be said to be a project related to the national transport of Dau. In Xiaoming's plan, the control of the northeast of Dau Kingdom relied on the railway network, so that the logistics were guaranteed, and his army would be able to hold a foothold in the northeast. With excitement in his heart, Xiaoming said, "Auntie is kindly invited, how can I not go?" After that, Xiaoming got up and the Princess Pinyin walked out. Princess Pinyin has prepared a carriage at the gate of the line. Xiaoming got on the carriage of Princess Pinyin and headed to Beijing district of Kingzhou under the protection of the escorts. Kingzhou station was from here to go in all directions. After walking 10 miles, the carriage stopped in front of Kingzhou station. After getting off the carriage, Xiaoming looked at Kingzhou station, which was still under construction. At this time, the buildings on both sides of Kingzhou Station are basically completed. One railway extends along Kingzhou Station, and there are 13 railway branches in the platform, but these branches have not yet started, and the rails are just laid for a short period of time. Terminated. The secret of the Dau National Railway seems to be unkeepable. After looking at Kingzhou Station, Xiaoming's eyes were attracted by a dozen blonde Westerners. After Dengzhou became a trading port, some foreign merchants appeared in Kingzhou City from time to time. They came to Kingzhou for the purpose of purchasing goods from the country. The people of Kingzhou are not surprised at this. Princess Pinyin turned her head to look in the direction that Xiaoming was staring at, and said calmly, "Isn't it possible to be seen by these barbarians just to promote the power of my great country?" Xiaoming did not speak. In fact, his current industrial level is not much different from that of the West. The West that he can produce can also produce. The real gap is that the brains of Westerners have not yet been reached. If they understand the technical principles, they will soon be able to imitate them. Therefore, he thinks it is time to engage in a technical blockade. Chapter 752 Milestone. Wu. The siren of the steam locomotive sounded at Kingzhou Station, and people on both sides of the railway were crowded. Today's trial operation of the steam locomotive attracted many people from Kingzhou to watch the excitement. Looking at such a prosperous scene, Xiaoming was happy in his heart. He has missed the golden age of scientific and technological development in his contemporary country. Now he will not shame the country he rules. For him, today's steam locomotive trial operation is a historical piece of Dau country surpassing the West in terms of science and technology. In the future, Dau country's new technologies will only continue to emerge, and it is just around the corner to fully catch up with the West. The Emperor Lin Wentao is leading the trainees to do the final inspection of the steam locomotive, which is about to drive out of the city. Xiaoming and Pinyin Princess had already arrived in front of the steam locomotive. Behind them were officials of the railway department. Stepping on the track under the foot, Xiaoming asked, "Is this railway track laid in accordance with the established track standards?" Lin Wentao was also a little excited today. He said, "The official has issued the Emperor's track standards to the railway department, and now every railway department official remembers it by heart." As if to confirm Lin Wentao's words, Princess Pinyin said with ease, "This track is divided into rails, sleepers, connecting parts, track beds and turnouts. The sleepers are divided into two types, wood and concrete. The two are laid apart from each other. The rails and bolts are made of steel, and the track bed with gravel is basically a qualified railway. Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction when he heard the words. Princess Pinying seemed to be deliberately acting in front of Xiaoming, so she said, "The track gauge of this railroad track is also exquisite. According to the standard, all railroad tracks are now standard rails with a width of 1,435 millimeters." Said this, Xiaoming praised, "Auntie has even memorized this track standard, and I am completely relieved." Has a variety of technical standards beyond this era. Xiaoming naturally will not let the railway of Dayu country explore the standard width of the track by himself, and can directly come up with mature railway standards. After all, from the beginning, Lin Wentao's steam locomotives were produced in accordance with this standard. However, the width of the rails in each country today is different. This is mainly to prevent other countries from being able to directly use each other's railways when they invade, such as Russia. It uses a wider gauge than the European railway. The emperor can give me such an important thing to a weak woman. This is trust in me. How can I live up to the emperor's expectations? Princess Pinying smiled like a flower. An official from the Department of Railways took the opportunity to flatter and said, "His Royal Highness is really working hard for this railway matter. She has to patrol the railway every day, and the ministers are also sorry." Xiaoming only noticed that Princess Pinying was darker at this time. He said, "When this railway line is open to traffic, I will personally set a banquet for my aunt to celebrate." Princess Pinying was taken aback. In fact, since she came to King Zhu, she has lived with trembling. This nephew seems to be gentle, but she is not merciful at all when she kills. The day when Zhao Wang and Zhao Yuanliang's father and son were executed by Lin Kai is still fresh in her memory. She used to be ashamed of Xiaoming, so now she does not dare to think about anything wrong. She is dedicated to working for the royal family, just to have a glorious and wealthy one. The second half of life. Thank you, the Emperor. I'm just waiting for that day. Princess Pinying was delighted, and it was obvious that Xiaoming was very satisfied with her actions in this matter. As time passed, more and more people were on both sides of the railway, and they couldn't see the side at a glance. At this time, Lin Wentao said, "Emperor, the steam locomotive is almost ready. Is it officially running now?" Xiaoming glanced at the direction when he came. At this time, officials such as Fiji and Pang Yukan also came here, and Princess Pinying must have also notified them. Nodded, and Xiaoming said, "Let's start. Let the people of King Zhu and Aking witness the operation of the first steam locomotive in Dayu." "Yes, the Emperor." Lin Wentao responded, and then gestured to the platform. There was a station officer holding a red flag on the platform. After receiving Lin Wentao's signal, he waved the small red flag in his hand. Following his movements, the steam engine car made a loud siren again, and then the train made a hum sound and moved on the rails. Fiji, Pang Yukan and other officials came to Xiaoming's side. After saluting, they craned their necks to look at the steam locomotive. After the locomotive dragged the long car body and started to move, Pang Yukan exclaimed, "I didn't expect this steam locomotive to be able to drag such a long car." Fiji also looked surprised, and he said, "Yes, but it's a bit too slow." Xiaoming smiled and said nothing. He was laughed at when the first steam locomotive was in operation, but in the end, the steam locomotive eliminated the traditional transportation of cattle and horses. Of course, the steam locomotive manufactured by Lin Wentao is not comparable to the first steam locomotive. After Lin Wentao's test, the reciprocating high-temperature and high-pressure steam engine he installed is enough to allow the locomotive to run at 67 km per hour. The speed of modern trains is very high, but it is already very rare, and Lin Wentao is already developing a double-expansion steam engine, which can use steam twice or even 3 times, greatly improving the thermal efficiency of locomotives. Once this kind of steam engine is successfully developed, both the steam locomotive and the steamship can be greatly improved in speed. The steam locomotive was getting faster and faster after leaving the station, and the people on both sides of the two roads made exclamations at this time. Before this, Many people were puzzled that this strange thing was used what they came for. Now they finally understand. However, they who had never seen a steam locomotive were frightened by this scene, and the students of King's University who were in the crowd couldn't help cheering. This matter was equally significant to them, because it proved that they abandoned the 4 books and 5 classics. Correct. It is the Western businessmen who are more shocked than the King's people. My God, what is this? What did I see in Dayu? A young Western businessman exclaimed, and beside him was an older Westerner who was the father of the young man. This is science. The eyes of the young businessman's father flashed crazy. The young businessman looked at his father. In his memory, his father was very knowledgeable. He continued to ask, "Father, what is this?" "I don't know, but this must be an incredible thing. Maybe we should stay here to figure out what they are," the elderly businessman said solemnly. Chapter 753 Deport. The locomotive with white smoke keeps going away. Add it after leaving King's Station. Tanlei Xiao said www. When the people saw it, they ran with the steam locomotive. In the boring life lacking entertainment, they didn't want to miss this magical thing. At least they had one more talk after dinner. After the speed of the locomotive increased, Fiji's old face blushed, and he said, "The old man really deserves to slap himself." Now, the speed of this steam locomotive can at least catch up with the horses. Not only that, not only have horses run, but there is no need to rest like horses. The only thing needed is to set up water and coal supply stations along the way, Princess Pinyang said with a smile. This test run was perfect. Everyone saw the process of lifting the steam locomotive. During the lifting process, the steam locomotive still pulled 8 carriages. These carriages can hold a lot of goods in the future. Pang Yukan was also happy to close his mouth from ear to ear, but when he was happy, he was also distressed about the money from the national treasury. He said, "The Emperor, this railway is really a huge project that is laboring for the people and fortune. Now just repairing the Kingsu section of the railway costs the government more than 300,000 silver. If this is to connect all the 6 states, at least tens of thousands of silver is needed. I am afraid that the treasury will not be able to." Fiji and Pang Yukan jointly control the national treasury. Naturally, this treasury's money is used in many places in addition to railway construction, military expenses, culture and education, official salaries, road construction in various states and counties, and workshops that need to be established for reform. All these make the treasury stretched. Princess Pinyant frowned, and she said, "The Emperor is just happy." "Why do you mention this disappointing thing? You always have money to think of ways." Now the Kingsu businessmen make a lot of business, and they have to let them come out. After a pause, Princess Pinyang said to Xiaoming, "My lord, you are too polite to these businessmen." In the past, those businessmen who didn't honor the court every year. But now it's good, the money they earn is stuffed into their pockets, and it's not plausible to fight for profit with the court. In fact, like the Princess of Pinyang, many officials now have some opinions on businessmen. After all, King Zu's decree is biased towards businessmen in the past. With a soft smile, Xiaoming said, "Auntie, this is not right. The people are rich, the country is rich, and the business is rich. The national treasury is sufficient. Now the money in the national treasury is obtained from selling steam engines. This is all merchants' money, and I have already explained to Li Kaiyuan that I will formalize industrial and commercial taxes and set up a special tax bureau and taxation department. From now on, they will focus on businessmen and people to collect taxes." Pang Yukan and Fiji suddenly laughed when they heard this. They were about to mention this, but Xiaoming wanted to be ahead. Princess Pinyang nodded with satisfaction. She said, "The Emperor Shengming, this taxation is the top priority of the country. Only if the taxation is sufficient, the court can afford to raise officials, build concrete roads and railways, and buy firearms for the army." Dau defeated the barbarians around it and maintained a peaceful and prosperous age. What my aunt said is that I am preparing to reorganize taxes next, Xiaoming said in deep thought. A large part of the downfall of the Ming dynasty in the contemporary era was due to the failure of tax revenue. In the end, The country could not even support the army, which made it rich and powerful, and the country is poor. With this lesson, Xiaoming naturally did not dare to imitate the Ming dynasty to be too conniving to the wealthy and businessmen. When the taxation department was completed, the businessmen who paid taxes could receive the guide to do business with the tax payment certificate. Merchants who evade and leak tax will not only lose their qualifications to do business, they will also be punished. The group was talking about finding silver to build the railway, and suddenly there was an exclamation not far away. Xiaoming and the others looked and saw two Westerners, one old and one young, walking towards them through the crowd, but at this moment they were stopped by the guards. However, the older Westerners seemed to be unwilling and kept talking to the guards. "Zhao Long, go ask what's going on," Xiaoming said. Zhao Long left, and soon turned back and said, "The Emperor, these two Yidi said that they are businessmen from the West, and that they want to study at King's University." "Joke, King's University is not a place for them to go," Fiji said first. "These barbarians all around have learned the craftsmanship of the Great Yu country and then take a bite. They are really afraid of power but not virtue. The Emperor must not let them enter King's University. I think it would be better to expel the two directly from the country of Dau. The two are really bold. They disturbed the holy driver. Don't you want to die?" Princess Pinying has always been disgusted with people from these foreign countries. Occasionally there were Persians who came to Chang'an to do business in Chang'an. At that time, Princess Pinying showed hostility towards these people. Xiaoming looked at the two of them. Naturally, King's University could not be open to them, otherwise the things of King's University would not be learned, and the technology blockade would become empty talk. And the performance of these two people made him firmer in his ideas, because at this time the pursuit of science and technology in Europe has reached a feverish level, and even science has become the belief of many people. The two people's intrusive behavior made him more convinced of this. After pondering, he said, "To expel the two from the Great Yu country, this is not Europe. In the Great Yu country, we must abide by the rules of the Great Yu country." This is also a reminder to all Western businessmen in Kingzhou. When talking, Xiaoming wondered whether he should get a visa. Before these people entered the country, they asked about the purpose of coming to the country. If the motivation is not pure, they will directly block the country. After all, these blind currents from the West have brought a lot of harm to the Great Chongqing Congress, whether it is acting as a spy or stealing technology. Obtained Xiaoming's orders, Zhao Long immediately asked the guards to expel the two from the Great Yu country, and the technical blockade will be implemented step by step from today. After this episode, the train has disappeared from everyone's eyes and continues to head north. Xiaoming wanted to chase after him on horseback, but in the end he dismissed the idea. When the steam locomotive left the station, it proved the locomotive's success. The next thing he faces is the problem of extending the railway, and this requires a lot of money. Thinking of this, Xiaoming was a bit grateful that he established the Kingzhou Chamber of Commerce in the first place. In this case, in addition to taxing merchants, he also has to strengthen national trade practices. This time in Korea, the Kingzhou Chamber of Commerce will definitely take the big head, and the rest of the cake will be divided among the merchants. Private trade is very important, but silver is also very important to the court. When business is only a seedling, he can only rely on state trade activities to bring sufficient silver to the treasury. Only with enough silver can he lay a solid foundation for the Great Yu country. Chapter 754 Secrecy Act. The first steam locomotive in Dau country successfully operated. The next day, Kingzhou Daily used a big headline to report the detailed process of the steam locomotive test. At the same time, it explained to the people in the newspaper what a steam locomotive is and why the steam locomotive can run without using horses. Tanlai Novels www. 2. The content of the report was personally reviewed by Xiaoming. Yesterday, the steam locomotive caused a huge sensation in the entire Kingzhou city. For those students who understand some technical principles, this event is just worth celebrating, but for many people who are still ignorant, this steam locomotive is nothing less than the power of ghosts and gods. and it will scare them a lot. After the steam locomotive disappeared that day, rumors arose in the market, and some magic arts, ghosts, and the like swept the city. In view of this, he finally ordered the newspaper to explain the matter, but for the sake of technical secrecy, he just asked the newspaper to make some simple things, without involving the core things. Now is the critical period when he and the West have begun to open up the technological gap, and Westerners cannot be allowed to learn all of his things. For this purpose, after returning yesterday, he deliberately sorted out the control methods of the technology blockade, and prepared to completely control the output of the technology from now on. In the contemporary era, the West has long imposed a technological blockade on China, only selling relatively backward technological products to China, but has never relaxed its high-tech export control to China. For example, in the contemporary United States, a special committee has been established to review the export of goods, such as computers, high-tech telecommunications equipment, semiconductor equipment, and cutting-edge machinery tools, and completely stop the export. Some high-tech fields, such as aviation, communications, automobiles, and computer fields, are still under the control of others. Many systems, equipment, and accessories need to be imported from abroad. And this is not the worst thing. When Xiaoming was still in the laboratory, many times the West sold second-rate laboratory equipment at the price of first-class equipment, but the West would never sell the first-class equipment to the laboratory. Sometimes, the imported equipment in the laboratory is broken, and a Western manufacturer is invited to repair it. At this time, the Western engineer just uses the computer to adjust the parameters and easily modify it, and the machine is just fine. At that time, Xiaoming was ordered by the laboratory to ask about the method to modify the parameters. After all, they are not fools. The fault of this machine is a system error, not a hardware damage. But the other party not only avoided answering, but also used a very contemptuous tone. Let him go. This humiliating picture is still fresh in Xiaoming's memory. At that time, he and his colleagues in the laboratory were so helpless. Even so, they had to pay higher repair costs. Therefore, although they have the equipment and are engaged in high-tech, they are actually working for Westerners, and it is them who make money. Dreaming back at midnight, every time Xiaoming thinks about this, he suffocates in his heart. It is because he missed the era of Great Voyage and closed the country, so he was far behind in technology. The consequence of this is the inability to master advanced technology. From then on, everyone is controlled by others. High patent fees, management fees, and maintenance fees are a serious burden on any industry. Having had enough technical pains in the contemporary era, he naturally did not want to go back to that era. In addition to him in the study at this time, there are Lin Wentao, Chen Qi, Song Chengping, Six Tong and other technical officials. After checking the technical blockade plan he wrote, he handed the things to Lin Wentao. Listen, technology is the most important wealth for Great Chongqing, and it is also the foundation for Great Chongqing to surpass neighboring countries. Therefore, important technologies must not be leaked to other countries at all. From today, you jointly established the Great U Country's Technical Review Department to register all the current machinery in Great U Country, and verify the number in the private sector, and at the same time make a list of goods that are strictly prohibited from being sold to Western merchants. Lin Wentao and others looked solemn, because Xiaoming's expression was more solemn than theirs. The emperor, the minister thought that confidentiality is important, but some backward technology can be sold to Western businessmen to earn money to study higher technology. Lin Wentao glanced at the content and said. Xiaoming did not deny Lin Wentao's ideas. He said, "You're right, but before selling, you must ensure the generation gap between the two generations." "Yes." The emperor. Lin Wentao nodded. Ordered these people to set up a review department. Xiaoming told them to leave, and then called Pang Yukun to the study. This technical blockade involves many aspects, and Lin Wentao and others can only involve one aspect. In addition, the most difficult thing to control is the leakage of secrets by the students. If these mature knowledge systems are leaked to the West, it is much more serious than losing a steam engine. Therefore, He is going to let Pang Yukan promulgate another law, the Great Chongqing State Secrecy Act, which clearly stipulates that leaking state secrets is illegal. The law was promulgated to sound the alarm for the students and let them keep secrets. Of course, Xiaoming is very clear that even so, it is impossible to completely prevent the occurrence of technology leaks. In the contemporary era of surveillance, there are still spy cases, let alone in the 18th century when information is blocked and management is difficult. Although his secret guard is a surveillance department, he can only stare at important people. It is impossible for him to let the secret guard watch everyone, nor can he do it. The number of secret guards is limited, and there is no way to match one person to one after this law is promulgated. The key point is to let the students know, and at the same time, it will also publish a copy in the newspaper to let businessmen and the people understand some confidentiality laws. Handing over the complete confidentiality bill to Pang Yukan, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Pang Yukan nodded when he heard the words. This secrecy law is very beneficial to the security of the country. In addition to the secrecy of technology, there are regulations concerning government secrets. After receiving the bill, he was amazed. In the past 2 years, Xiaoming wrote a lot of laws. These laws are very detailed and complete, even in some aspects that he never thought of. Because of this, he has always respected Xiaoming. The old minister passed back this law to every mansion. Pang Yukan said. After a pause, he said again, "The Emperor, this year's spring plowing is about to begin." The minister asked Bash officials to send a batch of phosphate mines to King Zhu, and wanted the people to try the effects of this fertilizer. "Oh, really? You're a quick-witted man." Xiaoming laughed. Pang Yukan has always attached great importance to farming. He mentioned fertilizer last time, but now this guy can't wait. So he said, "So I will personally teach you how to produce fertilizer tomorrow." Pang Yukan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Chapter 755 Soil Compound Fertilizer. Gentle breeze, green waves rippling, is another spring season that makes the outskirts of Qingzhou City as beautiful as a picture. In the early morning of the next day, Xiaoming and Pang Yukan and 3 or 5 Qingzhou officials headed north along the cement road extending from Qingzhou. Xiaoming admired the beautiful and exquisite mood of the two sides of the strait along the way. At this time, the spring was bright and there was no cloud in the sky, and the sky was blue like a gem. Under the clear sky of Wanli, the vision is excellent, and he can see far away at a glance. The two sides of the concrete road are mostly wildflowers and dense jungle. Many plants that are rare in modern times are everywhere here. The Emperor, now this cement road has been built from Qingzhou City to the county town below, and a part of it has already reached the village. 5 other states besides Qingzhou have also started laying cement roads and building road pipelines in the city. For this reason, there are many more cement workshops in Luzhu, and some businessmen have made a fortune. Pang Yukan said to Xiaoming as he walked. This time, Xiaoming did not ride in a carriage, but walked with Pang Yukan and others. He is from modern times, not so hypocritical, and sometimes likes to act rashly. It's just this major repair and construction, but it cost a lot of money. Zhang Xingcheng sighed. Now in addition to roads, all states and counties also need to build water conservancy projects. Everything that needs to be done requires silver. Xiaoming gave a wry smile. Now I am most afraid of seeing you. Every time I speak, I can't do without money. The Emperor, ministers, etc. are also helpless. Now that military expenditures account for most of the national treasury's expenditures, the money used in other places is naturally less. As a result, the speed of this reform will have to slow down. Zhang Xingcheng shook his head. Pang Yukan didn't speak. He and Xiaoming had already said enough, but this is the situation the Dayu country is facing now. So I am also thinking of a way. If this continues, it will seriously delay the implementation of the reform. This is absolutely impossible, but the military expenditure cannot be reduced. Now the surrounding powerful enemies look around, and one carelessness will be forever. Xiaoming said slowly. Pang Yukan nodded. You don't have to bother the Emperor anymore. Now the Emperor is worrying about it. Xiaoming suddenly laughed twice. He said to a group of officials, Don't worry, Now I have a way to make money, and this treasury will be full in a few years." Zhang Xingcheng showed a relaxed look after hearing the words, and now they blindly trust the emperor, because Xiaoming has already created many miracles. Everyone was talking and laughing as they walked north, and gradually a faint smell came over, and it became heavier. Pang Yukan showed an unbearable look. "The emperor, this place is really filthy. The emperor is still waiting here. We just go." "It's not necessary. You can go, I can go too." After all, Xiaoming went straight down the concrete road to the septic tank not far away. Zhang Xingcheng and Pang Yukan looked at each other with admiration in their expressions. Even officials rarely set foot in this place, but Xiaoming went there in person regardless of his honor. This time, the fertilizer Xiaoming wanted Pang Yukan to make was not a fertilizer in the modern sense, but actually a kind of soil compound fertilizer manufactured by the soil method. The production of this soil compound fertilizer requires phosphate rock. When the cement road was laid in Qingzhou last time, Xiaoming rectified the sewer pipes in the city by the way and passed the sewage from the whole city to the septic tank outside the city. His goal at the time was to one day make soil chemical fertilizers, because modern fertilizers cannot be produced without electricity and corresponding equipment. At the destination, there are already production captains from 17 villages near Qingzhou waiting for him. Seeing Xiaoming coming in person, they were shocked and saluted Xiaoming. Fan Zheng also followed this time, and Pang Yukan said to him, "You have to write down this incident today, and it will be published in the newspaper tomorrow, so that the people will know how diligent the emperor is and love the people." "This is natural," Fan Zheng said with a smile. "Everyone is here, and Xiaoming no longer wastes time. This spring plowing is about to begin. This time, he will take this opportunity to spread the soil and fertilizer." Almost every household in the village of Dayu country has its own latrine. As long as they master this method, they will no longer have to worry about fertilizer. Facing everyone, Xiaoming asked the 17 captains to do it in his own way. First, Xiaoming asked them to crush the phosphate rock, and then sieved it. Then he asked them to go to the fertilizer pond to pick out the same amount of reaching fertilizer and mix it with the phosphate rock powder at a ratio of about 1:1, and then pile it into a cone. At this time, he asked them to seal the fertilizer tightly with 3 centimeters of thin mud, stack it for 7 days, and then take the fertilizer out of it for use after 7 days. At this time, the chemical fertilizer is the compound fertilizer in the soil chemical fertilizer. This chemical fertilizer has complete elements and can be used in every stage of crop growth. Although this kind of fertilizer cannot reach the level of modern fertilizer, it is enough to allow a piece of land to have lasting fertility. After all, in ancient times, a lot of land was obtained by burning woods, and when the fertility of these farmland was exhausted, production would be reduced. These fertilizers must first be used on high-yield crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes. Xiaoming said to Pang Yukan after teaching the production methods of soil fertilizers. After a pause he continued, "Qingzhou is drought-tolerant. This corn is very drought-tolerant and suitable for planting in Qingzhou. Kuowu has been breeding in the past few years, and now he has accumulated a lot of corn seeds. Choose a few villages to plant this year." "Yes, the emperor," Pang Yukan answered and said. The emperor. The lower officials thought it was time to abolish liasing in the village. Now the production team in the village has basically replaced the position of liasing. Existence is a cumbersome, and the original is the foundation of the rich family. Only by completely abolishing the township governance can the re-emergence of the rich family be avoided. Xiaoming deeply believes that the taxes of counties other than Qingzhou and Yaozhou are dependent on these so-called sages, and the source of these village sages is the local clans. Because there are so many people, the words of the selected village sages are only useful. These village sages filled the imperial court's lack of rights to the grassroots level and became the actual managers of the village. They can be called village sages when they meet the wise, but they become village tyrants when they meet the villains. The foundation of the feudal dynasty is sometimes destroyed in the hands of these self-interested people. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening again, Xiaoming will set up a production team, such an organization, in order to eliminate the clan power. Since it is a reform, it will definitely violate the interests of some people, and sometimes bloodshed is inevitable. You can do this boldly, and I will support you," Xiaoming said lightly. Pang Yukan looked moved, and Xiaoming's words were enough. Chapter 756 Pit Money Plan. The ancient city of Hai. The notice that Liang Dahai will recruit craftsmen has been posted inside and outside the city, and at the same time, he has hired Koreans to spread the news everywhere in Korea. It has been a month since the signing of the Treaty of the Ancient Sea City. During this month, he suddenly became a fish in water in Goryeo. Now the officials in Goryeo are respectful when they see him. But it was also because of this treaty that the merchants in Haegu City suddenly increased, and now there are merchants from Dau country everywhere on Haegu City Street. And some merchants even bought the shops facing the street in Haiguching for their own use, and began to contact Korean merchants. These unusual circumstances made him understand that the treaty content of Haiguching must have been spread in Kingsu, otherwise these merchants would come over without smelling the fishy smell. While he was staring hostilely at these businessmen, Yi Kinyan came to him under the protection of two soldiers. "Liang Dahai, why are you dangling on the street alone? Don't you know that there was a merchant from Dau country in Haegu City who was attacked by Koreans?" Yi Kinyan wrinkled his head. After the signing of the Treaty of the Ancient City of the Sea, the Ancient City of the Sea seemed peaceful, but in the dark there were some Goryos who were hostile to the Great Yu country, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. During this period of time, some businessmen were robbed of their property, and some were directly murdered. This situation made him a headache for the actual ruler of the ancient sea city, and now he understands that it is not easy to occupy a city in a foreign country. Who dares? Liang Dahai grinned with teeth. The scars on his face were terrifying. These Korean puppies dared to bully unarmed businessmen, and they will only run into scares when they meet me. Yi Kinyan shook his head, that said, "If every businessman was like you, he wouldn't have to have a headache every day." "Hey, isn't it time for Li Cheng to deal with this matter?" Liang Dahai saw Yi Kinyan's brows furrowed in confusion. Although this is the case, this Li Cheng has no soldiers in his hands. He can only be in the future. After all, I am idle. By the way, how is your craftsman recruitment? Yi Kinyan asked. Mentioned this, Liang Dahai looked miserable. 6,000 people have already been sent away, and this time I have to recruit 24,000 people to end. Yi Kinyan heard this and suddenly felt that he was much easier than Liang Dahai's task. The two were talking. At this time, a soldier approached them and said to Yi Kinyan, "General, the merchant from Kingsu is here." "They are here finally, and they will be filled with other merchants if they don't come here," Yi Kinyan said. Liang Dahai said, "I don't know who is here. This time I will have a companion in Haiguching." After that, the two of them went to the Haegu City official office. At this time, they set up a temporary institution in Haegu City. When they arrived at the official office, a chubby figure appeared beside the two. Yi Kinyan and Liang Dahai immediately smiled when they saw each other. Chairman Li came to Hai Ancient City in person this time, which shows that the emperor attaches great importance to Li. The visitor is not someone else, it is Li Kaiyuan. This time, Korea officially opened its trading ports. The market in Korea is open to the country of Dau. There is no reason for the Chamber of Commerce not to participate in this matter. This is natural. The merchants who come to Korea this time must have a guide from the Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, there is no way to guide the merchants in this ancient city, and I hope that General Yi can drive out, so as not to cause dissatisfaction with other merchants. Li Kaiyuan said. Merchants are chasing profits, and some merchants are impatient before the affairs of Goryeo are settled, which is no good for him. The behavior of the merchant must be restricted by the court, which was said by the emperor himself before he left. Are there any words from the emperor? Yi Kinyan would not mobilize the army to trust him just because of Li Kaiyuan's few words. The army has the rules of the army. This is of course, and this time I also brought a surprise to the two of you. After all, Li Kaiyuan stuffed Yi Kinyan with a newspaper. Yi Kinyan and Liang Dahai looked at each other. They looked at the front page of the newspaper and exclaimed, "The steam locomotive is running." "Yes. The emperor specially asked me to bring you this news," Li Kaiyuan said. Now the hottest topic in Qingzhou is steam locomotives, so that Xiaoming's promotion of chemical fertilizers among the people did not cause any disturbance. The purpose of Liang Dahai's coming to recruit hard labor this time was to build railways. He naturally knew about steam locomotives. He held the newspaper and looked at it repeatedly, and he was happy from ear to ear. Then he patted his thigh. "I have to finish this hard labor as soon as possible, otherwise it is not my sin to delay the laying of the railway." Yi Qinyan is watching with gusto. As a soldier, he naturally thinks about wars. This thing runs faster than horses, and it can run day and night, so it takes only 1 or 2 days from Qingzhou to Yaozhou. What's more important is that this thing can also transport grain and grass. With each battle, many civilians can be less expropriated. Li Kaiyuan nodded frequently. As discussed by Qingzhou officials and merchants, this steam locomotive is a universal weapon for the country of Dau. It can be used by ordinary people, businessmen, and the army. I was excited and talked about the steam locomotive for a while. Li Kaiyuan showed a bad smile. "This time I came to the Emperor of Korea and brought me a good thing to make money." "What is it?" the two said at the same time. Their days in Haiguqing were really boring, so they wanted to ask questions about everything. Li Kaiyuan slowly said, "The Emperor asked me to open a big casino in this ancient city of the sea, and make some novel games in the casino. I brought everything this time. I only wait to find a convenient place to open it to the merchants and nobles of Korea." Liang Dahai is a slave trader. He eats, drinks and gambling is indispensable on weekdays. When he came to this ancient city, he also looked for a casino, so he said, "It's a coincidence that there is a big gambling shop." The treasurer of this casino ran away during the battle of the ancient city of the sea. Now this casino is empty and can be used as a gambling shop. Yi Qinyan also remembered, and he said, "It's true. This gambling house used to be the private property of an official in Haiguo City, and now it is ours." Li Kaiyuan looked excited. His purpose of coming this time was to plunder wealth from Korea as much as possible. This is a commodity for sale. Naturally, gambling and other profiteering industries cannot be pulled down. So he said, "In this case, this casino chamber of commerce has been expropriated. I brought all the people who run the casino this time. This time I must make this casino the #1 casino in Korea and bring it to the country." A steady stream of silver. The emperor said, "This Korean silver is neither pitted nor pitted." When the matter was set, Li Kaiyuan began to prepare for the big gambling house. Only 4 or 5 days later, the gameplay he obtained from Xiaoming shocked the Jiaoli gamblers. Chapter 757 Fermentation. Huang Binghan is the son of Liu Jingqing Zhuo Yizing Huang Zixuan, and is also a famous dude in Liu Jingqing. E-novel www.1xiozuo.com. Like Dayu, the dudes who live in Liu Jingqing have a hobby of gambling on weekdays. Huang Binghan is the leader of money gambling in Liu Jingqing and the prime minister among the crickets. 2 days ago, a businessman from the ancient city of Hai said that there were many novel ways of gambling in the ancient city of Hai. He was like a bear smelling the smell of honey, and his heart was itchy and uncomfortable, so he had to try it. Although he doesn't know much about Haiguqing, Huang Binghan still knows a few things. Now that Jiaoli and Dayu have signed a treaty, the two countries formally truce, so he is not afraid to play in Haiguqing. After all, during this period, many Korean businessmen went to the ancient city of He and returned safely. So this time he simply changed into a businessman's outfit and came to this gambling shop to see what happened, and he deliberately used a carriage to pull a lot of money. When he arrived at the ancient city of Hai, Huang Binghan had a meal in the restaurant. After he was full of food and drink, he went downstairs with a chubby belly. Surrounded by the guards, he turned a few turns and entered the casino in the center of the ancient city of Hai. "This distinguished guest, please come in. Please come in." At the gate of the big gambling house stood a small second. Seeing Huang Binghan dressed in luxurious clothes and accompanied by guards, he thought that he had encountered a big family, so he hurriedly greeted him. Since this big gambling shop started its business, the business has become more and more popular every day. Now the merchants in Haigu City don't know that Haigu City has opened a new big Yugo gambling shop. Every time they make some money, some merchants will come splurge here. The most important thing is that the gambling methods used here are unprecedented, which also makes those who are addicted to gambling quickly attracted by this gambling method, because it is not just a question of money, but also get wholehearted entertainment and relaxation. Peering his head and looking inside, Huang Binghan saw the crowds full of people inside, and shouts came from inside from time to time. Every table is filled with water. Seeing Huang Binghan's appearance, Xiao understood what he said in an instant. This distinguished guest, you are the first to come back. Then I'll give you a suggestion. Go inside and watch a few of them, and then bet after you learn it. Otherwise you will lose easily. Monies. Huang Binghan is a very good face. When he was in Liu Jingqing, he didn't know how to play, but he was treated as a dumpling here. He said, "This king ... I'm just waiting for the servant to send money." Xiao used to be a servant in a casino in Dayu State. I have never seen any kind of people. There are so many people with good face. After a while, the servant who had placed the horses rushed over, found Huang Binghan waiting at the gate of the big gambling shop, and gave him a bag of 100 taels of broken silver. Huang Binghan, who was conscious of losing face, deliberately shook his silver in front of the shop Xiao, and then arrogantly entered the big gambling shop, which made Xiao feel quite baffled. Swaggering into the big gambling house, Huang Binghan's arrival just made the gamblers who were betting around the gambling table look back at him, and then he was directly ignored, and he couldn't find the taste of being in Liu Jingqing. After snorting, Huang Binghan didn't plan to care about these businessmen. Besides, this is the ancient city of Hai, not Liu Jing, and no one knew him. Wandering in front of a few gambling tables for a while, Huang Binghan was attracted by a game called Texas Poker. He stood at the gambling table and stared at the dealer's cards with relish. At this time, he completely forgot about himself. He was a nobleman, and became a mess with these gamblers. This Texas Hold'em is actually bigger than someone else's card. Everyone has to bet a little bit of money before the card is opened. Huang Binghan's side is a businessman from Great Chongqing. After the operation of the big gambling shop, he came here to play a few handfuls of Texas Hold'em almost every day. He didn't come very much. When he had the worst luck, he lost 1,000 taels of silver a day. He could win a few hundred taels. Seeing Huang Binghan standing by his side and staring at him to see the cards dropped, he began to explain to him in detail how to play Texas Hold'em. In the past few days, there are more and more newcomers like Huang Binghan. Veterans like him are also willing to teach. After all, the more people come, the more lively here. Huang Binghan listened to the explanation and nodded again and again. After basically grasping the game of Texas Hold'em, he asked his servants to buy chips and began to try to play, but after all, he was a novice and did not understand the meaning of Texas Hold'em. The game is more than to see who will cheat and who has high psychological quality. But Huang Binghan only bet according to the size of the card. After receiving a good card, he will bet bigger, and the smaller one will be thrown directly. After a few rounds, the table gambler understood his routine. Whenever he bet a lot, others would not bet. In the end, he didn't win any money, so he put the money in it. Seeing that Huang Binghan became more and more fascinated by playing, the Yugo businessman on the side encouraged him. You have to be more courageous to play this. You won't be unable to lose money. Huang Binghan is used to being domineering in Liujing City. He can have fun with everything he wants to play. Hearing these words there, he said angrily, my money is enough to buy half of the ancient city of Hai. The businessmen of Dayu Kingdom brightened their eyes. In fact, he was a gambler and Li Kai Yuan's support to intervene in order to make these Korean businessmen and powerful people lose more money. He said, I am really reckless. Come, I will teach you how to play. Huang Binghan's spirit became more and more vigorous, and gradually he couldn't move the place at all. It wasn't until the night when the curfew began and the casino closed that he reluctantly left. But the next day, He hurried to the big gambling shop to continue playing cards after having breakfast in a hurry. This time he was pulling thousands of kills of silver in his carriage, and he had to play happily. However, the businessman in Dau country was moved when he saw Huang Bing'an take money from the carriage every time, so he said, "Young Master Huang, it is troublesome for you to take money every time. It is better to send the money directly to King Zhu Bank in the ancient city of Hai. For one thing, it's so convenient to exchange money for cash." Huang Bing'an was lucky today and won hundreds of kills of silver. He thought about it for a moment. He always had to wait for his servants to get the silver after losing money, which was very troublesome. And in the past 2 days of gambling, he saw some silver tickets appearing on the table from time to time, proving that the silver tickets can be used in the casino. So he said, "Okay, I have to change it." Li Kaiyuan stood on the second floor and was examining all this when the businessman in Dau was fooling Huang Bing'an. The casino is small, the business is small, and the finance that controls Korea is the big one. What lies behind the casino and trade this time is the finance of the country. At the same time he established the gambling shop. He also brought King Zhu Bank into Korea. In his and Xiaoming's plan, in the future, all of Korea's money will flow in their bank. Chapter 758. Opium in the crowded casino. Korean merchants and dignitaries shuttled back and forth, cursing, laughing, and exclaiming were intertwined and extremely noisy. Small said www.1xiaozuo.com. Li Sung appeared next to Li Kaiwan at this time. He looked at Huang Baiyongan and said, "Chairman Li, this person is Huang Baiyongan, the eldest son of Goryeo political affairs. His father is highly regarded in Goryeo and is the most trusted minister of the king of Goryeo. Really? This is a big fish." Li Kaiyuan squinted his eyes. Although Goryeo was defeated, the current Dau kingdom control was only Haegu City and Bisha City. The real controller of this land is the king of Goryeo, and they still need king of Goryeo to assist them in some things. For example, in business matters, the merchants in Haiguching seem to be busy now, but they have not actually touched the core of real trade. Like the Great Yu Kingdom, Goryeo was also a feudal dynasty, and many trades required the approval of the court. Because of this, he did not rush or slow down. In his opinion, it would be easier to participate in the Korean trade as an official. During this period of time, Li Cheng basically figured out the purpose of Dau, which is to do business. Now Li Kaiyuan is so interested in Huang Bing'an for business. So he said, "Koryo maritime trade clubs need the approval of this person's father. As long as Chairman Li buys him, this Korean trade leader Li will do whatever he wants." Li Kaiyuan asked Li Cheng to come here just to confirm the identity of Huang Bing'an. In fact, when Huang Bing'an entered High Ancient City, he was spotted by the secret guard. When the two were talking, Wang Xuan got up from his gaming table and walked towards them. Seeing this, Li Kaiyuan made Li Cheng's eye leave, and turned to Wang Xuan with a smile. "This time your secret guard provided good information." This Huang Bing'an is indeed the son of Goryeo. Discussing politics. After the ancient city of Hai was conquered, Wang Xuan arrived here. His goal was to establish a faction of officials pro-Dau in the court of Korea. Before the fall of the Golden Horde, Goryeo was not a vassal state of Great Yu, and Great Yu could not directly order King Goryeo. However, this business cannot be delayed because of the painstaking efforts to lay down Jaoli, so Xiaoming ordered him and Li Kaiyuan to dominate, and Yi Qinian cooperated with the acquisition of Jaoli Kaotang in order to maximize the business interests of the country. Wang Xuan had a smile on his face. "My hands are always meticulous, and most of them can't go wrong." "Now, how are you going to deal with this Huang Bing'an?" "Our real purpose is to control Huang Bing'an's father, Huang Zixu, but this Huang Zixu is neither indulging in female nor greedy for money. It is difficult to deal with. The only weakness is this son," Li Kaiyuan said. Wang Xuan nodded. He provided this information to Li Kaiyuan, and even the businessman who lured Huang Bing'an was arranged by him. Sometimes I have to say that under the huge profits, there are always merchants who will take the risk. During this time, Secret Guard bought many Korean merchants. The price is to promise to support these businessmen to become the fortunes of Korea, and to provide them with safety protection. Now these merchants who have been dazzled by silver have moved to live in the ancient city of Hai. They are only waiting for the arrival of the trading ships from the country of Dau, so that they can sell these commodities everywhere in Goryeo. If this is the case, let him play here for a few days, and then let him lose all his wealth. Wang Xiao was a little bit bad. The Secret Guard is an organization that walks in the dark, and sometimes has to use some illegible means to buy off officials. Then he showed a hint of playfulness and said, "This casino game is indeed novel enough, but I always feel that something is missing. I am afraid that it is not enough to make the dignitaries and businessmen of Korea contemplate this." Li Kai-yuan showed an uncomfortable look. "You, the commander of the secret guards, all the information has found me." "You are right. There are many novelties in this gambling house, and these are all given to me by the emperor." Wang Xuan was now addicted to gossip when he was a secret guard, and asked excitedly, "What is it?" Li Kai-yuan recalled for a while. He also had to admire the emperor's bizarre ideas, so he said, "The emperor said, let me choose some beautiful women in Korea, and let these women wear sultry clothes to accompany these gamblers, and also built a dining room in the casino to bring the stir-fries from Great Yugo, besides the most important one, that is tobacco and opium." "I have heard of tobacco. What is this opium?" Wang Xuan was also the first time I heard. "I have never heard of this before." "It was told by the emperor when he came up. He said that there are tobacco leaves brought by the Dutch from North America on Ryukyu Island, and there are some Indian pipes." When the two were discussing the fun of the casino, Xiaoming was playing with a pipe and a pack of tobacco leaves in the study of King Zuxiniyuan. These two things are one of the gifts from the Dutch mission last time. At that time, after Qiandafu put these things away, he didn't ask about it again. He didn't think about it until a few days ago. He didn't think about it, and it shocked him for a while. Only then did he remember the origin of tobacco and opium. This tobacco, like potatoes and sweet potatoes, has never been a native of Asia. In the contemporary Ming Dynasty, the Dutch first introduced North American Indian pipes and tobacco leaves to Ming Dynasty through Ryukyu. Since then, the Ming Dynasty began to have the first group of smokers. At that time, the degree and extent of the spread of this kind of tobacco frightened the then Emperor Chongzhen of the Ming Dynasty, so he ordered a smoking ban. Because no distinction was made between tobacco and opium at that time, opium was mixed into tobacco smoking, causing symptoms of addiction. However, Emperor Chongzhen did not expect that the prohibition of tobacco allowed the spread of opium during the Ming Dynasty, which caused a large-scale spread of opium. Officials at the time pointed out the dangers of opium, and unless the addicts were killed, they could not be given up. The Da Ming Huidian also records that Asian vassal states paid tribute to the Ming imperial family for opium. At that time, the kings of Siam, Java, and Bengal regularly sent tribute missions to the Ming dynasty. Opium was included in the tribute, but at that time the opium was called Yuk Siang. Each time Siam paid 200 katis to the Ming emperor and 100 katis to the queen, but this amount could not meet the needs of the royal family. The emperor even sent eunuchs to look for opium everywhere. At that time, the price of opium was basically equivalent to gold, and 1 or 2 gold was exchanged for 1 or 2 opium. It can be seen that the imperial family of the Ming dynasty had been suspected of taking opium at that time, and the Emperor Wanli, the most famous emperor of the Ming dynasty, said that there was opium in the ingredients of alchemy. However, at this time, because opium was expensive, it was basically the use of wealthy businessmen, and the spread of opium among the people was minimal. It was not until the late Qing dynasty that opium became cheap, causing large-scale use. Chapter 759. To a Liwu ribbon of warm wind poured into the imperial study room from outside the window. E-novel www.1xiozuo.com. He frowned Xiaoming, who was playing with a pipe, and said, "Is this Brandon really stupid or fake?" With the painful historical memory of modern times, Xiaoming is naturally very wary of opium. As long as it becomes addictive, it is difficult to eradicate it. If Brandon only sent opium, which is now the so-called Wuxiang and Dayu country. He would still accept it. After all, this thing is also a kind of medicinal material, which can be used for anesthesia and pain relief. But what is the intention of this girl who sent a big smoke gun directly? Perhaps Asian countries do not understand the dangers of opium smoking because of their low level of education, but Europeans who have been dealing with opium for more than 100 years cannot be unaware. Sure enough, the needle is hidden in the cotton, and the knife is hidden in the smile. Xiaoming sneered. If he wasn't for modern times, he would probably be planted in Brandon's hands, and he would spend his days lying in bed swallowing clouds and fog. However, thinking of the trend of this era, he is a little uncertain. After all, many Asian royals like this thing at this time, and maybe Brandon is in his favor. Shaking his head, Xiaoming stopped thinking about it for the time being. Whether it was Brandon intentionally or unintentionally, this was normal. The exchanges between countries were originally just smiles on the surface and stabs in the back, and because he knew the harm of this Wuxiang, he wouldn't take it. But this incident provided him with a way to control Goryeo. Perhaps he can use casinos and opium to control officials in the Korean court, and even the king of Korea, as far as he knows. The origin of this kind of Wuxiang is basically in Ryukyu and Southeast Asia, and you can only get this kind of things from these places. And now he not only controls the seat trade of Goryeo, but also cut off the possibility of Goryeo getting Wuxiang from the ground. As long as Goryeo's important ministers become addicted, they must be obtained from the country of Dau. At that time, some conditions were easy to negotiate, although this method is a bit disgraceful. But politics is often darker than this, than the start of the massacre. His method is already very gentle, and this is only for those Korean officials who are not good at first. Thinking of this, Xiaoming felt that it was necessary to expand the cultivation of Wuxiang in Ryukyu. After all, whether these things will be used as weapons against the West in the future or as medicinal materials. At the same time, he will issue a ban in the country, expressly prohibiting the people of the country from getting this thing. With cares in his mind, Xiaoming picked up the pen at hand, which was made by a craftsman in the department of apparatus that he explained not long ago. In general, this fountain pen already has the appearance of a modern fountain pen. The only drawback is that it must be used with ink. Because there is no rubber, the craftsman of the equipment division cannot make straws. But even so, he is very satisfied. In recent years, as the amount of writing has increased, he feels that the brush cannot meet his requirements when dealing with government affairs, and it also affects him to turn the knowledge in his mind into books. Now that he has a pen, his work efficiency is much faster. After using it for a period of time, he plans to promote pen writing in the government system first, and end the history of brush writing dominating the country. For him, this is also a big deal. A point of Chongqing's transition to pragmatism. After writing down the prohibition clauses eloquently, Xiaoming stopped writing and got up. Upon seeing this, Qian Defu walked in and said, "The Emperor, the carriage is ready, and all the officials who came to lie with this time have arrived. It's time to leave." Xiaoming nodded. He called a small to ask him to give the ban to Pan Yu-kun, ready to implement it in the country of Dau, and then walked out. After the successful operation of the steam locomotive, the reform was promoted. The magical locomotive made the scholars of Dau country realize that a drastic change is taking place. For those who have already participated in the reform, this is even more an incentive. The craftsmen of both the glass workshop and the steam engine workshop are enthusiastic. Xiaoming naturally couldn't sit down at this time. It is not easy for him to bring a great Yu country, which is largely backward in technology from the West. But the success of the steam locomotive not only did not satisfy him, on the contrary, he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Although the feudal dynasties such as the Golden Horde, Goryeo, and Tabo are threats to the Great Yu, these countries are still in the feudal society after all, and it is relatively easy to deal with them. But it is not so easy to deal with the West, which has made a full leap in thinking and technology. Because of this, He dare not relax. He went to Laiwu this time just for one of the most important resources of Great Yu country, steel. The construction of King's Railway starts with 2 lines. The first is the route to Chang'an. On this route is a large open-pit coal mine. These coal mines do not need complicated mining technology, and the coal seam on the surface is enough to support the first industrial revolution. This second route is to go south to Laiwu, for the large iron mines here. After these 2 routes, the railway will extend to other places. During his trip to Laiwu, his main purpose was to inspect the steel mill here. When the reform was announced, he was asked to establish the Laiwu steel mill there. In the future, the steel of Great Yu will mainly rely on Laiwu Steel Works and Caping Steel Works. At the door, Xiaoming saw a 4-wheeled carriage parked at the door. Different from the 2-wheeled carriages of Dayugo, he deliberately asked the equipment division to produce this 4-wheeled carriage, and installed spring shock absorbers on the wheels. This carriage was specially ordered by him to be produced, and it was also the first 4-wheeled carriage in Dayu. His purpose was very clear, which was to familiarize the people of Dayu with the things of 4 wheels. At the same time, this is also to pave the way for the birth of cars. A country that only knows 2 wheels will not have the idea of producing 4-wheel cars. After getting on the carriage, Xiaoming headed south under the protection of the guards. After 4 days of rushing around, he and officials from the chief mine and workshop arrived in Laiwu. Different from King Zhu, on the way to Laiwu, Xiaoming was full of poor people. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it would be a difficult task to govern such a populous country like the West has always been prosperous. For this, he needs occupy more resources in the world. As he was thinking about it, his carriage gradually stopped. At this time, Xiaoming got off the carriage and saw an iron ore that was being mined. Next to the iron ore was Laiwu Iron and Steel Works. The Emperor, this is the Laiwu Iron and Steel Workshop. It is said that it will be put into production soon. Qian Defu said with a smile. Qian Defu used to be in charge of the mine, but now he has a long-lost intimacy when he arrives at the mine, and he talks more. Xiaoming was in a good mood after seeing the hot mine. He walked to the busy mine, ready to see how the steam engine was used in the mine. Chapter 760 Dangerous Report. Shi Yunshan squeezed sweat in his palms when he saw the youth and officials in dragon robes walking towards the iron ore field. Eom's novel www.1xiozuo.com. He used to be a member of the King's Minerals Department. He used to go north and south with Qian Defu. When the court decided to establish a steel mill and an iron ore mine in Laiwu, he volunteered to come to Laiwu, because he was originally from Laiwu and was very familiar with it. When he was nervous and at a loss, a group of people had already arrived in front of him. Qian Defu smiled and said to Xiaoming, "The Emperor, he is the Xian mountain that the old slave often mentioned, and this Laiwu mine is his present." On the way, Qian Defu introduced Xian mountain again. He looked up and down Xian mountain, and he could see from Shi Yunshan's dull expression that he was an honest man. The lower officials see the Emperor. After Qian Defu introduced, Shi Yunshan saluted Xiaoming. Free gift. Xiaoming's interest is now all in the production of the mine, he said. Qian Defu said that you are smart and strong. I will see how you manage this iron ore this time. Shi Yunshan nodded. The Emperor, please follow the official. After all, Shi Yunshan took Xiaoming and a group of officials to the pit. The iron mine in Laiwu was surrounded by mountains and surrounded by low hills. Looking at the surrounding environment, Xiaoming looked at the mine. The originally flat ground has now formed a mine with a depth of 5 meters. The scope of the pit is very large, about 1,000 meters straight. At this time, more than 6,000 people were waving mining tools in the pit to chisel blocks of ore from the ore body. Emperor, it has been half a month since the mine was mined. Our mine has provided a total of 60,000 tons of ore to the iron and steel mill. On average, a craftsman has mined 10 tons of ore. Shi Yunshan pointed to the sweating craftsman. 60,000 tons. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction, and he took a piece of iron ore and looked at it. This piece of iron ore is brown red and belongs to hematite. Generally speaking, The iron content of hematite is 70%. This 60,000 tons of hematite ore should be able to produce more than 40,000 tons of steel. Shi Yanshan was afraid that Xiaoming would dislike this output, so he said, "The Emperor, mining iron ore is very hard. Sometimes it takes a long time for craftsmen to break a piece of ore with tools, and mining is very difficult." "I understand. This 60,000 tons of ore is really not easy." Xiaoming had a warm expression, and he saw Shi Yanshan's worries. Shi Yanshan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to visit with Xiaoming. When he walked along the side of the steam engine in the mine, he said excitedly, "The Emperor, now this mine can produce so many ore thanks to the steam engine." With him, the craftsman directly put the ore on the mine cart and used the steam engine to pull the mine cart up. At this time, Xiaoming and the officials saw the railroad tracks leading into the mine. The mine carts came and went on the rails, and the mine carts were full of ore. This scene made Xiaoming completely relieved. His main concern was the use of steam engines. Now that Dayu has entered the steam age, only relying on steam power can it leap forward. After checking the use of the steam engine in the mine, Xiaoming and Shi Yanshan went to the craftsman's living area. Now there are red brick houses standing in the desert where there is no one, like a settlement. In modern times, many towns will be formed around mines. Xiaoming will focus on building Liwa into steel mills and mines. Because of these industries, this will also form a town that relies on steel mills and mines for survival. After a brief look at the mine, Xiaoming and everyone went to Liwu Iron and Steel Workshop. The iron and steel mills are now in full swing, and the iron ore that has been transported is turned into red or molten steel, and then into various shapes of steel products. The supervisor of Liwu Iron and Steel Works is called Changf. He used to be the technical backbone of King's Iron and Steel Works. He was sent here for this large-scale steel works. After entering the steel mill, Changf led everyone to see the 6 production lines in the workshop in detail. Now all 5 production lines are busy. The Emperor, currently Liwu Iron and Steel Works mainly produces rail parts, in addition to some farming equipment, daily steel supplies and other things. The 6 production lines have just been able to meet the orders. Changf wiped his sweat and watched. The converter's eyes seemed to be looking at his own child. The hum sound of the steam engine continues to sound in the steel workshop. The traditional steel-making method saves a lot of labor due to the participation of the steam engine. Xiaoming looked at this modern steel-making plant filled with various machinery with satisfaction. In his plan, Liwu Iron and Steel Plant mainly produces civil steel products. The King's Workshop and Caping Iron and Steel Workshop are mainly for the production of military steel, and only produce civilian goods if they are satisfied with the military. The visit to Liwu made him care about King's steel production capacity. In his opinion, the Liwu steel plant is enough to produce 1 million tons of steel a year. The Caping Iron and Steel Works is estimated to be the same, and with the addition of King's Iron and Steel Works, the annual steel output of DAU should be 2.2 million tons. This output has been able to explode the UK. However, DAU has a vast territory and a large population. If you calculate it carefully, he is still not as good as the United Kingdom on average. Xiaoming was not discouraged about this. The more the total amount was, the more he had this foundation. Technically he had already passed the UK. After inspecting the mine and Liwu Iron and Steel Workshop, Xiaoming rested in Liwu for 2 days, and then rushed to Caping Iron and Steel Workshop. As expected, the output of Caping Iron and Steel Works is half a catty compared to Liwu. In the next 6 months, while the barbarians were dying out, he visited other workshops required to be built by the reform to gain a general understanding of the implementation of the reform. Generally speaking, under the strong promotion of Pang Yukon and Fiji, the construction of the workshops is now smooth. Most of the workshops have been put into production now, and some will soon be put into production. At that time, DAU has formed an industrial chain centered on government-run workshops, and this chain will provide a steady stream of industrial products for DAU. And most importantly, The industry that has initially formed will provide resources for war. After working hard for half a year, the time went from spring to autumn. In previous years, officials would be frightened at this moment when the autumn was high, because autumn is often the time when the barbarians are attacking the country of Great Yu. The barbarians are too quiet for the past 6 months, so Xiaoming has been holding his heart. This calm made him a little uneasy. This worry was fulfilled when he returned to Qingzhou from Dengzhou. The barbarian cavalry suddenly bypassed the northern pass and appeared under Songzhou City from the direction of Tabo. In just one day, Songzhou City was conquered, and the barbarian army went straight to Yazoo. Chapter 761 Expand the Army. September 27th was a good autumn day for Qingzhou. E-novel www.1xiaozuo.com. In the city, scholars, merchants, and ordinary people lived as usual, and there was no smell of war here. But at this time there is another scene in the Yijiang Hall. The battle report from Yazoo takes at least 10 days. When the battle report arrives in Qingzhou, the current Yazoo has been besieged by the barbarians for 10 days. It is still unknown whether the city is broken. After receiving the battle report, Xiaoming immediately summoned the ministers of civil and military affairs to prepare for the barbarian invasion. The emperor, this time the barbarians must have conquered Songzhou with the Tabo. Otherwise, the barbarian army will not appear arrogantly outside Songzhou. Zhang Xingqing said after he heard the news. Xiaoming frowned. Tabo was the most unstable factor in the southwestern border of Dayu. Since the founding of the country, Dayu has fought against Tabo on the border 3 times, with 2 victories and 1 defeat. The most recent war was 10 years ago. At that time, Liu Oquing led his army and attacked Tabo's military camp at night, beheading 15,000 Tabo soldiers before scaring the Tabo army back. Fiji sighed at this time and said, "The emperor, when the great ancestors set the capital of Qing'an to deter Tabo, the Golden Horde and other pan-state barbarians, Qingzhou is now thousands of miles away from Tabo, and the intimidation of Tabo is far less than before. Now it is reasonable for Tabo to be bought by the Golden Horde." Nu Ben was a little impatient for a long time. He said, "You civil servants are mothers-in-laws." Now the barbarian army has reached the foot of Yazoo City. For this plan, we can only send a large army to destroy the barbarian army under Yazoo City. Pang Yukun said, "The officials thought that the purpose of the barbarians this time was to plunder. Winter is coming soon. The barbarians who suffered a few years ago must plunder enough supplies before winter comes." The battle report stated that the barbarians are mainly cavalry, specializing in plunder is enough to see its intentions. "Ministers, every one of you is excited and generous." Compared with the Chengqing Palace in Cheng'an 5 years ago, the ministers are more discussing how to confront the enemy, rather than being frightened and overwhelmed. Xiaoming was secretly satisfied with this change. Today's Great Yu Kingdom is very different from when Xiao Wenxian was in power under his rule. The victories of several battles with the barbarians have changed the ministers' fear of the barbarians. Looking at the ministers in the hall of discussion, Xiaoming said, "Now, regardless of whether the barbarians are in trouble with the Tabo, the most important thing now is to drive the barbarians out of the land of Bashu, lest the 13 prefectures of Yazoo are looted by the barbarians." The incident of the barbarians using Tabo was really beyond the surprise of everyone in the court. At this time, Xiaoming remembered that Kublai Khan had used Tabo to bypass the northern defense line guarded by the Song army to attack Dali. The events are quite similar. After pondering for a while, he continued, "Immediately pass on my will, so that Lif led his army of 20,000 to aid Yazoo, and Qi Guanyi led his army of 30,000 cavalry to go together, and we must annihilate the invading enemy." "Yes, the emperor," Nu Ben said solemnly. After deciding on this matter, Xiaoming continued, "Although the affairs of the Yazoo mansion are under the jurisdiction of the military aircraft department, all the kings should provide full assistance and must not delay the war." Civil servants such as Fiji and Pang Yukun immediately bowed, and they knew in their hearts that the current court is no longer the previous court. Now the ministers above the court perform their duties. Those in charge of government affairs only handle government affairs. Those in charge of wars only fight wars. and those in charge of the law only care about the law. Therefore, the war in Yezu Prefecture is ultimately the responsibility of the Military Aircraft Department. All they need is to cooperate with the Military Aircraft Department to provide food and grass and recruit civilians. The war was urgent. Xiaoming didn't say anything anymore, and assigned their respective tasks to the ministers. He let Nu Ben stay and the other ministers to disperse. After everyone left, he said to Nu Ben, "This time you will transfer 10,000 musketeers equipped with new firearms to Yezu to kill the spirit of the barbarians." Nu Ben's expression moved slightly. The 6,000-man musketeers mentioned by Xiaoming were all equipped with conscripts. In the past 6 months, the military workshop delivered a total of 15,000 conscripts to the army. There are still a large number of muskets in the army that are being transformed in the military workshops, and they are preparing to slowly equip all the army in the country with this long-range rifled gun. Yes. The Emperor. Nu Ben nodded heavily. He could tell from Xiaoming's tone how angry he was at this time. This Yezu mansion was originally known as the Land of Abundance, and it was an important producer of raw silk, grain, and tea in the country of Dau. Moreover, the autumn harvest is about to come at this time. This toss of the barbarians will hinder the recovery of Great Yu and also affect the foreign trade of Great Yu. Also, taking advantage of this war to allocate 20,000 troops to Huajiu Island, I want to let the barbarians know that it is not just them who will burn, kill, and looting. Xiaoming gritted his teeth hard. He was caught off guard by the barbarian raid this time. Although he had always been guarded against Tabo, he also stationed the cold weapon force of 30,000 in Songzu, but the barbarians' 60,000 cavalry and 80,000 slave soldiers attacked. Next, these 30,000 cold weapons troops were vulnerable. Nu Ben's eyes were sharp. He said, "The Emperor, the old officials thought it was time to expand the army. The army of more than 100,000 can't defend the vast territory of Great Chongqing. Even if these troops cannot be equipped with firearms, it is good to use armor and swords. Otherwise, the Songzi incident will continue to repeat itself." Xiaoming furrowed his brows deeply. At this moment, he deeply realized that it was easy to defeat the Great Yu state, but how difficult it was to hold the Great Yu state. In the world, Great Yu is undoubtedly in a strategically worst environment compared to the United Kingdom. The island countries of the Japanese country do not border any country. There are many neighboring countries in Great Yu. The most important thing is none of these countries is good. In order to prevent being robbed by barbarians around him, he must build a circle of fortresses on the vast land of the country to prevent invasion. Therefore, the local defense alone will consume a large amount of military expenditures in the country. This is one of the reasons why the dynasties have rarely expeditioned. Under the farming-based environment, there will be no money for domestic toss, and the expedition will only lead to fading faster. In contrast, Britain and the Japanese countries have no such worries. They don't need to defend the homeland at all. The army only needs to attack, and most of their attacks are looting. To put it simply, fighting is beneficial to them. The richer they fight, the richer they fight. Then how many troops do you think Dau country should maintain at present? Xiaoming asked. If there were no firearms, the country of Dau would need at least 1.2 million troops. From the perspective of the old ministers, at least 500,000 troops are needed. More than 300,000 troops are used to defend the land and more than 100,000 troops are used for conquests, said. Chapter 762 Barbarian Trench 500,000 E-novel www.1xiaozuo.com. Sitting on the dragon chair, Xiaoming's heart was gripped. The additional 300,000 people would be a huge military expenditure. It's just that even if Nu Ben didn't say anything, he still had the idea of expanding his army. When he was still the king of Qi, he felt that the 100,000 troops under his hand were already a load, but now suddenly he felt that this soldier was just a drop of water for the country generally entering the lake. Because of this put him in a dilemma. Quite an embarrassment of no soldiers available. I had this intention a long time ago. In that case, the military aircraft department will start the conscription, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. In fact, The army does not stop recruiting every year, but the number of recruits is maintained at a standard. This time he promised that in addition to the barbarian invasion, the most important thing is that he has the ability and need to stabilize the surrounding environment under the background of the gradual prosperity of industry, and he began to move towards the process of fighting for colonies with the West. And if he wants the people of Dayu to live as prosperous as the West, he must also go out of the country and compete with the West for the dividends of the maritime era. Nu Ben breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to mention it in the courtroom just now, because he knew very well that as long as he proposed to expand the army, the civilian officials with Fiji and Pang Yukon would fight for reasons. He knows that now the Great Yu country has to recuperate and conscripts will make the treasury more difficult, but in the minds of soldiers, it is the duty to defend the territory and open frontiers. Only with strong armaments can the Great Yu country be stable. After talking about the expansion of the army, Nu Ben continued. The Emperor, the old minister has another request. General Nu, please speak. The minister thought that it was not appropriate to let Liu Quinn stay at home. Now that Dayu state is at the time of employing people, it is the best to use everything, Nu Ben said cautiously. Xiaoming nodded lightly. If it hadn't been for Nu Ben to mention him, he would have forgotten the slippery military of Dayu. In the past, this veteran refused to enter the army to avoid suspicion. At that time, Xiaoming was unwilling to use him because the army was unstable. After all, everyone in Liu family was a little jealous. Only now that the military reform has been completed, he firmly holds the power of the military in his own hands, so he doesn't care. After all, as long as he is willing, he can take down any general at any time without causing a rebellion in the army. After thinking about it, he said, "Indeed, it's time to let this veteran out of the mountain." During this period of time, I heard that he often went to the military academy to listen in. I must have some different opinions on the army of the Great Yu Kingdom now. When Nu Ben heard the words, there was a cold sweat on his back. Xiaoming's words clearly told him that Liu Quinn's every move was under his eyelids. He honestly said, Liu Quinn is used to leading soldiers in battle after all, so he is also quite concerned about the military affairs. Once he and the veteran mentioned that he wanted to go to the military academy to listen, the veteran agreed. So that's the case, it's okay. The province, he still stays on the sword, bow and horse. If that's the case, let me also go to Yazoo this time to see if he is still the military of the year. Xiaoming said. Yes. The Emperor. Nu Ben bowed and said, this time he suggested that Liu Quinn was also selfish. With the increase in the number of troops and future warfare, he is a little busy now alone. With Liu Quinn as a helper, he can be more relaxed. For Xiaoming, he is also willing to let Liu Quinn return to the army, because for him he does not need Liu Quinn and Nu Ben to personally direct the soldiers against each other. What he needs is the strategic vision of the two in a war. After sending off Nu Ben, Xiaoming looked towards Yazoo. Now he only hopes that Xiao Zhen and Di Ying can stay in Yazoo for a little longer. Yazoo, Xiao Zhen and Di Ying stood together on the wall and looked at the barbarian army under the city. 10 days have passed since the barbarian arrived at Yazoo City. For the past 10 days, the Chinese barbarian slave soldiers will attack the city every day, making the army in the city exhausted. The most important problem is that the army led by Di Ying now consumes a lot of ammunition. If this continues, they will not be able to use muskets to stop the tide of barbarians. Slave soldier. Damn the barbarians, when the reinforcements arrive, they will be killed in a piece of armor. Di Ying's eyes were red. After killing the king of Shu, he and Xiao Zhen took over the 13 states of Bashu. After receiving the decree from King Zhu, it was officially renamed Yazufu. Like the original plan, the two are responsible for handling government affairs and the other for commanding the army. Bashu is moving towards formality during the year, but now that the barbarian has disrupted the whole situation, he felt as painful as seeing a child he raised being killed by the enemy. Xiao Zhen's gaze swept over the musketeer on the wall, and now he suddenly felt that his loss was not wronged at all. In the past 10 days, he has truly seen how powerful this firearm army is. After the barbarians broke Songzhou, they linked to the two cities on the route to Yazoo. but their offensive in Yazoo was delayed. In the 10-day anxious war, Di Ying led the 20,000 firearms troops to fight against the barbarians, and now there are far more corpses piled up in the city than theirs. It's a pity. If Song Zu's 30,000 soldiers were replaced by musketeers, why would the barbarians break the city? Xiao Zhen sighed. Di Ying's face was gloomy, and he said, "Who would have thought that the old part of the Shu king included in it was so vulnerable?" Speaking of King Shu, a trace of guilt flashed in Xiao Zhen's eyes. He didn't want to kill this younger brother, but had to kill him. After the King of Shu was killed, the old divisions of the King of Shu in various states and counties surrendered to Di Ying. Di Ying successively appeased these soldiers and re-promoted some generals to control these troops, especially Song Zu. He even sent his own generals to sit in the town, but no one thought that the barbarians would send troops there. It's not that the old King of Shu was vulnerable, but the barbarians' tactics are different from before. Look at the pit outside Yazoo City. I have never seen this tactic. What Di Ying said was only angry, and he must be punished for losing Song Zu this time. As Xiao Zhen said, the barbarians' tactics really surprised him, because he found that the barbarian had actually learned to use trenches to encircle the city, and this was the old way of defending the city in Dau. In this 10-day siege, the barbarian slave soldiers were attacking the city while digging trenches around Yazoo City. Soldiers used the trenches to avoid bullets and climbed through the ladder when they reached the city. This method of tactics allowed the muskets to work. The siege was greatly weakened, but in this way, the barbarian cavalry could not enter the city. But Di Ying knew very well that the purpose of the barbarian this time was to plunder. Therefore, the cavalry had no plans to enter the city at all. They were just barbarian slave soldiers violently attacking Yazoo City. It would be good to be able to break the city. If they could not break the city, they would besiege them here and drag the army of the Great Yu Kingdom. Chapter 763. Close the door and hit the dog. Hakata looked at the burning village in front of him with a cruel smile in his eyes. E-novel www.1xyazuo.com. After ordering the slaves to besiege Yazoo City, he led 60,000 cavalry troops to looting in Bashu territory. In the past 6 months, the Golden Horde has honored the Golden Drums, in order to prepare for the raid of Bashu in the Great Yu Kingdom. Another cold winter is coming soon. No descendants of the Golden Horde are willing to see their people in the cold and hunger die. In order to successfully conquer Song Zu City, they sent envoys to Tabo half a year ago, and finally promised to rob a quarter of their wealth in exchange for borrowing from Tabo. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't let go of any grain or livestock in the village. There are still many villages to grab below. Bodo shouted loudly. In front of him, barbarian soldiers roamed the village like tigers and wolves. The corpses of the people of the country of Dau were lying everywhere on the ground, mixed with the screams of daughters and the cries of children. It was like on earth. At this time, the barbarian soldiers were walking back and forth in the village with a machete. They tied everything that could be looted to their horses, while the cattle and sheep in the village were driven to the next village by them. Such a miserable picture made Bodo's eyes sparkle with excitement, and he would like to thank Bshan for being able to borrow Tabo smoothly this time. Although Bshan was punished by his father Khan again because of the defeat of Goryeo, 3 months after he returned to Chengdu, an Englishman came to Chengdu and began to teach them various methods of warfare. This time he also borrowed from Tabo. Idea. Fantastic British. Bodo thought in his heart, he saved the Golden Horde. Just as he was admiring in his heart, a barbarian general came to him and said, Hakatachi, Khan told us not to stay in Basha for more than 20 days. Now the time is coming. We should withdraw from Songzu to the grassland. Hakata frowned upon hearing this. This time, we finally managed to break into the territory of Great Yu country. Isn't it a pity that we left so quickly? Now that the soldiers' horses have not been filled with food, we will wait a few more days, and even the Great Yu country will also break the siege of Yazoo first, and then it will be too late to withdraw when the news is received. The general worried. Once the army of the country of Dau arrives, we may not be able to leave. HMPH, is your courage scared by the army of Dau? They are just muskets, "But can muskets run past our horses?" Bodo refused the general's proposal. Upon seeing this, the general sighed and stopped persuading. In Qing'an, after a day of repairing the capital of the once great Yu kingdom, Liu Quan and Qi Guanyi led the cavalry directly to Songzhou. After Xiaoming restored his official post, he did not go to Jinling City to join Lu Fu, but led the cavalry with Qi Guanyi to Songzhou instead of going to Yizhou for assistance. "General Luo, it's only a day and a half from Qing'an to Songzhou, is it really not going to Yizhou?" Qi Guanyi asked. Luo Quan looked firm. "Yizhou has 20,000 musketeers led by Di Ying. The city has sufficient food and grass, as long as there is no chaos inside. The slave soldiers of the barbarians cannot conquer, and the purpose of the barbarians is to plunder. Attack the city with heart. Once they have plundered enough, they will withdraw from Bashu. So what we need now is to prevent them from returning to the grassland from Songzhou City, and then join Lu Fu to wipe out this barbarian cavalry in one fell swoop." Qi Guanyi nodded when he heard the words. The veteran had fought many battles with the barbarians and knew the temperament of the barbarians very well. Seeing that Qi Guanyi still had doubts, Luo Quan continued, "If Shan, who is as cunning as a fox, leads the raid this time, maybe they have already returned to the grassland. But the battle report said that this time it was Bodo. I understand that he is a very greedy person, and he is likely to delay his withdrawal. In that case, sooner rather than later, General Luo, let's go," Qi Guanyi said, looking at the rays of light in the morning. Luo Quan was a little excited. Returning to the battlefield seemed to make him come alive again. During the period of living in Qingzhou, he was boring and important. Just to avoid suspicion, he had been enduring it, but until the military reforms appeared, he suddenly understood that he did not need to avoid suspicion. Riding the horse and pushing the whip, Nu Ben and Qi Guanyi went on the road again. Although the journey from Qingzhou to Qing'an was exhausting, the war was urgent and they could not tolerate too much rest. At noon on the second day, Luo Quan and Qi Guanyi led 30,000 cavalry to the foot of Songzhou City. When he saw the barbarian soldiers on the wall, they were overjoyed. "The general is like a god. I didn't expect that Boduo would not withdraw from Bashu because he was greedy for the plunder," Qi Guanyi said excitedly. Knowing that Songzhou broke and the barbarians entered Bashu, these generals were filled with anger. Dau and the barbarians were feuds. They just wanted to kill these invaders. Luo Quan drew his beard and looked at Songzhou City. He pondered, this Songzhou City is the western gateway to Bashu, with mountains on both sides and a city in the middle. It can be said to be easy to defend and difficult to attack. Attack from here. After a pause, he continued, now block Songzhou City immediately to prevent the barbarians from whispering, and let the soldiers dig trenches outside the city to prevent cavalry from entering the city. Qi Guanyi nodded, and he looked at Luo Quan with a little surprise. He didn't expect this long-awaited veteran to know how to dig trenches at such a moment. I have to say that Luo Quan's decision is right now. Now there are barbarian soldiers in Songzhou City, and Bodo leads 60,000 cavalry outside. If Bodo returns, they will suffer a lot under the attack from inside and outside. Therefore, now digging a trench can prevent the soldiers from the inner city from attacking and also prevent Hakata from using the barbaric cavalry advantage to attack them. After conveying Luo Quan's order, the soldiers immediately got off the horse and dug a trench 100 meters outside the city in front of the defenders of Songzhou City. After these trenches are completed, the soldiers led by Lu Fu should also arrive. Even if Bodo arrives first, they can rely on the cavalry and Bodo to deal with them for a few days. The cavalry of Dayu is not afraid of the barbarian cavalry. The barbarian soldiers in Songzhou City were terrified when they saw the scene outside the city, but they did not dare to go out to fight. Because most of the cavalry went out of the city to looting, now there are only 8,000 people in Songzhou City defending against accidents. If they go out of the city to fight, they will probably lose Songzhou City, which was much worse than the trenches in one place. In such preparations, 4 days later, Lu Fu-led army finally arrived, this time including 10,000 firefighting soldiers supported by King Zhu. These godsends went to Dau to looting. Today Grandpa Lu taught them how to behave. Luffy arrived outside Songzu City. His first sentence was full of anger. Chapter 764 Conquer. A slanting round of sunset dyed Songzu City red. E-fiction www.w 1xyazuo.com. Smoke and dust are flying on the yellow land, and the battlefield is full of death. Liu Quain, Chi Guanyi, and Luffy stood together, using binoculars to look at the defenders on the Songzu City wall not far away. After Luffy scolded Songzu City, he said, "General Liu, it looks like there are not many barbarian defenders in Songzu City. It will not be too late to attack the city before the sun sets." If it was before, Liu Quain thought that Luffy was talking big, but now the military reforms and equipment of Dau State allowed Dau State to break through the city gate in 2 hours. Moreover, this time Luffy also led soldiers equipped with new weapons. It would be best if you can capture Songzu City, so that you can trap Hakata here and annihilate it a little bit. Liu Quain nodded. Chi Guanyi agreed. Yes, coupled with the trench, it is impossible for the barbarian cavalry to attack the city from the trench under the fire of a musket. Luffy eagerly fists. What he likes most is fighting. When he was in Jinling City, besides daily training and dying, getting the army made him almost sleepless all night. Hey, in that case, try the new muskets provided by this military workshop. Luffy's eyes narrowed. When he saw these new muskets in Jinling City, he was almost drooling. After the trial, he eagerly wanted to equip his soldiers with such muskets. If it weren't for strict military laws, he would have the urge to keep these muskets. When the siege was decided, the army under Songzu City immediately moved. Luffy had all the soldiers holding the conquest musket stand 150 meters away from the city wall. According to the information provided by the military workshop, the range of the conqueror's musket is 900 meters, and the accuracy of 500 meters can still be achieved, but the accuracy at this time has dropped to 50%, so the best shooting position of the conqueror's musket 300 meters. Of course, the accuracy within 300 meters will be higher and higher. Since the birth of the musket, Luffy followed Xiaoming in the North and South Wars. He naturally knew how to use this feature of the musket. When facing the defending infantry, he naturally does not need to stretch the distance. It is important to ensure the accuracy of shooting while protecting his soldiers from being injured by bows and arrows. So the distance of 150 meters is very suitable. Under his order, soldiers armed with conquest muskets were arranged in 3 rows in front of the city gate. More than 3,000 soldiers within the 600-meter city wall pointed their guns at the soldiers on the city. Different from the previous blind shooting, the musketeers of this conquest carefully aimed at the barbarian defenders on the wall. In addition to the array accidents, there are also 200 conscript musketeers playing the role of skirmishers. They are distributed in different locations, looking for opportunities to shoot enemy soldiers. These are. Liu Quain went out in a hurry, still not understanding the role of these skirmishers. Luffy explained, "These soldiers are all soldiers selected by the army to shoot more accurately. They are responsible for shooting enemy generals under the cover of a large phalanx." Liu Quain's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "Catch the thief Xianqin Wang." Wonderful. When the two were talking, the array was quickly arranged. Looking at the sky, Luffy shouted at the artillery lieutenant Chen Ting, "Pull up Lao Tzu's field artillery and blow open the city gate." "Yes, General." Chen Ting was originally Liu Xin's subordinate. After the reform of the army, the artillery was split up, and the once excellent artillery generals were scattered to various armies. Hearing this, he immediately asked the soldiers to pull the field artillery drawn by the horses and deploy the field artillery directly opposite the city gate. When everything was ready, Luffy roared, "Fire!" Following his order, the musketeers pulled the trigger one after another. The flash cap produced a spark to ignite the gunpowder, a bang shot, and the cone-shaped bullet went straight to the target along the muzzle. When Dau team appeared under Songzu City, the barbarian soldiers in Songzu City fell into chaos, especially when the subsequent firearms arrived. The barbarian generals in charge of defending the city felt even more heavy. What are these soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom doing? This is at least 150 steps away, a barbarian commander asked in doubt. The captain in the city shook his head. As far as I know, Daeyu's musket range is not that far. As soon as his voice fell, there was a burst of fire from the city, and the commander suddenly fell down with a muffled snort. He was shocked when he saw it. When he looked at the commander, he saw blood on his chest. In shock, he looked at the army of Daeyu State outside the city. At this time, a bullet flashed in his eyes. Before he could react, the bullet shot into the center of his eyebrows. In an instant, the captain in the city fell in a pool of blood, and the barbaric soldiers who lost their command were in a mess. At the same time as the two fell, all the barbarian soldiers who were exposed continued to fall, which aggravated the chaos of the barbarian soldiers. The trio of Liu Oquane had been watching the top of the city, and Liu Oquane was shocked. The accuracy and range of the rifle for the conquest was indeed greatly improved. Ha ha ha! Luffy burst into laughter, and once again proved his ability on the battlefield. He said to Chen Ting, "Fire!" Boom boom boom. When the city wall was in chaos, the artillery began to bombard the city gate violently. After 3 rounds of volleys, the Songzu city gate collapsed. Charge! Following Luffy's order, the bayonet-mounted musketeers entered the trenches and moved towards the gate of the city. Climbing onto the ground from the trench, he entered Songzu city like a wave. The musketeers were not idle. They kept suppressing the barbarian soldiers at the head of the city to prevent them from attacking the soldiers at the city gate. Liu Oquane was just talking on paper at the military academy, and now he has actually experienced the actual combat of a firearm siege on the battlefield. After being shocked in his heart, he knew that the old era of swords and horses would be gone forever. Accompanied by the excitement of the charge, the musketeers flooded into Songzu city like a tide. Inside the city, the remaining barbarians still encouraged the resistance, holding their scimitars, and rushing towards the musketeers who entered the city with grim faces. Facing the barbarian soldiers in the city, the soldiers of Daeyu Kingdom looked cold, and the hatred of the country and the family made them colder and crueler than the soldiers of the barbarian. Looking at the barbarian soldiers rushing over, the musketeers changed their formation flexibly, and sometimes gathered together to shoot at them. Sometimes collectively took up bayonets and rushed to fight the barbarian soldiers. In the memory of the people of Daeyu, the soldiers of the barbarian tribe have always been savage and fierce, but now the soldiers of the Daeyu are more brave on the battlefield. In 6 years, the Daeyu team has become a wolf from a sheep. The barbarians have always been brave and fierce. At this moment, they suddenly found that the weak soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom became more fierce than them. These people hold bayonets like death, and often kill a barbarian soldier with one stab. Chapter 765. Tooth for tooth. As the dusk fell, the sound of fighting in Songzu city began to silence. Said www.1xiozuo.com. Liu Oquane, Luffy and Chi Guanyi led the rest of the army outside the city into Songzu city, and the dead barbarian soldiers fell to the ground in their eyes along the way. Some of these corpses were bullet holes, and some were stabbed with bayonet blades. The blood stained the streets of Songzu city, and the smell of blood was strong. Liu Oquane and the 3 had no mercy for these barbarian soldiers, because after entering the city, besides the corpses of the barbarian soldiers, they also saw the heads piled up like hills in the city. These heads came from the people in Songzu city and the soldiers guarding Songzu. Their eyes were open and facing the 3 of Luffy, as if they were telling their suffering. After walking past such a small hill in the city where the heads were piled up, they saw another one, and the faces of the 3 of them became more and more gloomy. The 50,000 people and 30,000 soldiers in Songzu city may not be spared. Chi Guanyi's throat was a little choked, and he said this sentence almost every word. Liu Oquane's expression was firm. He had experienced the barbarian slaughter city more than once. For the barbarians, this was an effective strategy to intimidate each other. It was this method that they continued to erode the city of Great Yu. As long as you surrender, you can avoid the massacre, otherwise Songzu will end. This time, Bodo is doing it for everyone in the country. Luf's hand holding the reins was white because of too much force. He said, I must personally cut off Bodo's head and hang it above Songzu City Gate. Then he said to the guards around him, if the order goes on, you are not allowed to accept the surrender of the barbarian soldiers in Songzu City. No matter what. The whole army has orders. Kill. Liu Quan did not order to stop Luf. He had no reason to do so in Songzu City like hell. More importantly, the soldiers seemed to be out of control after seeing this scene. From the beginning of entering the city, the soldiers behind him were as quiet as the night, with no sound at all, but their eyes were gradually covered by hatred. The hands holding the weapons became white, and their breathing gradually became heavy. Kill. After receiving Luf's order, the soldiers roared out of the anger accumulated in their hearts. They carried muskets crazy and searched for the enemy's traces in the city. At this moment, they forgot that they were holding a musket, or that only a bayonet pierced into the enemy's chest could relieve the hatred in their hearts. The remaining barbarian soldiers were drowned in an army of hatred before they could escape. The darker the sky, the light of torches began to light up in the city, and the barbarian soldiers disappeared in Songzu City, by the corpses of the people and soldiers. In the Songzu camp, Liu Quan ordered the restoration of the city gate and began to bury the corpse. After the war, there were plagues. As a veteran, he knew what he should do now. Qi Guanyi took the order, and only Luf and Liu Quan were left in the camp. Looking at Luf with a heavy face, Liu Quan patted him on the shoulder and said, this is the war. Did the barbarians kill fewer people in Yaozu back then? There are 3 million people in the entire Yanyuan 16 prefecture. Kill or kill, then the blood will flow into the river, floating corpses all over the field. Luf nodded silently. Today's scene evoked the past that he didn't want to recall. At that time, he was only 18 years old. He witnessed the hellish scene that made him never sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Since then, he has sworn an oath that this life will be his life to collect blood debts for the dead people of Dau. General Liu Quan said that, but what I am worried about now is the current 13 provinces of Bashu. With Bodo's temperament, 6 million Shu people are in danger. Luf said solemnly. So, we can't stay longer in Songzu City. Tomorrow will be led by Qi Guanyi to look for Bodo's army, raise the army for thousands of days, and use the army for a while. Now is the time for us to fight with the barbarians. Liu Quan looked firm. Luf stood up and said, the old general is in Songzu City, and Qi Guanyi and I can leave the city tomorrow. Liu Quan laughed. This firearm unit is still handy for your command. The cavalry is still good at it. You should go to lift the siege of Yaozu and join Di Ying, and then come and join the army. Luf thought for a while and nodded deeply. After a day of rest, Luf kept the 10,000 conquered musketeers in the city and used trenches to prevent the barbarian cavalry from escaping back to the grassland. The two were about to leave, when the cavalry who had been sent by Liu Quan to look for news about Hakata 3 days ago returned to Songzu City. Arriving in front of Liu Quan, the hunter said loudly, General, we have found the barbarian 6th Cavalry. This time, the leader of the barbarian cavalry Hakata has arrived in Yaozu, and now he is waiting for the other 5 cavalry to join him. So we have been spotted by them. Liu Quan said. Hakata did not come to Songzu City, but it was waiting for the cavalry to gather, obviously for the purpose of uniting the troops. The cavalry hunter said, I'm afraid so. Now the barbarian slave soldiers in Yaozu are also moving towards Yaozu. Luf and Liu Quan looked at each other. The information brought by the cavalry now disrupted their plan. Liu Quan said, since you have found the location of Boduo, it is much easier. Now you immediately send someone to Yaozu to make Ding move towards Yaozu. Then he said to Luf, since Bodo is preparing to join forces, we will not give him this opportunity. Before the reinforcements arrive, we will take the Yaozu and set a trap here to wait for the arrival of other barbarian troops. Luf showed a smile when he heard the words, which echoed his thoughts, so he said, Bingi, let's go out. Yaozu. This is a city less than 100 miles south of Songzu City. At this time, Bojuo is leading his troops to station in Yaozu City. The cavalry appeared outside Songzu City. On the next day, he got the news. In shock, he immediately dispatched cavalry to recall the other 5 cavalry soldiers, and even sent the slave soldiers besieging Yazu back to Yazu. Is there no other way to return to the grassland except Songzu? Bodo asked. Beside him was the chief 10,000 of the tribe. They looked at each other and shook their heads slowly. Songzu is the only way back to the grassland. Bodo paced back and forth, and now he had a trace of regret in his heart. In order to rob more finances and cause greater damage to the country of Dau. During this period of time, he was rampant in Bashu. As long as the places he passed by were left with the bodies of the people of Dau, he knew that if he was caught by the Dau team, he would die miserably. But now he has no retreat, and now he seems to be locked in a cage by the army of Dau. I hope that the army of Dau will not come too soon. Bodo frowned. He has only 10,000 people in Yozu. Even if he is stupid, he understands that this person cannot stop Dau. Chapter 766 Glory of the Cavalry. Kiao Dakwon skillfully let the war horse lie down on the ground to avoid being spotted. Then he took the telescope and started looking for the barbarian scout. E-novel www.1xyozu.com. As a member of the cavalry, he mainly performs 2 tasks. The first is to detect the enemy's movements, and the second is to hunt down enemy scouts to cover up the movements of his army. After the army in Songzu City came out, he and his companions in the cavalry team went out to hunt down the barbarian scouts to prevent the purpose of the army from being discovered. Not long after he came out, he quickly used the advantage of the telescope to spot a group of 10 barbarian scouts approaching them, so he immediately let his companion lie in ambush on the side of the hill, waiting for the prey to be hooked. As cavalry hunters, they are selected from the army and selected formidable men. After training, they have a special ability to detect. In terms of firearms, they also received preferential treatment. In addition to a sharp saber, they had a short-barreled musket on each side of the horse. They only use them when hunting down enemy scouts. Already, the barbarian scout was getting closer. Kiao Dakwon lowered his voice and said. The team members who also squeezed the horse behind the hill immediately cheered up one by one, ready to kill these scouts at any time. While waiting quietly, the barbarian scouts were getting closer and closer, and even they had heard the sound of horseshoes. At this time, Kiao Dakwon suddenly shouted and turned on his horse. Following his action, the other team members also let the horse get up from the ground. They turned on the horse instantly, and the whole action was done in one go. The barbarian cavalry obviously did not expect that there would be an ambush on the route they passed. 10 of them were startled when they saw the chasing cavalry wearing thin clothes, and then hesitated whether to kill the scout cavalry of Great U. Because when all the soldiers of the Great U country appeared, there were also 10 people in total. More importantly, these people were not protected by armor, and only had a cloth on their bodies. When the barbarians were stunned, Kiao Dakwon led the soldiers to the barbarian scouts. At this time, the distance between the two sides was very close, and it was convenient for them to contact each other in the blink of an eye. The barbarian cavalry reacted. At this time, the cavalry of the country of Dau had already arrived in front of them. They had no time to shoot arrows and drew their scimitars to rush towards Kiao Dakwon's group. Only when they were about to collide, the cavalry of Dau State suddenly drew a musket from the back of the horse and shot them at them. Bang, bang, bang. Sporadic gunfire sounded, accompanied by white smoke. The barbarian scouts fell from their horses, and they were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Turning the horse's head, Kiao Dakwon glanced at the scout lying on the ground, and then he drew another musket and shot another shot at the barbarian soldier on the ground. Other team members followed suit. They were to prevent these men from exposing the cavalry tactics. After solving these barbarian scouts, they continued to search for the next group of barbarian scouts. At the same time, there were 9 groups of cavalry scattered in a line looking for traces of the barbarian scouts. After a day of trekking, Liu Oquane's army successfully arrived at Yazu City. Taking advantage of the night, he watched and besieged Yazu City. The next day, Luff's infantry was late, and after the 3 men joined, They were ready to attack the city. "Bodo doesn't seem to have heard from us. This cavalry is still useful," Luo Quan said. Luf exclaimed. "The Emperor's martial arts are all intelligible. They are truly eternal wizards. This cavalry hunter is the Emperor's idea. It is very effective against this barbarian scout." Now Bodo is probably a blind man. Not only Bodo, but the raiding teams of other barbarians have also become blind. Qi Guanyi said. In order to annihilate this invading enemy, all the cavalry were dispatched this time. Before the siege began, a secret contest had already begun. The three said a few words casually, and Luo Quan said, "Now you should attack the city immediately. I am afraid that it will change if you are late." Luf nodded. He said to the generals under his command, "Siege." Before Luf's infantry arrived, Qi Guanyi led the cavalry to besiege Yazu City in advance. Now Yazu City is like a cage. As soon as Luf's voice fell, the sound of artillery suddenly sounded, and Chen Ting ordered the artillery to bombard the wall of the city gate at the same time from the front. Yazu City is only a small city with weak walls and small gates. Under the attack of artillery, the walls quickly collapsed and the gates were beaten to shreds. In the city, Bodo was already like an ant on a hot pot. The scout went out for a day and did not return. When he opened his eyes the next day, Yazu City was already surrounded by the cavalry of Dau. He had prepared two paths. The first one was to storm Songzu City after the meeting, and the second one was that the current Dau team retreated before the meeting. But now both roads are blocked. After the sound of the artillery outside the city, he pulled off the scimitar from his waist. "My people, the Golden Horde has no cowardly descendants. Even if you die today, you can't lose our glory. Come with me." The barbarian cavalry quietly listened to Bodo's words. As soon as his voice fell, the cavalry screamed wildly. They followed Bodo and rushed out of the city. Today, either he died in the city of Yazu, or he went back to the grassland. Seeing the barbarian cavalry, Luo Quan, who was rushing forward, his face was indifferent. Today is different from the past. The soldiers of Dau Kingdom will no longer be scared by the barbarians. Remove the difference in will. Now the two sides are competing for the strength of the weapon and the body. The musketeers immediately fired at the barbarian cavalry who rushed out of the city gate. After 3 shots, the barbarian cavalry fell. After they finished shooting, they retreated. At this moment, Qi Guanyi led the cavalry toward the cavalry led by Hukata. Because of the large number of cavalry, the imperial court does not have enough short-barreled muskets, and now the cavalry still uses crossbow arrows. The two sides rushed to a distance of 20 meters, and the Great Yu State cavalry picked up a crossbow and arrow on their horseback to hit the oncoming barbarian cavalry with an arrow. The barbarian cavalry suddenly turned their backs on their horses, and Dau's tricky play made them unexpected. But then there was a scene that surprised them even more. The soldiers of Great Yu State smashed the crossbow that had been shot with the crossbow as a weapon at the rest of the cavalry. Under the attack of crossbow arrows and crossbows, the formation of the barbarian cavalry was in chaos, and at this time, the tight and orderly cavalry of the Great Yu country plunged into the barbarian cavalry like a torrent of steel. Suddenly the war horse neighed and the killing sound shook the sky. The cuirassiers showed the advantage of the heavy cavalry at this moment. With their armor, they rushed to the left and right among the barbarian cavalry, sabers flying, blood splattered. Luf did not stop watching the battle at this time. He commanded the musketeers to enter the city through the gap, and split the barbarian cavalry trapped in the city into two, completely preventing the barbarian army from looking at each other. Chapter 767 Hunting gunpowder and gun smoke filled the battlefield. Eom's novel www.1xyazuo.com. Besieged by an enemy 6 times as large as his own, Hakata gradually couldn't hold it back, and the cavalry began to retreat. This time he lags behind the army of Great Chongqing in both numbers and weapons. He is increasingly desperate as he looks at the soldiers who are falling continuously. When the main gate was breached, the other 3 gates of Yazu City were also breached by 6. Cavalry and musketeers swarmed in along the gate, constantly compressing the front of the barbarian cavalry. From the morning to noon, there were fewer and fewer people in Bodo, and in the end only a few hundred horses remained trapped in the middle of the city. At this time they were pointed at by the musketeers, and they would die immediately as long as they gave an order. 60,000 people against 10,000 people. This was a war without any surprises. Liu Oquane, Luf and Chi Guanyi appeared outside the encirclement at this time. Liu Oquane recognized Bodo at a glance. I haven't seen Bodo for a long time. I didn't expect that we would meet here today. Liu Oquane's mouth had a hint of sarcasm. On the grassland, he often fought against Bodo. Hakata heard the sound and looked at Liu Oquane. His pupils dilated and returned to normal. He said to Liu Oquane, "It turned out to be you." Liu Oquane snorted coldly. "It's me. This time I'm sure you won't leave Bashu so soon. You really are the greedy Bodo before, and you have not changed at all." Bodo's eyes narrowed, and he angrily said, "I didn't expect that one day I would lose in your hands." "You are not defeated in my hands, but in the hands of the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom. The era when the barbarians can run wild has passed," Liu Oquane said lightly. Hakata suddenly laughed. "Liu Oquane, you are too early to say this. Do you really think that the Great Yu Kingdom can win the Golden Horde with firearms? Don't forget, the Golden Horde spans the whole on the Silk Road. We are far from rich as you think. Gold can't be eaten as rice," Liu Oquane sarcastically said. "But it can be traded." Hakata smiled evilly. Upon seeing this, Luf said angrily, "You will soon know that what you owe to the country will be returned soon." Bodo looked at Luf, and said with deep meaning, "At that time, when both lose and lose, you will not be able to protect yourself." After that, he stopped talking. Luf snorted coldly, "I'm afraid you won't see that day." After that, he waved his hand, and the soldiers got the order and fired at Bodo and the remaining cavalry. After a burst of gunfire, all the remaining barbarian cavalry fell under the bullet. The hatred in the hearts of the soldiers had not melted. They rushed up, picked up the bayonet and stabbed Bodo's body continuously. The three of Liu Oquane watched this scene quietly. They passed dozens of villages when they came, and these villages were undoubtedly ransacked by the barbarians. The village was burned down, and the villagers who were too late to escape were slaughtered. From Songzu to Yozu, soldiers witnessed too many tragedies. Now there was a fire in their hearts. It was this butcher who ordered the massacre of the people of Dayu. How they didn't hate it in their hearts. Annihilated Bodo and his cavalry. Liu Oquane and Luf did not relax, because there were 50,000 barbarian cavalry and nearly 60,000 barbarian slave soldiers coming to Yozu. They immediately began to repair the city wall, and lay ambush outside the city overnight according to the news from the scouts. At the same time, in order to chaotic the military spirit of the barbarian cavalry, Liu Oquane ordered the head of Bodo to be cut off and hung on the wall. The barbarian cavalry might resist seeing that Bodo was dead, but the barbarian slave soldiers would soon collapse. Yazu. Not an hour before the barbarian slave soldiers evacuated, a cavalry chaser entered the city. "What? General Luf and Liu Oquane have taken Songzu City." Ji Ying was overjoyed. The three princes also showed a smile on their faces. These days, they were worried every day. Now that the army is rushing to help, the crisis will be resolved soon. It's just that the people of Basha have suffered. This time it must have caused the barbarians to be very miserable. Xiao Zhen sighed. He is responsible for the government affairs of Yazu Mansion, and now he has strong feelings for this place. First Zhao Wang, and now he is a barbarian. Why is this abundance country so difficult? Ji Ying does not have time to be compassionate with the three princes. If the barbarians of Bashu are not eliminated for one day, the people here will continue to suffer. He said to the lieutenant, "Immediately gather the people and leave 5,000 to defend the city. The rest will go to Yozu with me and fight the barbarians with General Liu Oquane." "Yes," the lieutenant shouted loudly. These days, they are really useless, trapped in Yazu City by the barbarian slave soldiers, and now they finally have a chance to vent their anger. Assembling the army, Ji Ying went out immediately, and Liu Oquane's order was for them to pinch the slave soldiers back and forth. After 2 days of trekking, seeing that Yazu City could arrive in half a day, Ji Ying suddenly saw a large number of barbarian slave soldiers fleeing in their direction. He took a closer look and saw that Chi Guanyi led the cuirassiers to drive these slave soldiers like ducks. Upon seeing this, he grinned and immediately ordered the soldiers to cooperate with the cuirassiers to round up the slaves. At this time, Chi Guanyi also showed Di Ying's army. He rode his horse and said with a serious face, "Di Ying, catch this group of broken soldiers. Now you still have a chance to redeem your merits. Otherwise you will be prepared to return to King Zhu. Take off this military uniform." Di Ying's face turned dark. He sighed and said, "Thank you, but I believe the emperor has his own decree." After all, he led the soldiers to immediately encircle the group of slave soldiers. With Di Ying, Chi Guanyi no longer focused on the slave soldiers. As Liu Quan thought, the slave soldiers' will was weak. Now that Bodo is dead, they immediately collapsed. However, in order to prevent the collapse of these soldiers, they must arrest all these slave soldiers. Get out of the task of arresting the slave soldiers. Chi Guanyi led the cavalry towards Songzhou City. Before Di Ying arrived, 210,000 strong teams had arrived. When they saw Bodo's head hanging from the city gate, these barbarian cavalry had a brief confusion. But at the same time they also entered the trap set up by Liu Quan. Chi Guanyi led the cavalry in ambush and attacked the barbarian cavalry. The musketeers in the city cooperated with them to make dumplings for 20,000 people. The battle went smoothly, because the horses of these barbarian cavalry were hung with looted things at this time, and now these things have become their burden. The cattle and sheep that were driven have also become their obstacles at this moment. The death of Bodo and the barbarian cavalry who lost their morale after being flanked back and forth caused chaos. After half a day of fierce fighting, the barbarian cavalrymen were killed and injured 8,000 and were captured 12,000. At this time, they learned that another 30,000 squad had arrived directly under Songzhou City. Chi Guanyi is now preparing to rush to Songzhou City to encircle and suppress these barbarian cavalry. Chapter 768 Calm the chaos. A faint yellow afterglow fell from the western sky into Yazoo City. E-novel www.1xyazuo.com. On the street, the musketeers carried their muskets and walked out neatly towards Songzhou City. They had just finished ambushing two barbarian teams. Now they can't rest, but continued to hunt down the remaining 30,000 teams. At this time, the morale of the soldiers was high. Seeing that these invaders were about to be wiped out, they already had the joy of victory in their hearts. Liu Quan did not go out with Luf and Chi Guanyi. He will be responsible for the detention of the prisoners in Yazoo City. The ambush outside the city was fought beautifully today. In addition to the barbarian cavalry, 50,000 barbarian slave soldiers were captured, and he will work with Di Ying to prevent these slaves from causing chaos in the rear. Originally, he could kill these people like the barbarians in Songzhou City, but his reason finally made him choose to keep these prisoners. This time Bashu was so severely damaged by these people that leaving them to serve is hard labor for life in Bashu is better than killing them. Of course, this is only for ordinary barbarian soldiers, and none of those barbarian generals can escape the trial of the Great Yu. Watching Luf led the soldiers to leave, Liu Quan said to Di Ying, "Send Boduo's body and the remaining barbarian generals to King Zhu, and ask the emperor to judge." "Yes, General," Di Ying answered. He led the soldiers to drive all the barbarian generals into the prison wagon, and sent soldiers to Yazoo, and then took a boat from Yazoo to King Zhu. Songzhou City, facing the trench in front of him, Archige frowned. Although he lost a lot of scouts, a team of scouts returned to tell them about Yazoo City. Knowing that Yazoo City was breached, Archige or even Bodo had no chance of surviving. After playing with the remaining 210,000 strong teams, they went straight to Songzhou, where they thought the defense was weak, and prepared to return to the grassland. Archige had long been dissatisfied with Bodo's greedy character, and his plans before leaving were all messed up by Bodo. It's just that this time the Bodo leader can only obey the order, but since Bodo is either dead or captured, he can no longer take care of him. Winter is coming soon. If they cannot bring the looted food back to the grasslands, they will die more people this winter. Thinking of this, Archige's eyes became fierce, and he shouted, "Dismount, "You must take Songzu City." Now he has only cavalry under his command, but the cavalry can't attack the city, so he can only order the soldiers to abandon the horses and become a stepped siege. When he decided to come to Songzu, he judged that there were not many defenders here, because most of them were encircling Hakata in Yozu. Now looking at the soldiers who are not very dense on the wall, he couldn't help feeling a little proud. Maybe he could return to the grassland this time. It's just that he quickly discovered something wrong. After his soldiers charged, layers of muskets suddenly protruded from the trench in front of the city gate. With a burst of gunfire, the charging barbarian soldiers fell in batches, and at this time the soldiers on the wall also shot at a long distance. Bullets fluttered, and the barbarian cavalry were like moths fighting the fire, but no matter how fierce they were, they often fell on the way to the charge before they had contact with the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom. At this moment, the conquest muskets fully used the advantage of long range. The soldiers in the trenches and the soldiers on the city wall covered each other and fired. The barbarian soldiers suffered heavy losses for a time. Archie was stunned. The first group of 4,000 soldiers to charge had all fallen before the trench. His body was trembling, and then he ordered the second batch of soldiers to charge. Now he has no retreat. If Songzu City is not broken, he will never be able to return to the grassland. It's just that the 5,000 people who charged this time repeated the fate of the first wave of soldiers again. In the intensive shooting, these brave enough barbarian soldiers fell in a pool of blood. In 1 hour, all 2 consecutive attacks failed, and Archie was cold. The Dayu team he encountered this time is obviously different from the past. This weapon advantage makes him have no way to win. Looking at Songzu City in silence, Archie glanced desperately at the remaining barbarian cavalry. At this time, he reined in and headed towards Chang'an. The remaining barbarian cavalry followed closely. One day after Akaij left, Qi Guanyi led the cavalry to the Songzu City. Looking at the body of the barbarian soldier in Songzu City, he knew he was late. "General, the cavalry chasers have been following the barbarians. They have gone in the direction of Chang'an," a soldier reported to Qi Guanyi. Upon hearing this, Qi Guanyi snorted, and he said, "They are seeking their own way. Their horses have no fodder to eat. I see how far they can go." After all, he led the troops to chase after him and touched a head of dust in front of Songzu City. The number of remaining barbarian cavalry was not enough to be afraid of, which made Qi Guanyi bolder. While Qi Guanyi continued to encircle and suppress the barbarian cavalry, Songzu City's guard also sent the news to Yozu City. Knowing that the remaining barbarian cavalry were still fleeing, he frowned, and then he called a cavalry general and said, "You immediately send 3 groups of cavalry. One of them is going to Yozu, telling the people along the way, with the heads of the barbarian soldiers, you can go to each state capital to receive a bounty of 5 or 2. The other team went to Chang'an to spread the news. The remaining team went directly to Juangguan to notify Liu Ohong and let him send cavalry to search for the remaining barbarian cavalry." "Yes, General." The cavalry general responded and walked out. Liu Oquan waved his hand to let him pass the order. He only did this to eliminate the barbarian soldiers in Bashu. Although they captured many barbarian soldiers in the war yesterday, some soldiers were still at large. Bashu is very large, and these barbarian soldiers can be anywhere, so only by letting the people find the participating barbarian cavalry can quickly wipe out those remnants. And going to Chang'an is also a reason. There are more wealthy families. They will be happy to use this opportunity to show their faces in front of the current emperor. After ordering this matter, Liu Oquan was about to rest for 3 days before returning to King Zhu. The army was exhausted, and Bashu suffered this calamity. He was unwilling to add a burden to this place. At the same time, Luff naturally rushed out of Songzu City. According to the predetermined plan, he continued to lead his troops northward. What happened? Then returned to Jinling City after rest in Chang'an. However, in order to prevent the Tubo and the barbarians from coming to Songzu again, this time he decided to place the musketeers led by Di Ying in Songzu City, waiting for the Yozu government to train a group of soldiers before replacing them. Chapter 769 King Zhu e-novel www.1xiozuo.com. Xiaoming waited for almost a month and a half before finally waiting for Liu Quan to lead his troops back. During this period of time, intelligence has been constantly coming from Bashu, but he knew very well that this was a delayed battle report. For the first time, he missed the contemporary telephone and telegram very much. If there were these things, why would his eyes be blackened? The Emperor, now there are less than 10,000 barbarian cavalry left still wandering in the territory of Great Yu. Qi Guangyi is leading the cuirassiers to continue chasing. Presumably it will take less than a month for these invading enemies to be wiped out. Liu Quan said loudly in the hall of discussion. On the third day when Akaij fled to Chang'an, he led some soldiers back to King Zhu. After 10 days of trekking, he finally returned to King Zhu. On the way, he learned that Qi Guangyi had found a way of barbarian cavalry. After the fierce battle, half of the 10,000 barbarian cavalry were killed and half captured. So when he returned to King Zhu, he immediately reported the matter to Xiaoming. All the ministers in the Council of Government were relieved, and they were worried and unable to exert themselves during this period. Fiji said, the Emperor, Bodo was killed, and the main barbarian forces were wiped out. The remaining 10,000 barbarian cavalrymen, who were unfamiliar with their lives in the country, may be wiped out in a few days. The crisis of Bashu is considered lifted. Eldaf said that he hopes that the Emperor will not worry too much about the dragon body. Pang Yukun said Xiaoming was always worried about this, and sometimes the court officials were listless. The ministers saw it in their eyes and worried in their hearts, so they couldn't help but persuade him. His brows stretched a little, and Xiaoming said, nevertheless, during the barbarians' raging period, Bashu suffered heavy losses. Hundreds of thousands of people died tragically, and millions of people were displaced. This incident will undoubtedly hit the reforms of Great Chongqing. It is heavy. A country of abundance could have provided a lot of taxes for the court, but now the court is about to transport food for disaster relief. The minister in the Hall of Parliament was silent. What Xiaoming said was not an exaggeration. The purpose of the barbarian strip was very insidious. At the same time they looted, they burned everything they could burn. As a result, a large number of people were left homeless, and the food that could be harvested immediately was burned, making the lives of the people even more difficult. The Emperor, at least the production team initially established in Bashu, has played a lot of role. Many people have fled into the mountains to avoid being slaughtered by the barbarians. The lost wealth can be returned, but the people are the most valuable in Bashu, Fiji said. Liu Quan agreed. The Emperor, it is true. The massacres of the barbarians were mainly born in Songzhou, Yazoo and the city leading to Yazoo. Although the people in the village also suffered casualties, most of them were spared, and the barbarians looted things. We have seized everything, and returning these things to the people will allow the people to pass the winter. Xiaoming nodded. This was good news among the bad news for him. The rush to the aid was still timely, otherwise Bashu would only suffer more losses. Briefly talking about the situation in Bashu, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly flashed a fierceness. He said, the heart of the Great Yu country will not die if the barbarians are destroyed. For safety, we must fight back against the barbarians so that they can no longer continue to be so rampant. Hearing this, Pang Yukun said solemnly, the Emperor should think twice and don't fall into the enemy's tricks. The news from the secret guard is very strange. This time the barbarians were instructed by others to use turbo. It is precisely because someone is making trouble in it that I have to clean up the barbarians, otherwise it will be more difficult to deal with the barbarians when they become stronger. Xiaoming said. During the Bashu rebellion, Wang Zhuan sent back a piece of information. Pang Yukun and Fiji were both present at the time, and he casually told them. Wang Zhuan's intelligence clearly mentioned that a golden-eyed Westerner appeared in Chengdu with the Golden Horde, and this Westerner was still with Bishan. Based on this information, he could easily determine that this was another British conspiracy after the Japanese kingdom. The British, who were accustomed to the balancing policy in Europe, brought this set to Asia. They first went to the Wa country. and then went to the Golden Horde for a very clear purpose. This was to restrict the exhibition of the Great Yu country on the ground and the ocean at the same time. The Europe of this world is obviously older than the Europe of his time in terms of technology and politics. But this also caused him trouble. In his view, perhaps it was the technology exhibition in Daegu that aroused the vigilance of the British, or the cooperation between him and the Dutch angered them. No matter what it is, the current British people are not friendly to him. So now he must find a way to make the British strategy fall to nothing, and can no longer give the British time to support the Golden Horde in the Japanese kingdom. Pang Fu's worry is indeed superfluous. Now the army of Dayu is not what it used to be. The power of firearms is undoubtedly revealed in the suppression of the Bashu rebellion. Liu Oquan believes. Xiaoming nodded. His self-confidence comes from the equipment of the conquering rifle. It can be said that the current Dayu team is already a standard firearms unit, and it is not inferior to the Western military in terms of equipment and training level. The barbarians are now just a steppe empire staying in the feudal era, facing the advanced firearms and tactics of the Great Yu country. It is difficult to resist. Had it not been for the barbarians to live on the grasslands, relying on the strong mobility of horses, he would have attacked the barbarians long ago. But now he still can't go to the grassland. The number of cavalry in Dayu is still too small, but he can go to the barbarian settlement. In addition to Shengjing, there are 6 barbarian cities from Shanhai Aiguan to the bottom of Qingbai Mountain. These 6 cities extend into a straight line. For a long time the barbarians occupied the 16 states of Yanyan with supplies provided by these 6 cities. Now he wants to seize these 6 cities and plunder the population and livestock from the barbarians. For him, the days when the country of Dayu became more and more poor are gone forever, and now he has to be like them. The more he grabs the richer. At the same time, this is also the best memorial for the people who died in Bashu. The Emperor, even if you want to fight, you can't do it in winter. The north is bitterly cold, and the soldiers' clothes are thin. I'm afraid that before the war begins, the soldiers will get a lot of frostbite. Seeing Xiaoming seemed to have made up his mind, Fiji reminded. Old feel at ease. Although I am very angry, I haven't fainted yet. Xiaoming said. He knows better than these ministers in winter, and will not foolishly fight the Golden Horde in winter. Both Nu Ben and Liu Oquan are veterans, and naturally they know why. After understanding Xiaoming's current thoughts, Liu Oquan said, "The Emperor. In that case, how should the barbarian generals who have been taken into King Zuvis time deal with?" Chapter 770 Military Establishment. Kill it. Hang outside the gate of Shanhai Aiguan. One on the Hall of Yezing. Xiaoming's cold voice is like a winter wind. As soon as his voice fell, there was a brief silence in the hall. The ministers exchanged their eyes, and then a loud hooray sounded. Xiaoming looked down on the emperor and his ministers. After a little thought, he understood why the officials had such a reaction. Only 6 years ago, Great Yu was still in a humble position to claim vassal to the Golden Horde. Everything in Great Yu and the Golden Horde was an extremely important national event. It is especially like capturing the generals of the Golden Horde. Often in order to avoid intensifying conflicts, they will send all the generals of the Golden Horde back. But now he treats the barbarians like the Golden Horde dealt with the captive generals of Great Yu, and he did not give the Golden Horde any face. After all, fighting for death on the battlefield is excusable, and he is now killing prisoners directly. Such an act was a naked humiliation to the Golden Horde, and this will inevitably arouse their anger. But if it were before, the court may have opposed opinions, but in the 2 years since he was enthroned, he has established his own absolute authority on Dayu and the court through continuous victories in foreign wars. Because in the hearts of the ministers, he is now the star of the Great Yu Kingdom. As long as they diligently implement any order he gives, they can move towards revival. It is precisely because of the slight collision between these two mentalities that the ministers will make deafening shouts after hesitating. There was a smile on his face, and Xiaoming looked at the officials. Read a book www. As an emperor, he must firmly grasp his power in his own hands, and he comes from modern times, and has a more long-term vision than DAU and even the West. He knows very well that what he is doing now is to adapt to the times, and what he is doing is contrary to the trend. The matter of the barbarian prisoners was decided. Xiaoming asked Qian Defu to announce his resignation, but he kept Nu and Liu Oquan. After the officials dispersed, Xiaoming said to the two of them, "The two generals used to be the ministers of the humorous of the Great Yu Kingdom, but they are still my right and left arms. I hope that the two generals can assist me in eliminating this northern disaster together." Gnu and Liu Oquan heard the words, and at the same time bowed and said, "It is our duty to quell the threat of the north for the Great Yu country." Hearing the words, Xiaoming nodded. Actually, he brought the two over this time for the last step of the military reform. Now the British and French are interfering in the internal affairs of the country. It may not take him long for these Western powers to go to war, so the most critical step to victory now is to implement modern military reforms. After thinking about it, he said, "Today I left the two generals for military reform. In my opinion, the DAU system is no longer able to adapt to the command of the firearms. Therefore, before the war, I am preparing to implement a new military system." Then, Xiaoming explained his thoughts to the two in detail. Combining with the modern army system, Xiaoming plans to set up corps, army, division, brigade, regiment, battalion, and company in the infantry. One of the corps is composed of 2 corps. One corps is composed of 4 infantry divisions, and 2 cavalry regiments. Each corps has a commander. The division governs 2 or 3 brigades. The brigade governs 2 regiments. Each regiment has 3 battalions, and each battalion has 9 companies. 120 people in a company, and these 120 people are the standard equipment of an array of musketeers. In this way, by coordinating from top to bottom, the firearms can be handy in command. Before, his old establishment was enough to be used in the country of Dau. It was not necessary, but now the country of Dau is about to move towards overseas colonization. He does not want to be at a disadvantage in any respect. In addition to the army, the cavalry also follows the corps division brigade regiment company system, and the artillery system has been changed accordingly. This is to equip each army of different levels with different numbers of artillery. According to his idea, 1 battalion is equipped with 8 field artillery, 1 regiment has 24 field artillery, and 1 division has 72 field artillery. Army 288 field guns. When Xiaoming explained the effect of the technology spa made the two of them understand the system more clearly, and even explained the advantages of the system. Although Nu and Liu Oquan feel weird, they also believe that the military system of the Great Yu Kingdom was prepared for cold weapon wars, because both sides need a large number of battlefields. With the installation of the Conqueror musket, this flexible organization is more suitable for the flexible application of tactics on the battlefield. The Emperor, if this is the case, what will be the official positions of Liu Hong and others? Nu asked. Xiaoming drank a sip of tea, and said slowly, "The commander of the army is a position that was only established during the war. As for Liu Hong is now equal to the army commander, and now the number of soldiers under his command is roughly the same. As for what is not enough, let's add it in this conscription." Liu Oquan said, "So, their generals will be given official positions according to division, regiment, battalion, and company." "Exactly," Xiaoming said. Gnu and Liu Oquan looked at each other. In fact, after the Dau team reformed their weapons, they were already psychologically prepared for other changes in the military. And at the military academy, they also learned about the organization of the Western military. The organization proposed by Xiaoming is generally not far behind the Western military. The Emperor, the general, returned to the military aircraft department and set about preparing for this. Nu said. Xiaoming nodded. At this moment, he looked at Liu Oquan. Now Liu Oquan has just been activated, and his identity is still a bit embarrassing. This time I mentioned him to the Ministry of Military Aircraft. I am afraid that some people will have opinions. After all, Liu Oquan has not participated in the war in recent years. So he said, There is one more thing. In addition to the reform of the army's establishment, the military aircraft subordinates will have to establish another official office called the General Staff. The cow looked puzzled. In fact, the prototype of the General Staff appeared in Prussia in the mid-17th century. At that time, the Swedish army in Europe was highly respected by various countries, so when Prussia formed its troops, it followed the formation of a quartermaster department, which was the original General Staff. At that time, the main responsibilities of the quartermaster department were to take on the tasks of engineer services, choosing marching roads and camps, and building positions. In the era of Frederick the Great, the quartermaster's department added orders to guide the marching troops and draft reports and documents for the generals. In the first battle to carve up Poland and the Bavarian War of Succession to the throne in 1778, the Military Supplies Directorate accepted the planning and leadership of the reserve force until 1817, when the Prussian Quartermaster Directorate was officially renamed the General Staff. Although Xiaoming is now in the 18th century, Europe at this time has more than a lot of cultural and military aspects. Therefore, in his opinion, it is necessary for this staff to be established to coordinate military operations. Chapter 771 King of Chu. Time rises from the morning sun to noon. E-novel www. 1 Xiaozuo.com. Xiaoming and Nu Ben and Liu Oquan in the Palace of Political Affairs discussed in detail the affairs of the staff. After his explanation, the two were very in favor of setting up this organization for making war plans and coordinating logistics. They are all veterans on the battlefield, and naturally they can see the mystery, and in this way, they can also restrain the generals, lest they mess around on the battlefield. After deciding to establish this organization, Xiaoming arranged Liu Oquan in. Nu Ben was the chief officer of the military aircraft department, and Liu Oquan was in charge of the general staff. The two complemented each other, and cooperation with each other was enough. Of course, their final decision is still in his hands, and only the battle plan approved by him can be implemented. Speaking of it, the military reforms this time allowed him to hold the army tighter. In Linen, the king of Chu had already learned about the defeat of the barbarian in Bashu. He was a little unhappy sitting in the pavilion and drinking tea with Richard. Richard noticed King Chu's expression, and he took a sip of the tea. He could drink this kind of tea that only the rich in Europe could afford. His Royal Highness, are you still thinking about the Golden Horde? Richard asked. King Chu stood up, and he said angrily, this Golden Horde is really useless. How can it be defeated so quickly? Weren't they great before? Richard suddenly laughed. His Royal Highness, the Golden Horde has never encountered guns and artillery before. If we French have 60,000 people in Bashu, we can easily defeat the cavalry of the Golden Horde. So the Golden Horde is over? King Chu said nervously. What he likes to see now is that the Golden Horde destroys Xiaoming, so that he can sit firmly in the south. Frowning his brows, Richard said, His Royal Highness has been thinking too much. There are vast grasslands in the north of Dayu. It is not so easy for Xiaoming to destroy him in a short time, but if they fight together, we are happy to say. Since then, His Royal Highness has more time to prepare. King Chu nodded when he heard this. In fact, he has been living in fear since Xiaoming became the throne, because he knew that once Xiaoming Kong made his move, he would be the next dead king. So during this period of time, he gave his trust to the French, just to be able to live and keep his father's legacy. He has even begun to consider the French ideas that Richard had spread to him. As long as he can become stronger and eventually defeat Xiaoming, he is willing to share power with merchants and establish a constitutional monarchy. It is precisely by following Richard's suggestion that many businessmen have now gathered under his banner to contribute money to him. When the war in the north continued, his feudal state was changing subtly. You're right, I only hope that the Golden Horde can entangle Xiaoming, so that it will be more and more beneficial to us. King Chu is in a better mood. Richard blew the heat of the tea water with satisfaction, and they worried for a while when they learned that the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom in the north had flint and artillery. However, judging from the chaotic situation now, the Emperor of Great Chongqing seems to be in trouble. Now, Coupled with the British balance strategy, Great Chongqing is more like a beast. Although the emperor possessed a large number of troops and advanced firearms, the French, who had been framed countless times by the British, understood that when a country in 6 regions fell into war with surrounding countries, the rise of the country would be greatly weakened. In this way, they have the opportunity to turn East Asia into their sphere of influence. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, Your Highness must take the opportunity to grow. We hope that His Highness will no longer conceal our French trade. Richard's words were threatening. He knew that the weak underbelly of the King of Chu had been firmly grasped by them, so he no longer appeared humble in front of King Chu. The unnaturalness in King Chu's eyes flashed past. He was a character like a monkey spirit. After suffering, he didn't want to put all his eggs in the basket. Secretly, he has sent businessmen to contact with other Western countries, and it is impossible for France to want a monopoly. Moreover, the fear of Xiaoming also made him feel crazy. Even if he died, he would drag Xiaoming into the war with these Western countries. King Zhu. One by one, the prisoner cars with the barbarian generals departed from Qingzhou City to Shanhai Aiguan. After the people on both sides of the road knew that this was the barbarian general, they picked up what they could pick up and threw them at these barbarians. Born in Qingzhou and growing up in Qingzhou, they hated the barbarians very much, and now they can't wait to throw these barbarians into a pan to let them experience the taste of being fried. When the barbarians invaded Qingzhou, the people of Qingzhou were so pleased by the barbarians. The barbarian generals on the horse were still fierce and unabated. They stared at the people on the street and made threatening roars from time to time. But what they got was just a whip from the guards and a more violent counterattack from the people. This chaos continued until the barbarian generals were transported out of Qingzhou City. Then, the convoy arrived at Shanhai Aiguan after a bumpy road for 7 days. The guards in charge of the custody handed the prisoners to Ming. With these prisoners, there was Xiaoming's verbal statement. After reading the verbal statement, Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Xiaoming would return these people to the barbarians, but the verbal order reassured him. So he told the guards around him, "Prepare 36 wooden stakes, and erect these 36 wooden stakes along both sides of the road outside Shanhai Aiguan Gate." Upon receiving the order, the guards led the soldiers to execute. 1 hour's time, 36 3-meter-high wooden stakes were erected outside the customs. At this time, Wu Ming said, "Hang all the barbarian prisoners on the wooden stakes, and let the barbarians see their invasion." The fate of Dayu State. He said that he actually thought Xiaoming was still benevolent. If he directly attacked these people, they would never be merciful when they killed the people of Dayu. However, a guard's explanation made him recall that the method Xiaoming had chosen was vicious. The barbarians have worshipped Qingenshan for generations. From their shaman's point of view, every tribe who died in battle can ascend to Qingenshan and enjoy eternal joy. It is precisely because of this that the barbarian soldiers can fight so fiercely, because death is not terrible to them. But there is one thing: if they are killed by a weapon of crow blood, they will not be able to ascend to the sky of long hatred, because in the eyes of the barbarians, crows are unclean. In Xiaoming's oral statement, he was asking Thunder Ming to hang these generals on wooden stakes, and then use crow blood to kill these barbarian generals, and they would be extremely frightened. Chapter 772. Cruel. The cold wind from the north swept across the grassland. Small said www.1xiozuo.com. On the road outside Shanhai Aiguan City, the barbarian generals were firmly tied to the pillars. At this time, their arrogance was no longer in Qingzhou, and only fear was left. Thundering eyes swept across the faces of these barbarian generals, remembering the expressions of each of them. He knew very well that the hands of these barbarian generals were stained with countless blood from the people of the country of Dau, and they would not let it go, whether they were men, old people, women and children. Because he once witnessed how the barbarian cavalry treated the people of Yaozu. If it weren't for the barbarians, they would need people to provide them with food and labor. They would have killed all the people in Yaozu. For him, He can't wait for such a brutal grassland people to become extinct sooner. Execution, Lu Ming said coldly. The barbarian merchant on the road couldn't help closing his eyes at this time. Despite the constant friction between the two sides, the private trade between Dau and the barbarians has never ceased. Dau state mainly buys fur and meat oil from the grassland, while the barbarians buy daily necessities such as sugar, clothes, and liquor from Dau state. It is particularly worth mentioning that the nobles of the Golden Horde seem to be very interested in the luxury goods of the country. Perfume, pendulum clocks, glass and mirrors are all sought after by them in the Golden Horde. Therefore, there will be a strange phenomenon that the smuggling trade is very busy. Xiaoming also turned a blind eye to this kind of non-governmental trade. Obviously, this kind of trade is very beneficial to him. The barbarians need to exchange a lot of fur for the daily necessities of the country, which also stimulated the big exhibition of Yugo industry. However, in terms of strategic resources, Xiaoming's control is very deadly, especially saltpeter, iron and other materials are strictly forbidden to be sold to the barbarians. Thunder is guarding Shanhai Aiguan, and is also responsible for supervising merchants' trading activities on weekdays to prevent some merchants from selling higher amounts. Profits take risks. Following the thunderous order, the soldiers standing in front of the captive generals soaked the lead bullets in a bowl full of crow blood. Then they loaded the bullets into the rifle and aimed at the generals. Following the actions of the soldiers of the Great Yu State, the barbaric generals finally lost control. Now their only sustenance of death has been destroyed by the Great Yu State. Now, they only have fear in their hearts. The barbarian merchants looked pale, and this method of executing their tribesmen had never appeared in Dau. Because once this incident returned to the grassland, it would definitely arouse the anger of Tan Khan. But now everything has changed. Today's Dau kingdom is no longer afraid of them. And when they saw these generals, they understood that the Khanates looting into Basha had suffered a terrible failure. There was a smile at the corner of Li Ming's mouth, and this was what he hoped to get. It's time for their Golden Horde to recall their fear of being dominated. Fire! With an order, the soldier holding a musket pointed the muzzle at the barbarian general's chest. With the sound of bang bang bang, the barbarian generals lowered their heads, while the undead barbarian generals with the bayonets held in their hands of soldiers directly stabbed to death. All the barbarian generals were executed. Lu Ming looked at the barbarian merchants on the road. He said, "Don't worry, it would not be against you. These people have committed heinous crimes in Bashu and massacred hundreds of thousands of children in our country. Minutes, even if you kill them 10,000 times, you can't atone for these sins. Please bring what you see to your Tan Khan, and say that the Emperor of the Kingdom of Dau said to him that he wants to fight, and the Kingdom of Dau will stay with him to the end." After a pause, he said again, "In addition, your body of Hakatachi is also here. You transported it back to your Tan Khan." After that, Thunder beckoned, and the two soldiers immediately carried Bodo's body out and threw it in front of the barbarian merchant. The barbarian businessmen did not dare to speak. They didn't want to be killed by unclean things. They carried Bodo's corpse onto the carriage, and they drove the horses to the grassland. Watching the barbarian merchants leave, Lu Ming said to the generals in Shanhai Aiguan, "This humiliation of the barbarians will inevitably make the Tan Khan of the Golden Horde become angry. Now you immediately prepare for war to prevent the barbarians from committing crimes." "Yes, General." The generals returned to the pass after hearing the words. At this time, Thunder took out the map he was carrying with him, and this time he also ordered the barbarian warfare. In the future, they are afraid they will seize the 6 cities of the barbarians. These 6 cities are Pingzhu, Jinzhu, Liaozhu, Yingzhu, Jianzhu, and Rozhu. These 6 cities lined up from south to north in the northeast of Dau Kingdom. In these cities, the half-farming and half-herding people of the Golden Horde and their slaves looted from various places lived in these cities. Now these 6 cities have become important food supplies for the Golden Horde, and because of this, the Golden Horde will be so confident to fight against Great Yu. He glanced at the 6 cities on the map, Thundering clenched his fists, and at this moment he was excited. For him, He finally looked forward to this day. After all, the land outside the pass was also the land of the Great Yu Kingdom, and it was only discarded after being eroded by the barbarians a little bit. And these 6 cities were built before the Great Yu Kingdom, and the Golden Horde was just a ready-made one. After confirming the location of these 6 cities, he put away the map. Besides preparing for the war, he has one very important thing. Accompanied by the command of the generals was the military organization reform order of the military aircraft department. From now on, his military position is no longer the captain, but the commander. In this winter, they are destined to be unable to attack. Taking advantage of this time, they can implement the military establishment and carry out some corresponding reorganization training. While thundering executed the barbarian generals, Qi Guanyi finally tracked the remaining barbarian cavalry with Luo Hong's cooperation. After almost a month of fleeing, Archie and his cavalry were in desperation. Because of the lack of forage and logistical support, they can only rely on raiding the village to obtain supplies. As for the states and counties, they are powerless. After all, they all have tall walls. But even so, there was not enough food in the village, because many Baixins here fled to Yubao, and there was very little left in the village. Akaij, letting your soldiers surrender could have spared your life, otherwise today will be your death date. Along the way, Qi Guanyi kept biting Akaij's army. When he walked through a place, the people would tell him the direction of Akaij. The descendants of the Golden Horde will not surrender to you idiots of the Great Yu Kingdom. Archie roared and led the remaining 8,000 people to charge Qi Guanyi. Qi Guanyi's eyes were cold. He pulled out his saber and said loudly, "Soldiers, send this bunch of Golden Horde's beasts to hell." Go. Chapter 773 Material Restrictions. 8,000 men against more than 20,000 elite cuirassiers. Eom's novel www.1xiozuo.com. This war was destined to be a massacre, and the intensively charged cuirassiers urged their horses to rush towards the barbarian cavalry. Immediately before the two sides collided, the cuirassiers collectively drew out crossbow arrows and shot them, and then threw them as weapons at other barbarian soldiers. The barbarian cavalry fell one after another when they faced each other, causing confusion in the formation. Upon seeing this, Qi Guanyi immediately commanded the cavalry to wrap up the barbarian cavalry from both sides to make dumplings. After an hour of fighting, the entire barbarian cavalry was destroyed, leaving only wandering horses on the battlefield. Clean the battlefield and collect all the horses. Qi Guanyi was covered in blood. Archie didn't know that he died in the hands of that soldier, but he didn't bother to look for it. Now he needs to be a war horse of the barbarian tribe. As far as he knows, the total number of barbarian tribe entering Bashu is 63,000. 3,000 of them died or left behind after entering Tabo. Only 60,000 entered Bashu. But even so, the complete destruction of 60,000 barbarian cavalry was a huge victory. Because in previous wars the barbarian slave soldiers were mainly eliminated, and the real barbarian soldiers died very rarely. Therefore, the failure of that kind of war did not have much impact on the Golden Horde. To the barbarians who are currently in short supply, it does not matter how many slave soldiers die. In their eyes, slaves are not people at all, but goods. But the barbarians who lost 60,000 cavalry this time will definitely feel pain. On the contrary, now Qi Guanyi would wake up from a dream. With these 60,000 cavalry horses in addition to the number of losses, he can at least once again form 40,000 cavalry, so that each army of the Great Yu can be equipped with a sufficient number of cavalry. Looking at the horses on the battlefield with a smile, Qi Guanyi suddenly remembered something. He immediately called the soldiers and asked him to send the good news of Archige Fusu back to King Zhu. In this way, the Bashu turmoil was completely settled. 5 days later, the news arrived in King Zhu. After reading the news sent by Qi Guanyi, Xiaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief. What he worries most is the continued destruction of Great Yu by these cavalry. Now that these people have all been cleaned up, the country in Dayu has been stabilized. Emperor, now you can rest assured, this time, no one thought of it. Qian Fu said with a smile. Xiaoming nodded. The country of Dayu is very large, so there are so many loopholes to drill. In the past, he did not pay enough attention to Bashu, and the prevention of Tubbo was too low. Now he must be more vigilant and stabilize the land in the southwest, because this place is not only a place outside the Danfu of Dayu Kingdom, but also the area with the highest chromium storage in Dayu, especially where the location of Tubbo is rich. The reason he needs chromium is also very simple, because now the firearms show in Dayu State has reached a bottleneck period. According to the test data provided by Song Chengping, these flash hider guns have a low probability of blasting after using smokeless powder. This phenomenon has never been seen before. Xiaoming had actually anticipated this problem, so he asked Song Chengping to strictly limit the dose of smokeless powder, produce a small amount of smokeless powder paper shell bullets, and still use black powder on a large scale. Paper shell bullets. The reason is simple. He expected that the quality of the barrel would not be able to withstand the explosive dose of gunpowder. After all, with the advent of smokeless gunpowder bullets, guns began to use barrel materials such as chromium molybdenum steel, and this material is his current unproducible. Therefore, when this kind of alloy suitable for barrels cannot be produced, the muskets of the country may only stop here. Technically, it can only be extended to the breech, which requires precision parts to achieve. After thinking through these issues, Xiaoming felt that it was time to make a layout. The southwest of the country was also rich in various rare metals in contemporary times. He must firmly control this place in his own hands. But if he wanted to do this, he had to deal with the enemy Tubbo in the southwest. This time Tubbo letting the Golden Horde into Bashu gave him an excuse for war. Once he takes the time to conquer Tubbo, he can use it at any time. Although the Bashu turmoil has been settled, the disaster is still at large. I will deal with them one by one, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. After a pause, he continued, by the way, Qi Guanyi captured 60,000 barbarian slave soldiers this time. These slave soldiers are just the strong labor needed in the mine. Tell the Department of Minerals and ask them to send someone to Bashu and Tubbo, secretly looking for chrome ore. Qiandafu is proficient in mining and understands this naturally. He said, yes. The Emperor, the old minister, will go to the minerals department later. These 60,000 people can't be wasted. Now the slaves of Dayu are in short supply. Xiaoming felt that he had to find a sixth part. When he decided to search for ore, after the chrome ore was found, it was related to smelting, and it had to be done by them. In the vast grassland, the merchants from Shanhai Aiguan have arrived in Chengdu, and along the way, they have also promoted the means of executing the barbaric generals in the Great Yu Kingdom. Khan, this is Hakataji's bones. The businessman wailed. In front of the Golden Horde, Dolgo's face was as pale as paper, and Bodo's biological mother, who had arrived after hearing the news, was already crying dimly. At the same time, many nobles of the Golden Horde also cried sadly. This is the first Ji of the Golden Horde to die in the Great Yu since the war with the Great Yu. Wu Shugyu, Pashan, Anba and other Taji all arrived, looking at Bodo in the shroud, and they were silent. Bodo has been dead for a month now. The body has changed shape, but they still recognize it as Bodo at first sight. Khan, Bodo died for the Khanate. You must avenge Bodo. Bodo's mother cried, holding Dolgo's leg. Dolgo has always liked Bodo, so he sent him to Bashu this time. He thought that this time things would be easy, but he didn't expect such a mistake. At this time he looked at Bshan, and Bshan had no guilt. He knew he couldn't blame him, because Bodo himself was greedy and delayed the evacuation time. Because according to the agreed time, Bodo should have led the army out of Songzu City long ago, but the soldiers outside did not see them come out at the agreed time. My son, Father Khan will personally slaughter the Emperor of Dayu Kingdom to pay tribute to you. Dolgo's nails were embedded in the flesh because of too much force, and strong anger brewed in his heart. Since he ascended to the throne of Khan, all the humiliation he suffered was brought by the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom, and now he will lead his empire to destroy the enemy who killed his son. Chapter 774 Barbarian Counterattack. Best watched as a stone fell in the hearts of the gathered Golden Horde nobles. Small Ohms say www. 1 Xiaozuo. The purpose of his being sent to Bshan this time is to intensify the relationship between this steppe empire and the Great Yu Kingdom. Just like in Europe, they are achieving a balance between countries here, so that their British talents can become regional coordinators and get the most benefit. Although Bodo's death was unexpected, it seems to have had an unexpected effect now. From the expressions of these Golden Horde nobles, you can see how angry they are now. After crying in sorrow, Bodo's body was carried away, and Bshan walked towards Best from the crowd. "You almost killed me." Bshan's low voice contained anger. The moment his father looked at him, he could feel the anger in it, and he thought that Dolgo must be blaming the plan he admired at that time. Bester shook his head slightly. "This is a perfect plan. Your father knows in his heart that he just chose the wrong person to execute. This makes you waste an important opportunity. If it is wrong, it is also his mistake." "Shut up." Bshan looked around in horror. No one cared what they were talking about. He breathed a sigh of relief. In the Golden Horde, the Heaven Khan's position is supreme. He warned, "Do not question the Heaven Khan in front of anyone." Best spread his hands helplessly. He glanced at the departed Golden Horde nobles and said, "I'll be honest, doesn't Ji want to be the next Khan? According to my observations, no one in your country owns it." By Ji's long-term vision, if things go on like this, you will not be the opponents of Great Yu. When mentioning this, Bshan's eyes suddenly became a little gloomy. The reason why he led the troops south from Jizu and then to Jaoli was to express himself in front of his father Khan. It's just that every time he thought that victory would be easy, he would always be defeated by Diayugo, and this also made his father disappointed in him. On the contrary, Daitaijiwu's bones have always been on the sidelines, no credit but no mistakes, and this has allowed him to get more support. And he understands that this time his father sent Hakata instead of him. The reason is that he has gradually fallen out of favor. What Han Khan's seat needs is military merit and tribal support, but not a vision. Bshan doesn't like to talk to Best too much. While he was taking advantage of the British, he was always wary of the British. A country so far away must have been malicious when climbing here to disturb the situation. If it were not for the same interests, he would have thrown them into the valley to feed the wolves. Best closed his mouth wittily, and he took the translator into his tent, and at the same time complained, "I hate this primitive place." On the other side, Dolgo was sad and confessed that he would hold a sky burial for Bodo. 60,000 cavalry and 80,000 slave soldiers went on the expedition. They did not bring rich materials, but they lost their lives in the country of Dau. It was a shame for him. Since he was on a Khan, the Golden Horde has never suffered such a heavy loss. Wu Shugyu followed Dolgo and entered the golden tent. He said, "Father Khan, the merchants said that our captive generals were killed with weapons stained with crow blood." "What?" Dolgo turned around abruptly, staring straight at Wu Shubone like an angry beast. Wu Shugyu's heart trembled, and he said carefully, "This is what Thundering, Guard General of Shanhai Aiguan, told the merchant to convey." Dolgo's chest was violently up and down, and he almost gritted his teeth and said, "They dare to humiliate me like this, Father Khan. Great Yu country is a provocation to our Golden Horde, and the child has received news that Great Yu country is now building Huajiu Island and seems to be preparing to station troops on Huajiu Island." Wu Shugyu said in a deep voice. Dolgo's eyes narrowed, and he said, "It seems that the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom has a lot of ambition. He is going to destroy our Golden Horde." "My boy feels the same way." Now the Emperor of Dayu Kingdom, Xiaoming, is heard to be a very ambitious emperor. It is enough to see his ambitions for the land from the loss of Haiguching and Bisha City in Jaoli. In this way, the Golden Horde and the Great Yu must have a battle of national fortunes. We won. From then on, the Golden Horde entered the Central Plains. If we lose, we can only retreat to the desert. Dolgo clenched fists with both hands. Hit the table. Wu Shugyu nodded, and he said, "So, I hope Father Khan will save the two Englishmen. At least they still have some effect." Dolgo smiled bitterly. His eldest son knew him best. Bodo died in the country of Dau, and his heart had already angered the British. "What you said makes sense, so it will spare their lives. If they can't help to win, It will not be too late to kill. Dolgo snorted. After a pause, he suddenly looked sharp and asked, "Do you think Further Khan can still use Bishan?" Although Wu Shugu had always disliked this second brother, it was now about the national fortune of the Golden Horde, and he could only abandon his personal prejudice. So he said, Bishan was eager to behave in front of his father Khan, which led to 2 consecutive defeats in the hands of the Great Yu country. However, from the perspective of Bodo, it was not because of his incompetence that Bishan lost, but the Great Yu country. The firearms of China were indeed unexpected. The boy felt that Bishan, who suffered from the firearms, would understand the way of fighting in the country. Dolgo looked at Wu Shugu with satisfaction. He had always liked this son, because Wu Shugu was able to let go of private grievances in the face of all right and wrong. This was an excellent quality of being a Tankan ruling the tribe. Bishan is narrow-minded, but she does have some skills and looks at it in the long term. Now the country is pressing harder and harder. You must hug the country to deal with it. Yes, Father Khan. Wu Shugu said. Nodded. Dolgo asked, "Then what are your plans now?" Wu Shugu groaned for a moment. He said, "The most important thing at the moment is to forge more artillery. Dau country wins with firearms. We will follow suit. At the same time, we must strengthen the defense of the 6 cities including Pingzhou to prevent Dau country suddenly attacked." Dolgo sighed. If in the past, the Golden Horde had not deliberately defended the city within the gate, but now the offensive and defensive trend has changed. They have to make perfect preparations. Walking out of the big tent, looking at the endless grassland and the blue jewel-like sky, he said, "Go ahead and do it at all costs to destroy the country. My child must do my best." Wu Shugu put one hand on his chest and leaned over to salute Dolgo. His father's meaning is very obvious. From now on, he will coordinate the war against the Great Yu Kingdom. Chapter 785. Candy. Early in the morning, Xiaoming was awakened by the crying Xiao Yi. E-novel www.1xiaozuo.com. The little guy is now over a year old and can walk on his own. Although he still can't speak, he can still speak a few simple words. "Let you make trouble, let's wake up your father." Fue had already got up, and at this time she was reproaching Xiao Yi slightly. Stretching, Xiaoming got off the bed and walked to Xiao Yi with a smile on his face. As a father, although he is an emperor, he is also a human being, and he also has his own emotions, but sometimes he is better at hiding than ordinary people. Whenever he was in the sleeping hall, Xiaoming would put down his pretense and become a real father. Xiao Yi is his son. He will give him everything he can teach him so that he will not be savage and ignorant. Around the time, "What's the matter? Come. Let the father hug you." Xiaoming hugged Xiao Yi, who was sitting on the ground crying. Only then did he notice that he was holding a piece of candy tightly in his hand. Fue looked extremely happy at this time. In this situation, she was a family. She said, "It's not Luluo yet. I brought a handful of candies when I came yesterday." After Xiao Yi had eaten it, "I fell in love with it. When I got up, I clamored for candy." Xiaoming couldn't help laughing when he heard the words. He said, "Also let him eat less sugar, otherwise he would call his toothache twice in 3 days like Luluo." "No. The emperor has told me specifically." Luluo couldn't help but not break Yaya. Fue said with a smile. Xiao Yi lay on Xiaoming's shoulder and licked the candy in his hand while the two were talking. Xiaoming smirked and took the candy from Xiao Yi's hand. The little guy was startled for a moment, and then started crying. Fue shook her head helplessly. While distressing Xiao Yi, she also knew that she could not be used to Xiao Yi. She didn't want to spoil Xiao Yi as the next former prince. The two of them coaxed Xiao Yi for a while, and the little guy fell asleep on Xiaoming after crying. At this time, Xiaoming put Xiao Yi on the bed, took Tang and Fue out of the bedroom. Playing with the round, light yellow transparent candy in his hands, Xiaoming suddenly remembered the hard candy that was a penny when he was a child. Never thought that King Zhu could produce this kind of candy in the blink of an eye. "How is this kind of candy sold in King Zhu now?" Xiaoming asked. Although the method was passed on by him, he has never paid attention to the production of candy. After all, This is just a trivial matter relative to the major issues of his country. Luluo said that this kind of candy is very popular in Kingsu. There are 8 sugar workshops. Now this candy is not only sold in Kingsu, but also sold to other states and counties, even in the Fengguas Hong of the King of Chu. These merchants made a lot of money. Xiaoming nodded. The ultimate manifestation of industry is to enrich the material, and he is also using the technology and materials at hand to increase the quantity of material in the country as much as possible. As a result, not only the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the people have become richer, but also because of the emergence of candy workshops, some people who have entered Kingsu will get jobs. After chatting with Fua, Xiaoming ate breakfast and headed south of the city. Unknowingly, it has been almost 2 years since the construction of the palace in the south of the city. According to the current schedule, I can move in 1 month. Today he is going to see if the palace is ready. After going out, Qian Defu was already waiting outside the door. He got into the carriage, and under the protection of the guards, he reached the palace in Kingsu on the road. In fact, for Xiaoming, the ideal capital is still Yaozu, but considering the exhibition in Kingsu, he still built the palace here. The reason is very simple. Many merchants in Dayu State come here only when they rush to this capital city. If he goes to Yaozu, the merchants will definitely migrate in large numbers, but it will definitely cause a major blow to the still developing Kingsu. Therefore, before Kingsu has established a mature industrial and commercial system, he will not move the capital to Yaozu, unless Kingsu's industry and commerce are saturated. At that time, he would build his own palace in Yaozu, and because of the capital effect, Yaozu's industry and commerce would also develop. 20 minutes later, the carriage stopped in the south of the city, and the first thing Xiaoming saw when he came down was the red outer palace wall. This city wall is 500 meters long from east to west and 1,000 meters long from north to south, enclosing the entire imperial city. At this time, symbolic artillery has been placed on the wall. Rubbing the surface of the city wall, Xiaoming could feel the sand on the surface. The outer palace city wall was made of red bricks, covered with a layer of cement, and finally the red paint. This sand is the material of cement. Entering the gate of the palace is the imperial city. There is still a space between the outer palace and the imperial palace. Many yards have been built in this distance, from south to north and from west to east at least more than 100. These courtyards are the official offices of the officials in the capital. In the future, the officials will all work under Xiaoming's nose. After walking 200 meters, he arrived at the palace. At this time, Xiaoming was in front of a stone bridge. The top of each pillar on the stone bridge was shaped like a unicorn, and the surface was covered with blue stone. Across the stone bridge is a wide square. At the end of the square, a building with red tiles and yellow walls rises from the ground. It is the Zhengde Guingming Hall of the Shang Dynasty. At this time, Fiji is instructing eunuchs and court ladies to set up the Zhengde Guingming Hall. The emperor, the palace will be ready in 10 days, and then the emperor and the queen will not have to squeeze in the corridor, Fiji said with a smile. Xiaoming glanced upright and nodded in satisfaction at the Hall of Brightness. Now everything needed inside is ready. The dragon chair is also high. Old Fj is bothering, and the layout of this palace still needs Eldaf himself, Xiaoming said with a smile. The layout of the imperial palace of Dayu has always been exquisite. Nowadays, only Fiji is proficient in the DPRK and China, so he let Fiji be the host to avoid being criticized. He doesn't need to be different on some issues that are not painful or itchy. This is a matter for the old minister. Fiji bowed. Xiaoming showed a slight smile. As he walked towards the inner palace with Fiji, he asked, "By the way, have you conveyed the issue of the household registration system of the people of Great Yu to other states and counties?" Back to the emperor. It has been passed down. From now on, the people of Dayu State only need to hold their household registration. They can freely settle in Dayu State County, Fiji said. After a pause, he said, "Since this decree was passed down, many people outside Kingsu Mansion have entered Kingsu Mansion, and there is no need to worry about recruiting people in the workshop. This is what I do. If everyone is fixed in one place, the industry and commerce of the country will not be able to develop. Chapter 786. Many people are powerful along the gravel path. Xiaoming and Fiji reached the harem. E-novel www. 1xiaozuo.com. This is where he and his concubines live, and to the right of the harem is the House of Internal Affairs, where the eunuchs handle affairs in the palace. Fiji followed Xiaoming, with a trace of worry in his eyes. It's just that the veterans worry that if this happens, the people will not farm. After all, this farming is the foundation of the country. Xiaoming laughed lightly when he heard the words, and he said to Fiji, "Old Fiji is worried that the food in Dayu will not be reduced. The people who go to Kingzhou are people who don't like farming, otherwise, how could they leave their land? How about going to Kingzhou? As for the people who are rooted in the land, they will not leave." After thinking about it, he continued, "And now Dayu has 3 territories overseas. These are the 2 cities of Ryukyu, the kingdom of Sanshan, and Goryeo. Now these 3 places can provide for Dayu every year for a lot of food. The only problem is how to enable them to produce more food with a small amount of manpower." The emperor said that the 3 mountain kingdoms had just shipped 500,000 shi of grain, and Ryukyu brought 200,000 shi of grain. This has alleviated the current food shortage, according to Li Kaiyuan. He is also planning to take industrial products, going to Korea to exchange food. If this is the case, there will be a steady stream of food. Fiji was suddenly happy as he spoke. The 2 walked along the stone road to the Imperial Garden, and stopped in front of a pavilion. Xiaoming said, "My purpose is to exchange the industrial products of the country for food and other raw materials." "What's the point? But I also understand that the country has a large population and needs a lot of food. The food in exchange is always insufficient, so I plan to promote the plantations in Kingzhou." Fiji naturally understands what this plantation is. He said, "The plantation needs a lot of slaves." "Where did this slave come from?" "Naturally came from the war." Xiaoming looked serious, and one of the contradictions in the industry and commerce exhibition now is how to transform the country from an agricultural society to an industrial society. In the United Kingdom, through the enclosure movement, farmers lost their land and had to go to cities to become workers. However, this method can be used in the UK, but it cannot be used in Great Chongqing, because the plot of the land of the people in Great Chongqing is too heavy, and chaos will inevitably cause confusion. Moreover, Dayu Kingdom is not like Britain with dense population and sparse land. It is easy to succeed in enclosing land. On the contrary, because businessmen have too many wasteland choices, they will not go to the people's land but choose cheap wasteland. Therefore, in his view, Great Chongqing needs a set of routes that suits its own development, rather than imitating Britain. Because of this, there is a policy of free circulation of people. He is planning to use the salary in the workshop to attract people from the land to the workshop. In order to make up for the loss of farming caused by the people entering the workshop, he would encourage the civilians to lease or even purchase other people's wasteland for planting, so that a large amount of idle land can form a small slave plantation. No wonder the emperor wants to attack the Golden Horde. Speaking of slaves, no slaves in any country can compare with the Golden Horde, Fiji said. The Golden Horde obtained a large number of slaves from the conquered kingdoms during the years of war. These slaves continued to multiply in the Golden Horde, and provided the Golden Horde with a steady stream of slaves. Some officials even joked that the Tankan of the Golden Horde was the biggest slave owner. The Golden Horde is just one of them. Goryeo and the Japanese kingdom will be able to provide slaves to the Great Yu Kingdom in the future, but the premise is that I can make them surrender to the feet of the Great Yu Kingdom. Xiaoming said lightly. Fiji looked at Xiaoming, and in Xiaoming's eyes he saw aspirations. In the history of the Great Yu Kingdom, no emperor had ever thought of conquering the War country in the past. Even the great ancestor Xiao Yuanzai once positioned the Japanese nation as a country that was not conquered. This was not because Xiao Yuanzai was afraid of the Japanese nation, but because he really looked down on the barren land of the Japanese nation, and felt that there was really no benefit in fighting such a country. Feeling free to chat with Fiji about the government affairs that the country will need to implement in the future, He got up and continued to stroll around the palace for a while. Behind the imperial garden is the residence of the concubines, which is different from the magnificent atmosphere in the front. It is exquisite and quiet. Ponds, rockeries, vegetation and so on constitute beautiful gardens. After viewing his own palace, he and Fiji went out of the palace together. There are still many things to do today. This tour of the palace is just a temporary interest, and the basic thing is what he and Fiji said. In addition, he negotiated with Fiji on the road to encourage childbirth. In fact, after a long period of civil strife, the population of Dayu is less than 100 million people. After all, this figure is the official data of the heyday of Dayu. After experiencing the loss of the 16 states of Yanyan, the rebellion of the kings, the drought in Jizu, and the massacre in Bashu, he believes that the population of Dayu can be around 80 million. And these populations are mainly concentrated in the Yangtze River, south. In this era of lack of machinery, the population is the labor force. A large population can do major things, and the most important thing is that he needs the population to immigrate to the colony. Only in this way can he truly control the colony. Otherwise, the colony without immigrants but the army will sooner or later become independent because of the national revival movement. After all, this is how history comes. Fiji has always smiled bitterly when talking about these long-term strategies, and now he is more and more unpredictable about Xiaoming's strange ideas. The time to inspect the palace did not delay this morning. Xiaoming and Fiji arrived in the Palace of Parliament before the scheduled time. Sitting on the dragon chair, Xiaoming directly told the ministers about what he had discussed with Fiji: exemption of tax for many children. Pang Yukan was also surprised. Fiji had been persuaded by Xiaoming in the carriage, and said at this time, "The emperor has a long-term vision. It is a century-old plan for the people to have more children. There is a lot of people and power." Pang Yukan looked at Fiji suspiciously. If it had been before, it would have been Fiji's first objection, but now he strongly supports it. Thinking of this, he didn't rush to object, but waited for Xiaoming's statement. Pang Fu feels at ease. This tax exemption is not a full exemption, but a partial exemption, just to encourage childbirth, Xiaoming said with a smile. Then he explained his thoughts to the ministers in detail, and the ministers gradually understood after listening. To put it simply, the world now has less people and more land, and taking advantage of not much land occupation at this time is really sorry for his later experience. It is precisely because of the expansion of Europe in the era of sea navigation that there are so many white countries in modern times, and he does not want history to repeat itself. Chapter 787. Good news and bad news. After autumn, there was gradually a hint of coolness in the air. E. Small said www.1xiozuo.com. The ministers in the Ijeongjeong Hall also wore slightly thicker gowns. Under the effect of the technology spa, he explained in detail the decree he was going to implement, and the officials realized it. The emperor is really foresight, and I am impressed, Pang Yukan said with a little excitement in his voice, because Xiaoming's words really hit the nail on the head, which reminded him of how it was lost outside Shanhai Iguan. It is precisely because of the sparse population of Dayu State outside the customs that the Golden Horde will gradually grow. Otherwise, if the people of Dayu were in the majority, how could they become confused again? This is exactly what Xiaoming said was defeated by the Malays, but they couldn't keep it. The Emperor Shengming. After Pang Yukan, the ministers shouted. Xiaoming showed a slight smile. This matter was officially passed in the court, and the following is the promulgation of the birth policy. As long as he has a sufficient population, he can't hold the territory he has laid. After talking about this, Xiaoming suddenly noticed that Wang Xuan was also in the Palace of Political Affairs today. In the past, Wang Xuan always ran around and rarely went to court. Hearing Xiaoming's gaze, Wang Xuan took the initiative to stand out at this time. He said, "The emperor, the minister has something to do." "Speak." Xiaoming frowned. Judging from Wang Xuan's expression, it didn't seem to be a good thing. After thinking about it, Wang Xuan said, The minister is going to talk about the King of Chu. Now King Chu and the French are walking too closely. According to the news received by the lower officials, a French warship docked at Linen Pier 5 days ago. The ship was filled with flintlocks and artillery, and when the ship returned, it was filled with porcelain, tea and silk, and there were also some scholars who were going to France to study. This King of Chu is really wolfish ambition, and the Emperor, this King of Chu is a big trouble. We can't ignore it. We must not be blinded by him. Zhang Xingqing said angrily. Fiji echoed, the King of Chu is sinister and vicious, and he can do everything by sending his eldest son to King Zhou as a proton. It shows that his ambition is not small, but it is a pity that the great trouble in the north has not been eliminated, and he can't get out of it. Old F said very much. Pang Yukan frowned. It's not enough to just sit and watch King Chu become stronger a little bit. The Emperor, we must find a way to control King Chu. When Wang Xuan brought out the information, he stopped talking. Xiaoming's eyes turned around the enraged minister. The information Wang Xuan brought back this time showed that the cooperation between King Chu and the French became closer. In particular, sending scholars to France was a dangerous move, because it meant that the King of Chu had fully accepted the thoughts of the French. It is estimated that precisely because of this, the French talents will spare no effort to support the King of Chu. After clearing his throat, he said, "You aching stay safe, the King of Chu is in the south, so long as our warship is cruising in the Yangtze River, he can't get over him, and the most important thing in the past was to remove the threat from the north, only to get out and go south. If the cart is upside down, it will only allow the barbarians to take advantage." Xiaoming said loudly. After pondering, he continued, "Therefore, at present we still need to fight with the King of Chugzu and the Snake to avoid fighting in the north and south at the same time, and the King of Chu is now focused on managing the country and will definitely not take the initiative to attack." The ministers all quieted down. At this time, Fiji said, "The Emperor, the minister has a plan to make King Chu suffer, but there is no alternative." "Old F, please speak," Xiaoming said with a smile. "The Emperor once said that Ryukyu, the Three Mountains Kingdom, is suitable for farming, and rice is often cropped 3 times a year. If so, you might as well migrate the people to these places to settle down in these places. In this way, you can also provide a large amount of grain and grass for the country." "The migration of the population cuts on the King of Chu," Fiji said. Pang Yukan recalled, he said, "During the Northern War, the King of Chu engulfed a large number of imperial states and counties. After the Emperor unified the north, the King of Chu admitted that these states and counties were royal in name, but in fact they secretly controlled these states and counties. Therefore, it is better to migrate to Ryukyu and the Kingdom of Sunshine instead of letting the people be under the rule of King Chu." Xiaoming nodded slightly. This time the so-called heroes have seen the same. In fact, he has long been eyeing the population of the south and has been thinking of ways to transfer the population from the dense south to the north. So he said, "You love King and I really have a tacit understanding." Since we talked about this matter, today I will talk about my own thoughts. First, I agree with Fchi's thoughts. After the occupation of Ryukyu, I have migrated. Ryukyu's plan was only due to the death of the first emperor, and the matter had to be suspended. Now is the time to continue the migration policy. After a pause, he continued, "But apart from this, I have another strategy. This is the land leveling order. To achieve land leveling, you must move from the narrow township to the Kuan township. Now the south has a large population and there is little cultivated land. There are few people in the north but a lot of arable land. This is the reason why people can migrate from the south to the north." "Wonderful!" Fiji burst into laughter upon hearing this, and Zhang Xingqing and other officials from the capital also showed awe. Pang Yukan said, "The Emperor's plan is to rectify the King of Chu and win the hearts of the people in the world. If this is the case, the ministers will draw up government orders to the states and counties to prepare for the relocation. Well, sooner rather than later. This matter can't make King Chu so pleased," Xiaoming said. When this matter was decided, Xiaoming had already dealt with all of today's government affairs. At this time, he was going to let Qian Defu announce his resignation. At this moment, Six Tong suddenly said. The Emperor, there is one happy event that the minister did not say. After all, the affairs of King Chu made Xiaoming a little depressed. The words made him feel better. He said, I hope you are saying a good thing. Six Tong Wenyan said with a smile. The Emperor, Chen has led the students to establish an industrial sulfuric acid workshop in Dau, and the lead chamber method has been successful in preparing sulfuric acid. It really succeeded. Xiaoming was originally lazy, and suddenly became full of energy. It's true. This time the lower official is going to invite the Emperor to observe. The 6-pass looked content. Looking at the 6 channels, Xiaoming showed a slight smile. This is indeed good news. There is still a difference between the chemical industry and the chemical industry. It makes sense for what can be manufactured in a laboratory to be industrialized. The preparation of sulfuric acid by the lead chamber method is exactly the method for large-scale industrial production of sulfuric acid, and it was developed by the British Robequemin in contemporary times. In 746, he created the world's first lead chamber method to manufacture sulfuric acid factory. This method was not perfected until the 1850s and influenced it for a century. Now Six Tong has also established a sulfuric acid plant in Dau, which is undoubtedly a breakthrough in the chemical industry. Chapter 788 Rise in Chemical Industry. The dignified atmosphere in the hall is relaxed because of the progress made by the 6-pass. E. Small said www.1xiozuo.com. At the same time as the Great Yu State Industry and Commerce Exhibition, Qingzhou officials have also begun to gradually accept the ongoing reforms. In order to keep up with Xiaoming's footsteps, many officials usually go to Qingzhou University to study to learn about new things that have appeared in Qingzhou. This subtle change made Xiaoming very satisfied, but not too satisfied, because today's Great Yu State still has a force to prevent the wheel of history from rolling forward. This is Confucianism. Therefore, after the degree of reform has been improved, he is measuring how to turn the lagging force of Confucianism into a force that urges the advancement of Great Chongqing. This idea flashed through Xiaoming's mind, and he still focused on the current chemical industry. He said to Kunchen, since Six Tong has finally built the first sulfuric acid workshop in the country of Dau, it is better for us to go and see with me. Yes, the Emperor. The ministers bowed in response. They were accustomed to this. Now any breakthrough in science and technology in the country, their emperor will take them to observe. Lead the way, Xiaoming said to Six Tong. After that, he and Qian Fu got up and walked out, and the ministers followed him out of the Council of Political Affairs. Under the guidance of 6-pass, they left Qingzhou City to the workshop area. In the chemical area of the workshop area, they saw the already built sulfuric acid workshop. Along the way, 6-pass has not forgotten to popularize what sulfuric acid is and the role of sulfuric acid to officials. In modern times, many people know that this sulfuric acid has a disfiguring effect, but they don't know that this sulfuric acid is widely used in industry. Sulfuric acid can be used to produce chemical fertilizers. In this fertilizer, the fertilizer field powder, namely ammonium sulfate, needs to react with sulfuric acid. The reaction of phosphate rock and sulfuric acid can also obtain a fertilizer called lime phosphate or ordinary calcium. All kinds of fertilizers need to digest a lot of sulfuric acid. Because of this, Xiaoming had to use local fertilizers. Now that sulfuric acid is industrialized, he can try industrial fertilizers. In addition to the production of chemical fertilizers, sulfuric acid plays a great role in the smelting industry. The refining of many metals requires sulfuric acid to dissolve, especially in the cold rolling, cold drawing and stamping processes in the industry. The sulfuric acid is needed to clear the rust of steel. In addition, sulfuric acid is also used in the rubber production industry. Now the industrialization of sulfuric acid by 6-passes opens the door to many industries, allowing these industries to be realized. The ministers were half knowledgeable, but they were also quite shocked, because judging from the appearance of the 6 salivas flying across, they were enough to judge the importance of this matter. When the ministers were listening to the 6-pass explanation, Xiaoming had already wandered around in the lead room. Generally speaking, the lead chamber method is to pass a mixture of sulfur dioxide gas, oxygen and water vapor, through several lead chambers in sequence at a temperature of 300 to 500 degrees Celsius. In the lead chamber, sulfur dioxide is fully oxidized to form sulfuric acid. The lead chamber is used because the diluted sulfuric acid is highly corrosive, so the equipment needs to be made of lead. The source of sulfur dioxide is calcined iron sulfide or sulfur is used directly. Xiaoming came not only to observe, but also to check whether the 6 channels were doing right. Now it seems that 6 channels have successfully mastered the lead chamber method. He said to 6 Tong, since sulfuric acid can be industrialized, this industrial nitric acid will be a smooth chapter. The Emperor, this is what the next official is going to do next. 6 Tong said that in the 5 or 6 years of learning, 6 Tong has become more and more proficient in chemistry, and many things have been integrated. Now that sulfuric acid is industrialized, he can use sulfuric acid and saltpeter to produce sulfuric acid industrially. Xiaoming nodded. What he has experienced is actually the process of the national industrial system from scratch. Once the industrial foundation is firmly established, science and technology can improve. Otherwise, all knowledge and theories will be useless in front of them. Nowadays, the breakthrough in the chemical industry will improve the industry of the country, especially in the rubber industry. After all, according to the agreed time, Brandon should also ship the rubber to the country. Once he has rubber, he can produce some incredible things. After watching the sulfuric acid workshop with the ministers, Xiaoming commended the students who participated in the construction of the sulfuric acid workshop. Nowadays, the prosperity of Dayu State's industry is often related to his original incentive policies. Now more and more scholars enter King's University, hoping to obtain title and land through achievements in science. Of course, the ministers were also worried that the land of Great Yu would become unsealable in the future, but this was exactly the purpose of Xiaoming. Because he can take the land to them for granted, so that they can build colonies. For example, the land of the Golden Horde is more extensive than that of the Great Yu Kingdom, and there is the Siberian snowfield in the extreme north. Through the Bering Strait, he can still enter Alaska, and then the fertile land of North America, so he is not worried that the seal can be sealed, only that there are not enough people to seal it. Can't relax, I am waiting for you to establish a complete chemical system. Xiaoming patted the shoulder of 6 Tongs. Just as the so-called revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. 6 Tong's eyes flashed with excitement, and the success of the sulfuric acid industry gave him great confidence. He said, "The lower officials will not be trusted by the emperor." Nodded. Xiaoming and the ministers left the workshop area, and now they still have a lot to do. Golden Horde, household registration system, encouragement of childbirth, population migration. Each of these 4 decrees is not an easy task. Returning to Kingsu City, Xiaoming and the officials dispersed. After returning to the hall, he specially called Wang Zhuan over. There were some things in the court that were inconvenient to talk about. He needed to talk to Wang Zhuan alone. The emperor, the king of Chu, acted like this, but the emperor did not send his teacher to the south. Isn't it a problem to raise a tiger? Xiaoming laughed softly when he heard the words. Even if it was taught by France, the king of Chu could not catch up with the exhibition in the 6 states, and the gap between them would get bigger and bigger over time. And according to Li Kaiyuan, with the account books provided, 80% of Kingsu's goods have been sold to the south this year. 80%. Wang Zhuan was a little surprised. Xiaoming nodded. I am also a little unbelievable, but this is a fact. The north has been destroyed and the people's livelihood has not been restored. If the south is destroyed again, where can this product be sold? Korea is a market. But how can it be compared? It's the wealthy south. So, it's no wonder that the emperor will always tolerate King Chu. Wang Zhuan sighed. Chapter 789 Prelude to the Northern Expedition. A fallen leaf floated into the study from the window. E-novel www. 1 Xiaozuo. Xiaoming looked at the dying phoenix tree outside the window. He said, in short, there is no benefit to the north for attacking the king of Chu now. At present, we still need to use this apparent calm to establish the northern industrial system. Speaking of this, Xiaoming looked at the map in the study, and speaking of it, his current position is somewhat like the Jin dynasty in the southern Song dynasty. At that time, the Jin dynasty had Mongolia in the north and the southern Song dynasty in the south. Now he has the Golden Horde in the north and the King of Chu in the south. Because of this, he didn't want to end up being flanked by the north and the south, and now he had to find a way to defeat the Golden Horde. After he cleaned up the Golden Horde, the business in the north will mature. It will not be too late to clean up the King of Chu. After all, it is impossible for France to help the King of Chu reach the same level as Europe in terms of technology. 1.5 years. Their main purpose is to obtain wealth from King Chu, and it is not worthwhile to help King Chu with all their power. Moreover, there are many ways to disrupt the previous cooperation between the King of Chu and the French, and he only said one of them in the court. Where is Meng Yueyang now? Xiaoming asked suddenly. Wang Xuan was taken aback. He said, according to the Emperor's orders, we have been in secret contact with Meng Yueyang. According to the latest information obtained by the subordinates, Meng Yueyang is now on Treasure Island in Yian County. Treasure Island? Xiaoming quickly found this place on the map. The location of Treasure Island in Yian County is Nanao County in contemporary Shantou, which is the only island county in contemporary Guangdong Province. This Nanao County consists of 22 islands near the main island, of which Treasure Island is one of the islands. Yes, this Yian County is an island, and it is also a place where merchant ships transit on the route of the Great Yu State. It is very easy to find ships to and from here, and now Meng Yueyang has gathered a group of privateers right here. Wang Xuan said. Xiaoming nodded. In that case, you are now sending someone to tell Meng Yueyang and let him looting the merchant ships between France and Linen from now on. 30% of the merchant ship's income goes to him, and the rest goes to the court. Yes, the Emperor. Wang Xuan bowed. The identity of this Meng Yueyang is very special. The court does not approve of his identity, but he is the power of the Great Yu country that has been privately stealing. On weekdays, Meng Yueyang's identity is a pirate, but after receiving orders, he will specifically rob the forces targeted by the Great Yu Kingdom. This time Wang Xuan was asked to come here mainly for Meng Yueyang's matter. After confessing this incident, he asked Wang Xuan to go back, and he carefully looked at the map in the study. At this time, his gaze stayed on the city of Pingzi in Shanghai. Since the British wanted to support the barbarians, he would not give them this opportunity, and this time they would defeat the Golden Horde in one fell swoop. But before that, he must complete the military reform and the implementation of the decree to facilitate the northern expedition. So in the next 3 months, he began to focus on this matter, and a reform of internal affairs and the army was carried out vigorously in the country of Dau. Yaozu. Since Ming received the order of military reform, it has been implemented from top to bottom, which is different from the previous name of the Dau team. Now the army he leads is called the Third Army of the Great Yu Kingdom Tiger Ben, and he is the commander of the Third Army. Under him there are 4 division commanders, 12 brigade commanders and a large number of battalion commanders and companies. Long after the reform of the musketeers, the cavalry and artillery have also made corresponding changes. Now he has 3 cavalry divisions under his command, and the artillery is assigned to all levels of armies. After completing the organization reform, he ordered a military exercise. To his surprise, this exercise surprised him. After changing the organization, he now has more flexibility in commanding the army. Because each company and each battalion is an independent unit, he can group these units together or separate them to act separately. Commander, our current barbarians are adding troops to Pingzhou City, and at least 300 artillery pieces have been transported to Pingzhou City. Just after the military exercise was over on this day, a cavalry suddenly galloped from outside the city to report to him a movement on the grassland. In Shanghai Iguan, He also has the responsibility to monitor the barbarians. 300 artillery pieces. Did the barbarian transport all the family assets to Pingzhou City? Thunder frowned. Gong Ziming, the commander of the 1st Division, said, "Commander, it must be our frequent military exercises that scared the barbarians. I don't have to be afraid. I think they have planned for a long time. These 300 artillery cannot be pulled out at will." The 2nd Division Commander Gu Fangcheng said loudly. The cavalry who came to pass on the news panted, and he continued, "In addition to the artillery, the barbarians also dug intertwined trenches outside Pingzhou City, and placed spurs on the trenches." The generals of Liming and Hu Ben in the 3rd game suddenly looked difficult, and one of the leaders said, "These are all things from our military academy. How the barbarians have all learned it. Now Pingzhou City is difficult to fight." The Secret Guard's news says that there is an Englishman training the army of the Golden Horde, so this is not surprising, Lu Ming said, but it also shows that the barbarians are starting to look at us squarely. After all, the generals laughed at the same time. The barbarians have never looked down upon them before, and the city on the grassland would not even send troops to station because they are confident that they can use cavalry to defeat any army in the country. While everyone was talking, a general in charge of logistics walked in and said, "Commander, a group of conscripts have just been transported from Qingzhou." When Liming and others heard this, their eyes lit up. The power of this musket was well known when the Bashu was put down. Now every army hopes to install the Conquest musket as soon as possible. He groaned. The Conquest muskets have arrived. It seems that the Emperor is determined to expedite the northern expedition this time. Soldiers, here is the time for you to make contributions. If anyone embarrass me, I will shave him. Yes, Commander. The generals collectively gave a military salute, and then ran out in a swarm to receive the new musket. Jinling City Liv completed the reform of the military organization at the same time in these 3 months, and his army is now officially renamed the First Army of the Great Yu Kingdom. When he got this title, he was so excited that he never slept all night, because it just showed the Emperor's trust in him. Otherwise the title of the First Army would not match him. The Ministry of Military Aircraft issued an order, and the Hubei First Army ordered the 1st Division and the 2nd Division to Shanhai Aiguan within 3 days. Lu read the command he had just received to his generals. "What about our 3rd and 4th Divisions?" The 2 commanders stood up at the same time and asked. "You stay at Jinling City to guard against King Chu," Lu said sternly. The 2 commanders sat down dejected when they heard the words, while the commander who received the order was excited. After so many years of humiliation, they are finally going to the grassland and regaining their lost homeland. Chapter 790 Real Purpose. Wushu Bone and Bishan stand side by side on the snowy grassland. E-novel www.1xiozuo.com. In front of them, slave soldiers were digging trenches, and artillery pieces were transported by the slave soldiers to the Pingzhou City wall. The country of Dau hasn't been moving for a whole winter. It must be ready to attack Pingzhou City after the beginning of spring, Wu Shugyu said, looking in the direction of Shanhai Aiguan. Bishan's face was as calm as water. In order to deal with the possible attack of the Great Yu Kingdom, he is now ordered to play under the command of Wu Shugyu. Despite his unwillingness in his heart, he seemed to have no choice now. Last year, Dau State attacked the ancient city of Hai in the spring, but this year it can't be said. Bishan echoed casually. Wu Shugyu glanced at Bishan. He knew that this younger brother was unwilling to be ordered by himself, and he didn't care, because Bishan knew better than him the way the Dau team played. He continued, "Just in this way, wouldn't it delay the spring plowing of Dau country?" "My elder brother is wrong. Dau State hoards a large amount of food in Shanhai Aiguan, and they can also be transported by sea. There is no need to recruit civilians, slaves are enough," Bishan said lightly. Wu Shugyu frowned, and Bishan's words made him a little worried, because the previous Great Yu country definitely couldn't do this. As if to add a blockage to Wu Shugyu, he continued, "In addition, the Dau State on Huaju Island now has 20,000 soldiers stationed there, and these 20,000 can always threaten the hinterland of the Khanate." Hearing this, Wu Shugu's brow furrowed even tighter. Unknowingly, Dayu State seemed to have completed its deployment to attack the Khanate. He said, "The time to come is coming." Further, Khan has already summoned all the tribes on the grassland. They can send cavalry to come at any time. Now they are using the power of the Golden Horde. I'm going to see how great your country can get it. Lower Pingzhou City. Best stood behind Bshan, and his eyes flashed with an unnoticeable smile. Now the opposition between the Golden Horde and the Great Yu Kingdom is what he is most willing to see. He really hopes that this war will end soon so that he can go home. King Zhu. Half a month has passed since the Spring Festival. But the warm spring is far from coming. For auspiciousness, on the day before the Chinese New Year, he ordered everyone in the halt to move to the palace and bid farewell to the former palace of Qi. When he arrived in the palace, Xiaoming suddenly felt the feeling of going from a residential building to a big villa. Now he has to walk for 20 minutes to walk from the south to the north. When he is free, he can wander around with his concubines in the palace, instead of nesting in the small part of the bedroom. At the same time, because of the official admission to the palace, there were also more guards in the palace, and the rules in the palace suddenly increased, making it more like the palace of Qian. And when he discusses politics every day, he doesn't have to take a carriage to go to the hall of the hall, just go directly from the hall to the hall of Zhengdeguangming. The emperor. The total number of recruits enlisted as soldiers last year was 90,000. In addition to the current number of troops in the country, the number of the army has now reached 220,000. Now the minister has allocated these 90,000 recruits to the various legions. China and Israel respond to the northern expedition. Standing upright in the Palace of Light, Nu rushed towards Xiaoming to play the conscription situation. Sitting on the dragon chair, Xiaoming's eyes patrolled the White Hall. This was the first political discussion in the new year. Hearing this, he said, "How about the training of recruits?" Back to the emperor. These recruits have been trained in the barracks for 3 months. They are already familiar with the use of muskets and can now go to the battlefield. Nu Ben said. Xiaoming nodded. This is the advantage of firearms. After 3 months of training, you can become an army. For the barbarians, it is impossible to replenish a cavalry in 3 months, because the barbarian cavalry has been living on horses since childhood. That's very good, Xiaoming said loudly, and then he looked at Liu Oquane. General Liu, after the establishment of the staff will be responsible for all the allocation of grain and grass. I don't know how you are preparing. Liu Oquane bowed and said, "The emperor, Shanhai Iguan has sufficient food. The minister has shipped dried sweet potatoes, bacon and other materials this winter. The army's food and grass are already appropriate. In addition, the minister and new general and the generals of the staff have formulated a detailed plan. I hope the emperor will review the plan." After all, Liu Oquane gave a map to Qian Defu, and Qian Defu passed it on to Xiaoming. After taking the map, Xiaoming glanced roughly. The reason why he asked to formulate a combat plan was precisely for the regularization of the army and weed out the previous wild roads. On the map, Liu Oquane marked the offensive route in detail, in which the Thundering Tiger Ben Third Army will fight the barbarians head-on from Shanhai Iguan. On the Huajiu Island, the 4th Division of the Tiger's 3rd Army and the Tiger's 2nd Army led by Yi Qinian attacked the city of Liaozi located on the border of Goryeo, completely cutting off the Golden Horde in Goryeo. Xiaoming nodded slightly, and Xiaoming was very satisfied. He promoted the Northern Expedition to cover up the true purpose of the first stage of the Northern Expedition. Pingzhou City was not the main target of the Northern Expedition. This Liaozi City was, because once Liaozi City was taken, Jiaoli would let him take control. From the perspective of last year's trade, King Zhu's products are very popular with the nobles and people of Korea, and he needs to further control Korea to open up the market. In addition to the main offensive route, there are detailed combat methods on the map in this chapter, which of course are all guidelines. The battlefield is changing rapidly, which requires generals to adapt to changes. Yes, just follow the established strategy and there can be no mistakes. The Northern Expedition cannot be accomplished overnight. You must be psychologically prepared, Xiaoming said. The territory of the barbarians is too large. Even if it is completed, it will take a year and a half. It is impossible to end the war in a short time. At this stage, he can only recover the 6 northeast cities. But even so, this time the barbarians will contend against him with all the power of the country. War is easy to say, but it is not so easy to fight. This city of Pingzhi is likely to become a meat grinder for the two countries. Fiji, Pang Yukan and others were silent. In fact, they didn't want to start the war lightly, but they also understood that even if they didn't go to Pingzhi, the barbarians would go south. Instead of dealing with fatigue, it is better to take the initiative. Returning the map to Liu Oquane, Xiaoming looked at a group of civilian officials. He said, "During the war, the government of the Great Yu country must not be chaotic. We must continue to encourage industrial and commercial exhibitions and don't get confused." "Yes, the Emperor," said a group of civil servants. The Northern Expedition seemed to them the most incredible thing since the founding of the country. In the face of the Steppe Empire that has bullied the country for so many years, can they win? Xiaoming's eyes are sharp. This war will be a head-on confrontation between two countries with equal national strength. If it is won, Great Yu will acquire the Hatao horse breeding land and the fertile black land of thousands of miles in the northeast. If he loses, he might be very passive. Chapter 791 Royal Driving. Liu Oxin looked at the wall of Shanhai Aiguan with a smile. E-novel www.1xiozuo.com. After 8 days of trekking, he finally arrived at his destination. As the commander of the First Army of the Shenji Army, he was ordered to lead 3 divisions under his command to Shanhai Aiguan to join. Ordering the army to enter the city, Liu Oxin took his guards to the foot of Shanhai Aiguan city first. At this time, Lu Fu, who had received the news, was already at the door. Seeing Liu Oxin, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Liu Oxin, how come your army is dragging like a maiden?" "It's only now." "It's your mother. The dog can't spit out ivory." Liu Oxin cursed directly. Although the two are noisy on weekdays, they are very close. Because the two members of different legions can hardly see each other now. Lu Fu was not only not angry but laughed. He said to Liming, "Look, this is a scholar who has been drinking ink for 10 years. I think it is no different from us." Liming smiled bitterly. As the saying goes, it is black near ink, and red near zoot. This is not the credit of Army Commander Lu. Lu Fu's eyes glared, and he raised his foot to thunders and said, "Okay. Now that the wings are hard, I dare to bury me." Liu Oxin got off his horse and snorted and said, "You can bully Thunder now, but they are also a military commander anyway, so you are not right." Ming said with a smile, "The two army commanders should still be bickering at the wine table." "It's noon, and it's time to eat." Liu Oxin's stomach screamed twice at the right time. Lu Fu burst into laughter, and took Liu Oxin to Shanhai Aiguan Daying for dinner. When they arrived at the barracks, the 3 of them drank a few drinks and did not drink too much. At this time, Liu Oxin said, "This northern expedition is really pleasant, and the Emperor's ambition is something that no previous Emperor has ever had. It goes without saying that when I followed the Emperor back then, I saw that King Qi was definitely not a thing in the pool." Lu Fu triumphed. Compared to Liu Oxin and Lu Fu's ease and ease, Ming had a serious look. Because he was in Shanhai Aiguan to fight against the barbarians all the year round, he knew very well that this war would not be so easy. After eating some food, Ming said, "The two commanders arrived at Shanhai Aiguan, and I haven't had time to tell us about the current situation in Pingzhi City." Liu Oxin glanced at Lu Fu. Only then did he understand that this guy was just one step early. He said, "You are more familiar with the outside world than we are. Let's talk about the current enemy situation." Lu Fu also put away his unruly expression at this time. His expression serious. After pondering for a while, Ming said, "The two generals must also be aware of the terrain outside the Guan. Compared with the plains, hills and mountains outside the Guan, the land outside the Guan is really a flat river. It can be said that there are grasslands at a glance, and there are even few trees. I see that this place is very suitable for large-scale cavalry operations. and this is where the advantage of the barbarians lies. According to the small-scale battles between the cavalry and the barbarian scouts in recent years, our cavalry may not have the advantage. Liu Xin nodded. In fact, they have not been dazzled by the victory. There are actually many reasons why they have won steadily over the years. In Jizu, Bishan was injured by artillery, and other victories were based on the defense of the city. Even the recent battle of Bashu was because the barbarian cavalry was scattered and plundered to give them a chance to be eliminated. But this time is different. This is a regular war between the two countries, and both sides will concentrate their efforts to deal with this war, Luff said. So this time, we can't waste precious cavalry to fight the barbarians head-on. It will only exhaust our limited cavalry. Last time Qi Guanyi chased the remaining cavalry and finally won, but also lost more than 3,000 men. This is still under the condition that the barbarian cavalrymen are tired of horses. Liu Xin was convinced. He said, "You are right. Our advantage is artillery and muskets. Cavalry is our shortcoming. Therefore, the limited cavalry can only be used to chase down the route, but to consume. I think this time the march has to walk along the sea. The first step is to build a U-boat 20 miles outside Shanhai Aiguan, so that even if the 6 ground food passage is cut off, we can get supplies from the sea." After a pause, he continued, Pingzhou City is only 100 miles away from Shanhai Aiguan. This distance is neither close nor far. Just building 4 U-boats is enough to guarantee the food and grass we need when fighting in Pingzhou. I think so too. Huajiu Island is between Pingzhou City and Jinzhou. There is a lot of food on the island, which can provide us with supplies. But it is a pity that the 2 divisions on this island need to directly contact Yukinian. Attacking Liaozhou can't be used by me, Ming said. All 3 were ordered by the military aircraft department, and they all knew their plans. Luff said, "It's nothing to be a pity." Hasn't Qi Guanyi already gone to the island? According to the order, his mission is to pretend to attack Jinzhou and take his. The cavalry disturbed the barbarians' rear. And now it's time for the barbarians' spring plowing. Even if this battle is not won this year, it will drive the barbarian crazy in winter. That's right. The emperor estimated that it was because of this that he would start the northern expedition during the spring plowing season. The barbarians now rely on the food obtained by the people in the 6 cities to alleviate the famine. At this time, the spring plowing is destroyed. Few people. Liu Xin also laughed. In that case, when are the 2 commanders going to leave? Ming's eyes flashed with excitement. Luff pondered for a moment. This has to wait for the appointment of the military aircraft department. Our 3 armies must have a corps commander together. Liu Xin and Ming nodded. Before being appointed, they still need to make pre-war preparations, including the issue of interconnection between the 3 armies. 7 days later, along with a large number of chariots entering Shanhai Aiguan, orders from the Ministry of Military Aircraft also arrived at Shanhai Aiguan. What surprised the 3 people was that the commander of the army was not any of the 3, but Nu Ben, who arrived from Qingzhou, and Xiaoming also arrived. See the emperor for ministers. All the generals in Shanhai Aiguan received the news and all went outside the city gate to greet the holy driver. Everyone, aching is flat. Xiaoming rode on a horse, dressed in military uniform. After mobilizing the army together at Shanhai Aiguan, he rushed to Shanhai Aiguan with some personnel from the military aircraft department and the general staff. This trip to the north was a major event in the country, and the reason why he decided to go to the court was to boost morale. At the same time, the symbol of any powerful emperor is to establish himself with military merit. He has been enjoying peace in Qingzhou City and it is difficult to establish prestige in the military. Moreover, this war is extremely important. Various unexpected situations may occur during the war. At this time, Luff and others may appeal to Qingzhou. In this way, the long message transmission will cause trouble for the war, but he is different here. He can adapt to the situation at any time. Chapter 792. Majestic and arrogant, a cool north wind whizzed past the head of Shanhai Aiguan. E-novel www.1xiaozuo.com. Xiaoming and Nu Ben and a group of generals stood at the head of Shanhai Aiguan and looked at the vast grassland in front of them. In the days to come, The Great Yu Kingdom will have a war with the barbarians to determine the fortune of the country. Unlike contemporary haze-filled environments, the vision of this era is extremely clear, leading to a place that Xiaoming can see through the telescope. The Emperor. This is a plan negotiated by ministers and others. Luff told Xiaoming about the marching strategy he discussed with Liu Oxin and Ming a few days ago. Turning around, Xiaoming looked at the dozens of generals behind him, and said, "It took too long to build Yubao, and the preparation of materials is quite cumbersome. This time I have assembled all the tanks and sent them to the tanks. You can rely on the battle." Every 20 miles, the Ka builds an interdependent chariot bastion, which is much more flexible than Yuborg. Luff glanced at the densely packed tanks outside Shanhai Aiguan. These years, the country of Dau has been manufacturing tanks, and now there are 1,800 tanks. On weekdays, in addition to their normal training, they will also exercise with chariots and encounter barbarian cavalry. Nu Ben said, "Using the tank as a stronghold, you can attack or defend, and you can quickly evacuate in unfavorable situations. This time the barbarians will inevitably devote their efforts to the country. For safety reasons, they will still rely on tanks. It will not be too late to send a construction battalion to build Yubao." Liu Oquin nodded upon hearing this. The three Liff glanced at each other, and at the same time bowed and said, "Yes." The Emperor. Xiaoming turned around and looked at the grassland again. The supply of ammunition for this war is extremely important. Once the ammunition is exhausted, the advantage will be lost. Therefore, as long as the supply of ammunition is guaranteed, we will be able to win the war. Otherwise, it will be dangerous. All the generals looked solemn, and the establishment of a country in Dau has never had such a big war. This is not a civil turmoil in Dau, but also a small battle at the border, but an all-out war between Dau and the barbarians. After inspecting the city defenses of Shanhai Aiguan, Xiaoming and a group of generals led down the city wall. Along the way, the soldiers looked at Xiaoming with reverence. The emperor they worshipped day and night appeared in Shanhai Aiguan and would fight alongside them, which made the soldiers inexplicably excited. Xiaoming looked at the soldiers with smiles. His purpose of coming here was to boost morale. He would stay in Shanhai Aiguan during the entire war instead of going with the army. The reason for this is that he doesn't want to burden the generals. Because once the barbarian knows that he is in the army, he will attack at all costs. In this way, the generals would concentrate their efforts to protect him and forget his goal. He didn't want to make the mistakes of Ming Dynasty Chu Mu Bao. Coming down from the city wall, Xiaoming did not rush to set up the staff here, but went straight to Shanhai Aiguan camp. Now the soldiers coming from all over the country of Dau are concentrated here. When they arrived at the barracks, Xiaoming and the generals entered the camps of the soldiers and asked them one by one, and asked the soldiers about their current needs. The emperor, "Come on, we don't need anything." A soldier who was only 18 years old was broken and straight, his throat rolled, and he stammered nervously. When he was chatting with a soldier in the camp, Xiaoming walked in. Xiaoming patted him on the shoulder, and said loudly, "There is going to be a war soon. You may not be able to return after going to the battlefield. Now is not the time to tell lies." Hearing the words, the young soldier glanced at Luff nervously. He was Luff's soldier. After swallowing, the soldier said, "I want a lady." All the way, the generals laughed, and Nu Ben said, "This emperor can't give it to you, but when you come back from the war, you will make a contribution, and the matchmaker at your house may break the door." The soldiers scratched their heads when they heard the words, and he shouted, "Yes, General." After chatting with other soldiers for a while, Xiaoming continued to patrol the barracks in other places. After he left, the young soldier sat on the ground and said, "I must tell my mother that I saw the emperor when I go back." And the emperor patted me on the shoulder. The other soldiers were also excited. One soldier said, "I didn't expect the emperor to be so approachable." When the soldiers were discussing, Xiaoming went to another 5 or 6 camps. At noon, he and the soldiers ate in the same camp. This kind of behavior of being close to the people caused the soldiers' emotions to rise. In the afternoon, he and the generals gathered at the staff to plan the second day of war. According to the offensive plan, The army will go out of the city and march towards Pingzhou City tomorrow. According to the news from the cavalry hunters, the barbarians have assembled 120,000 cavalry near Pingzhou, and Pingzhou City has also stationed more than 200,000 slave soldiers. According to the information provided by the secret guards, the total number of barbarian cavalry is 350,000. After the Battle of Bashu, there should be 290,000 left, and some of these 290,000 cavalry are in the west to defend the Ottoman Empire. Now the barbarian has mobilized 120,000 cavalry and deployed in Pingzhou City. This must be the majority of the cavalry in the eastern part of the barbarian. Liu Oquan analyzed. Xiaoming nodded. It is a terrible thing for any country to have more than 300,000 cavalry in this era, because just the consumption and maintenance costs of more than 300,000 cavalry are enough to drag down the finances. If it were not for the barbarians to have a large grassland and raise horses in groups, it would be impossible to spread the cavalry to this scale. However, in addition to the cavalry, the barbarians also have a large farming population. In addition to the slave soldiers, there are also the barbarian infantry. When combined, the strength of the barbarians should not be underestimated. The number of barbarian cavalry in the west should be around 100,000. Counting this, there are still 70,000 cavalry that have not been mobilized. These cavalry should be the troops to guard the Golden Tent. Nu Ben said. Luf said at this time, and we added a total of 110,000 recruits, including 80,000 infantry, 30,000 cavalry, 30,000 cavalry under Qi Guanyi, and 30,000 infantry under Yi Qin'an, with a total strength of 170,000. The number is huge. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. But the number of modern armies is not comparable to the number of feudal armies. Looking at the sand table of the general staff, he continued, the most threatening to us is the barbarian cavalry. As long as the barbarian cavalry is destroyed, the other infantry is no more than a rabble and cannot face us head-on. The generals also knew the truth, exchanged their eyes one by one, and nodded one after another. After analyzing the forces of both sides, Xiaoming and the generals determined the enemy's deployment position on the sand table, and at the same time formulated the marching method for the second day, which was disbanded. In the early morning of the next day, a red sun had just risen to the horizon. The gates of Shanhai Iguan Gate were wide open. The soldiers wearing green military uniforms and armed with captive guns and flintlocks marched arrogantly towards Pingzhou City. Chapter 793 Heisei Castle Pingzhou City. Wu Shugyu is listening to Best's advice. Omzi say www.1xiozuo.com. For the cavalry, the journey of 100 miles only takes 2 hours. Soon after the Dayu team left the city, they received news from the scouts. Now is not the time to harass the Dayu team. For an army, the longer its supply line, the more dangerous it is. Therefore, we have to wait for the army from the Dayu kingdom to come to Pingzhou City, and use the trenches to consume them here. At the same time, they were waiting for the opportunity to use the cavalry to cut off their supply lines and trap them in Pingzhou City. Best put a drawing he drew on the table and spoke to Wu Shugyu and Bshan. Wu Shugyu and Bshan glanced at each other, and they really had no good solution now. The cavalry of Dayu is very precious, and their cavalry is equally precious, and no one can bear the responsibility of damaging 120,000 cavalry. And after several failed battles, the more cautious they are, the more they have a greater advantage in fighting near Pingzhou City. Wu Shugyu said, although so, we can also send a cavalry to test the reality of this army, and if there are loopholes in their army, we can also take the opportunity to attack. Best did not oppose Washu Bone talk, because a small amount of cavalry harassment is also a good idea, which can delay their marching. The battle strategy was set, Wu Shugyu and Bshan left, and soon a 10,000 person team led by Gil Duo departed from Pingzhou City to the army of Dayu. At this time, the Dayu team from Shanhai Iguan had already marched 20 miles. Here, Luf left 3,000 people to stand by, using the Gar array as a barrier to establish a supply point. 20 miles is very close to the cavalry. In this way, Once the barbarian cavalry surrounds this supply point, their cavalry will be able to come for reinforcements within an hour. After constructing a supply point, Luff led the troops to move forward. According to their marching plan, they would arrive in Pingzhou City the next morning, so they didn't walk quickly along the way. During the march, their Hubban 1st Division was at the forefront, the Hubban 3rd Division led by Ming was at the end, and Liu Oxin's army was in the middle. As before, this time the chariots and cavalry also marched on both sides of the army, forming a chariot formation at any time to guard against barbarian cavalry attacks. From the morning until the evening, Liu ordered a camp for 80 miles, and the cavalry sent messages back and forth along the way. When they were halfway through, a barbarian 10,000-man cavalry team appeared nearby. Liu, who received the news, did not stop but continued to move forward. If it were the former army of the Great Yu Kingdom, he would be very worried that this 10,000-person team would suddenly attack, but now he is not afraid at all, because they can form a hollow phalanx within a short period of time when they charge. This is the advantage brought by the military reform, and each unit can respond quickly when facing the enemy. However, it seemed to be irritated by his arrogant attitude. When they walked less than 1 mile away again, the barbarian cavalry suddenly attacked the Dau team marching in a long serpentine shape. The cavalry chaser first transmitted the movement of the barbarian cavalry to the marching infantry phalanx through semaphores. At this time, the infantry phalanx that received the news began to change rapidly from the walking formation, and each company quickly found its position in a hollow phalanx. The original long snake formation quickly became a walking hollow square. If viewed from the sky, it looked like the words "Ka" with a green border were constantly walking. When Gilduo rushed in front of him, it was found that the army of Great Yu Kingdom had completely changed its shape, so he immediately turned his horse's head. If you continue to rush, it means death. After all, he only has 10,000 people, and his main purpose is to harass. But now it seems that his basic harassment can't be done, because the military defense of the country is too tight. With a trace of worry in his eyes, Gilduo and his cavalry suddenly bypassed the army and headed towards Shanhai Iguan. "General, that is the stronghold we established," a cavalry division commander said anxiously. Luff said, "Don't worry, 10,000 people will not be able to break the fortress formed by the Ka formation and move on." The real war has not yet begun. After being delayed by the barbarian cavalry, Luff stationed 20 miles away from Pingzhou City. The next day they continued to march and arrived at Pingzhou City in the morning. At this time, he finally got the full view of Pingzhou City. The army 6 sequel assembled. Thunder, Liu Oxin and the two also arrived in front of the formation. They observed Pingzhou City through the telescope. At the same time, the soldiers began to camp here, because the battle cannot be determined in a few days. Pingzhou City. Best is observing the Dau team outside the city. At this moment, his face is getting more and more ugly while holding a telescope in his hand. Damn it, when will Asian natives have such sophisticated equipment? Best cursed. This is comparable to the European military. Bshan heard the words and said, "In just 6 years, this emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom named Xiao Ming had such an army." 6 years, this is incredible. Best put down the monoculars. Here, he saw flintlock guns, field guns, and even hot air balloons flying into the sky. This kind of picture can only be seen in Europe. Pray for God to bless us. Best's throat was a little dry. If this war was a major battle in Europe, he could think of the cruelty of the war. Bshan frowned. Although he didn't understand what God was in Best, he knew that this was definitely not a kind word. When the Dau team set up camp, the artillery on the Pingzhou City wall also began to prepare, and the slave soldiers entered the trenches with their weapons ready to fight. On the other side, the three of Luff looked frowning at the 200-meter-long trench. Field artillery poses no threat to the soldiers in these trenches. Only a mortar can kill the enemy in the trench, but with the standard of mortars, 1 of 10 shells can fall into the trench. Fortunately, the recruits recruited this time have insufficient muskets. otherwise it will be in trouble this time. Luffy looked at the recruits who were camping out. These recruits wore plate armor and held swords in their hands. Because the military workshop could not produce 90,000 muskets in such a short period of time, in fact 40,000 of the recruits rushed to the battlefield were still wearing illuminated plate armor. When these strange recruits entered the city, they were still very strange, and now they finally understand the brilliance of the military aircraft department. It turns out that these recruits have their own use against the barbarians' cold weapons. Let the recruits in plate armor fight for the trenches. Luffy pointed to Pingzu. Once the trenches were captured, the city of Pingzu would be finished. Chapter 794 Battle. Wu Xiugu looked at the Dayu team outside Pingzu city with a black mist on his face. Small says www.1xiozuo.com. Outside the city, the scattered white tents of Dayu Kingdom looked very dazzling in his eyes. Obviously, Dayu Kingdom was ready to fight a protracted war with them. Despicable Dayu people, they are deliberately destroying the spring plowing of our 6 cities. Wu Xiugu was very angry. Shan took it for granted. I said a long time ago that the Emperor of Dayu Kingdom is different from any other Emperor of Dayu Kingdom before. Unfortunately, none of you listened to me. It was you who allowed him to grow into a eater. The beast of man. I don't want to hear these cold words from you now. If we lose this time, no one will have a good life. Wu Xiugu's eyes were sharp. When the two were talking, a melodious trumpet suddenly sounded in the big U, where the array was completed. At this time, the musketeer who had been standing in front gave way, and a group of soldiers in silver armor came forward. When the two saw this costumed soldier, they were shocked. Best is also open-mouthed. He said, why does Dayu have such an army? It's just that when they were in shock, there was a sudden boom in the position of Dayu State. A lime bomb was thrown from the mortar into the trench in front of Pingzu City, and white smoke immediately enveloped the trench. Some barbarian soldiers could not dodge, and their bodies were covered with lime powder, while those barbarians whose eyes were burned by lime powder directly covered their eyes and cried in pain. Outside the city, Luffy watched all this calmly. Now they were at a distance of 100 meters from the trench. In the trench, he could vaguely see the barbarian archer hiding in it. If the musketeers are allowed to advance rashly, they will definitely be shot by these archers, so if you want to get close to the city wall, you must seize the trench in front of the city. After all, the shooting accuracy of soldiers from 300 meters away will be much worse, and they cannot effectively shoot the barbarian slave soldiers on the wall. Kill. Luffy gave an order, and the soldiers in plate armor rushed into the trench. At this time, the barbarian slave soldiers in the trench also took out their weapons, and some archers pulled their bows and arrows to shoot at the soldiers. But in front of the plate armor made of high-quality steel, their bows and arrows only left a dent, and in a flash they fought with the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom armed to their teeth. The soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom who rushed to the trench directly jumped into the trench and raised the long sword in their hands. They were rampant among the barbaric slave soldiers like killing gods. Despite the large number of barbarian slave soldiers, the barbarians did not equip them with excellent weapons and armors. Many barbarian slave soldiers were just wearing shabby clothes and holding a shabby weapon. They weren't opponents at all in front of the soldiers of Great Yu State wearing well-equipped plate armor, but the barbarian slave soldiers in the first row of trenches suffered heavy losses in an instant. Shan and Wu Xiugu on the city of Pingzu looked ugly. In their eyes, these soldiers in silver armor poured into the trenches like a torrent of steel. The first row of trenches was quickly seized, and then they poured into the second row of trenches. Fire! Shan ordered coldly. Wu Xiugu said anxiously, wait, our soldiers are fighting with them, how can we fire? Can slave soldiers count as humans? As long as they can keep Pingzu City, it doesn't matter even if they are all dead. Shan said angrily. Wu Xiugu was silent. He glanced at the ditch that was constantly being captured and finally nodded gently. Fire! Shan gave orders this time. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the artillery at the head of Pingzu City finally made a deafening sound, and the black shells rushed straight into the melee crowd. A barbarian slave soldier was embracing and fighting with a soldier of the country of Dau, when a shell suddenly hit his back. The huge force directly knocked him and the soldiers of Dau state into flight, and then they ran into several soldiers in a series. The flames and smoke spewing from the head of Pingzhou City made Liu frown. He said, "Let the artillery bombard Pingzhou City immediately. The 3rd Battalion commander, you immediately take your people and shoot the artillery on the city wall." "Yes, Commander." The commander of the 3rd Battalion immediately led the 9 companies under his command towards the trench. When they were 20 meters away from the trench, they started shooting the artillery at the head of the city with their conquest rifles. The barbarians' artillery has a range of only 500 meters, which is not as good as that of Dau's Conqueror muskets. When they entered a distance of more than 200 meters, they shot one after another. Although the best shooting distance is within 105 meters, this distance is enough to cause damage to the barbarian artillery. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. Artillery and muskets blasted together, and the 3 armies assembled hundreds of artillery against Pingzhou City, which was a fierce bombardment. Hundreds of artillery shells fell on the city wall like rain hitting dust. Suddenly the smoke and dust of Pingzhou City wall flew up, and some of the barbarian soldiers who were directly hit flew around. Wu Shugyu and Bshan were hiding under the city under the fierce gunfire, and Best was also pale. The firearms of Dau Kingdom were too ferocious. This was a disaster for the barbarians whose firearms were backward. Now his confidence began to shake. A great chunking with a quasi-European army. Will this backward-step empire be an opponent? Wu Shugyu finally regretted it now. He said to Bshan, "You are right, we should destroy the Great Yu country earlier, not fight a meaningless war with the Ottoman Empire. It's too late to say anything. Now we can only delay it. Once it's winter, they will stop attacking," Bshan said. Wu Shugyu was very remorseful. He was scared by the horrible scene of the city. At the same time, he knew very well that if it continued, Pingzhou City would no longer exist. He said, "We must use the cavalry to disrupt their offensive." Bshan, "I'll leave it to you here. I will personally lead the cavalry to cut off the food road of Great Yu." After all, he led a group of cavalry generals out of the city. Bshan watched Wu Shugyu leave. At this time, he said to Guduo, "Send all the slave soldiers out, and you must resist the army of the Great Yu Kingdom outside the city. There are more than 200,000 slave soldiers stationed in Pingzhou City, and they still have enough soldiers. Even if 4 are replaced by 1, they will be replaced." Guduo left in response, and he immediately led the cavalry to drive the slave soldiers out of the city gate. The soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom who were in the battle had already occupied the 8th trench. Seeing that there were 16 trenches, they could rush into the city gate. At this time, the Pingzhou City gate opened wide, and a group of barbarian slave soldiers jumped in. The tunnel rushed towards them. After the fierce artillery fire was suppressed, the artillery on Pingzhou City was basically unable to cause damage to the soldiers of the Great Yu State in the trenches. But his face changed when the slave soldier appeared. Chapter 795 Three-way parallel. Let the soldiers retreat and switch to 1 or 2 regiments. Facing the barbarian slave soldiers frantically pouring into the trenches, Luff hurriedly ordered. Eom's novel www.1xiozuo.com. The barbarians are relying on the number of people and his chariots. The soldiers who rushed up just now were 2 regiments. After some fighting, the soldiers of this regiment were very tired and would suffer a lot from encountering this group of energetic slave soldiers. Upon receiving the order, the bugler immediately blew the evacuation horn, and the 2 regiments in the trench withdrew immediately. During the evacuation, they brought the wounded soldiers back and sent them to the medical officer in the camp immediately responsible for treating wounds. The barbarian slave soldiers chased these 2 regiments and quickly rushed to the front of the trench. At this time, Luff immediately ordered the musketeers to shoot. Some of the barbarian slave soldiers standing on the trench immediately fell. Upon seeing this, these slave soldiers immediately got into the trench and stopped showing their heads. At this time, the 2 replacement regiments took the opportunity to jump into the trench and continued to fight with the barbarian slave soldiers. The entire battlefield was full of artillery, muskets and the sound of fighting. The semaphore on the raised hot air balloon kept passing on the situation of the battle to Luff and the others in the camp, and then relayed the orders of Luff and the others to the battlefield. Because of this flexible delivery method, the soldiers of the Great U State were very flexible in their operations, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. There was no chaos in which the barbarian soldiers lost their command when they left the city. It seems that Pingzhou City is really going to become a meat grinder, so it will take some time to break the city. Liu Ming said. Liu Xin was very indifferent. He said, "What are you anxious about? We were originally to cover Qi Guanyi and Yiqinian. As long as we can seize Liuqing and cut off the communication between the barbarian and Gili, it is equivalent to breaking another arm of the barbarian. That is, Qi Guanyi is responsible for disrupting the barbarian's spring plowing, and Yiqinian has cut off the barbarian's way of obtaining food from Korea. This winter, we will see how the barbarian lives." Luff laughed. Huajiu Island. Before getting the army and leaving Pingzhou City, Qi Guanyi decided to board 6 near Jinzhou according to the established plan. The order he got this time was very simple. It was to cause destruction behind the barbarians and plunder the population, which was the same as the purpose of the barbarians invading Dayu. Unlike previous wars, they will pay more attention to the plunder of wealth. All boarding. Qi Guanyi shouted to the soldiers on the island. Under his order, one by one soldiers led horses and boarded the huge naval warships. During this war, these warships will be responsible for the transportation of soldiers. But even so, it is a difficult task to send the 3 to Qingzhou. For this reason, the Chamber of Commerce has also provided many large merchant ships to help. Huajiu Island is very close to Jinzhou, a direct distance of only 140 miles, and they can arrive by boat in half a day. In order to save time, they decided to go out in the evening so that they could arrive near Jinzhou in the early morning of the next day. The secret guards have found a concealed and convenient place for them to board 6, where they will establish a temporary camp. The next morning, the mighty fleet appeared on a beach 60 miles east of Jinzhou City. The barbarians are sparsely populated, and the settled population is as large as that of Dau, concentrated near Kongqing. Such remote beaches are also inaccessible. The cavalry came down from the ship to build a camp on the beach. The plunder of the barbarians will be long-lasting. The task of the caravan is not only to transport soldiers, but also to transport the plundered materials to Peshawar City and then from Peshawar City. Dengzhou. 8,000 cavalry troops used 3 days to build a camp near the beach. On the 4th day, there were 3,000 musketeers who came with the last cavalry. They will be responsible for protecting the camp. Everything was ready. Qi Guanyi led the cavalry to Jinzhou City. At the same time, Yiqinian led 40,000 musketeers and 6,000 cavalry troops into Liaozhou. After staying in Goryeo for almost a year, Yiqinian already knew the city of Goryeo and the barbarians very well. So when he received the order to attack Liaozhou, he admired their emperor very much, because this Liaozhou was the gateway for the barbarian to control Goryeo. If Liaozhou was captured, the barbarians would have to travel long distances without supplies if they wanted to attack Goryeo. Fortunately, this Liaozhou is not far from Peshawar City. It only takes 3 days to get there. If Liaozhou City is captured, this iron triangle of Goryeo will be formed, and their control of Goryeo will be easier. 3 days later, under the guidance of Korean guides, they arrived outside Liaozhou City. Facing the unfamiliar environment and the unfamiliar city, Yiqinian didn't have a trace of nervousness. He quickly dispatched cavalry to investigate the surrounding situation. At the same time, the Goryeo merchants he bought reported the internal situation in Liaozhou. Originally, there were a lot of cavalry in this city of Liaozhou, but it was said that there were cavalry attacks from the Great U country outside Jinzhou, and the cavalry in this city rushed to encircle and suppress. Now there are only 20,000 barbarian regular infantry and 40,000 barbarian slave soldiers in the city, the Korean businessman said. Yiqinian nodded. He said, "Good job. I will talk to President Lee and give you some business." "Thank you, General." "Thank you, General," the Korean businessman said with excitement, now that as long as the Korean businessman who does business with Daewoo gets rich, he is expecting it day and night, and now it finally comes true. After waiting for a while, the cavalry who went out to investigate reported that there was no ambush around, and Lee Kin-yeon finally felt relieved. Judging from the actions of the barbarians this time, they also increased their troops in Liaozu, but obviously they did not pay enough attention. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Lee Kin-yeon ordered, "The 1st Division is in charge of the East Gate, the 2nd Division is in charge of the South, the 3rd Division is in charge of the North Gate, and the 4th Division is in charge of the West Gate. Before the sun sets, I want to eat roast lamb in Liaozu City." "Yes, Commander." The 4 division commanders responded at the same time. Then they commanded their generals to immediately besiege Liaozu City. After reaching their respective positions, they ordered an attack. Because of the military reform, each division is an independent unit, with musketeers, artillery, and cavalry. After the siege, there was a rumble of gunfire from every city gate. The barbarian soldiers in the city of Liaozu had already spotted this group of soldiers from the Great Yu Kingdom who had suddenly appeared, and they had sent scouts for help before the siege. Now they only hope that reinforcements can arrive soon. It's just that the degree of Daewoo's conquering the city gate was beyond their expectations. After the city gate was blasted open by artillery, the musketeers rushed into the city of Liaozu from the 4 city gates at the same time. Lee Kin-yeon smiled with satisfaction, facing the 60,000 barbarian infantry soldiers holding swords. He was not worried at all. Such an army could not stop the firearms no matter how brave it was. Chapter 796. Butcher Agada looked at the soldiers of Daewoo State who rushed into the city into despair. E-novel www.1xyazu.com. They thought that the strong city was vulnerable to the firearms of Daewoo Kingdom, but in a short time they lost the barrier of the city gate. As the banner of Liaozu City, his duty was to defend Liaozu City, but at the beginning of the war it was not a key city for the defense of the Golden Horde, because they did not expect that the Daewoo Congress would send troops into the Kanate's land to directly attack Liaozu City. After all, it is 600 miles away from Shanhai Aiguan. Before the reinforcements come, you must guard the city and give it to me. Agada shouted hoarsely. Now the soldiers on the city wall have become decorations. The soldiers of the country of Daewoo rushed in from the city gate, and their weapons spewed flames and smoke all the way towards the city. Now he can only let the soldiers rush down from the city wall and fight with the soldiers of Daewoo. Then he turned his head and said to the 10,000 chiefs around him, "Go and tell the people in the city that as long as you kill a soldier of the Great Yu Kingdom, you will reward 3 sheep and a cow." "Go." "Yes." The flag Captain 1 immediately went down the tower. He commanded some cavalry to disperse, and at the same time shouted Agada's bounty order. Although there are only 60,000 soldiers in the city of Liaozu, there are more than 300,000 barbarians living in this city. Now the people of Daewoo are their enemies. After the cavalry roared past, many barbarians came out of the folk houses, holding hatchets, forks, wooden sticks and other tools in their hands. Liaozu is the Liaozu of the Golden Horde, and the people of Daewoo who attacked Liaozu are their enemies. What's more, the generous bounty is enough for them to survive this winter, otherwise many of them will starve to death. At the same time, Lee Kin-yeon entered Liaozu City under the protection of personal guards. At this time, the commander of the 1st Division suddenly arrived in front of him, and he said, "Commander, the big thing is not good." Now the barbarians in Liaozu City have also participated in the war. Now the entire Liaozu City is full of enemies. What? Lee Kin-yeon's expression changed. He anticipated this when he attacked Liaozu. After all, this is not the Great Yu Kingdom, and Xiaoming's imperial power will make the people give up resistance and choose to obey. But here they are all enemies. Looking for a low wall, Lee Kin-yeon climbed up neatly on the wall. He looked at the war scene in the city, just as the commander of the 1st Division said. The current Liaozu City is full of barbarians with weapons. His soldiers are very passive. Some soldiers even hesitate when they see the barbarian old people and women, but are killed by the barbarian people who charge up. The more Lee Kin-yeon watched his brows frown, he said to the commander of the 1st Division, "You immediately inform the soldiers, regardless of whether they are old or weak, women or children, whoever takes weapons will be killed." "Yes, Commander." The commander of the 1st Division took the order and left. Back in his army, he ordered the soldiers to line up in dense formations in companies. Looking at the army of barbarian soldiers, slave soldiers, and common people rushing over, he pulled out his sword. "Fire!" He ordered the shooting when the barbarian army rushed within 50 meters. As the 1st Division, his soldiers are equipped with captive muskets. Although they can shoot at a distance of hundreds of meters, he chose to put them in for 50 meters because the musket hits of the conscripts at this distance are very high. The trained soldiers can basically shoot the enemy with every shot. Boom! The conqueror's rifle blasted flames, and the barbarians who swarmed over suddenly fell a large swath. Second row. After the first row shot, the company commander of each company shouted. As soon as his words fell, the soldiers in the first row stepped back, and the soldiers in the second row stepped forward and continued firing. Third row. First row. The entire battlefield was full of company commanders' orders and the sound of musket firing. Under the continuous firepower, the barbarians who rushed over fell down row after row, and within a short while, the entire ground was covered with the corpses of the barbarians. The smoke filled the battlefield, and Yikinian watched the massacre grimly. There was no trace of pity or guilt in his heart, because such a scene had been countless times when the barbarians ravaged King Zu. Since they are not afraid of death, the general will kill until they are afraid of death. The blood collected from the barbarian corpse into a stream, and Yikinian could even smell a strong smell of blood. But for him, this is war. The Great Yu Kingdom and the Golden Horde are destined to have an empire that will disappear in a long river of history. The land of Asia is indeed huge, but it cannot accommodate two empires. Go ahead. It seemed that the barbarians were killed when they rushed over, or the barbarians hid. After the smoke dissipated, only the bodies of the barbarians were left in front of their soldiers. At this time, the order came. They loaded the bullets, and the soldiers carrying the muskets stepped on the corpses of the barbarians and continued to search the city. Soon, they saw the barbarians hiding in the corner of the private square. At this moment, they no longer had the fierceness that rushed to fight, but shivered. The scene at the time of the rush completely frightened them, because no matter how they rushed, they couldn't get close to the soldiers of Dayu Kingdom. On the contrary, their deaths and injuries continued to increase. It wasn't until the corpses of their people covered 100 meters of ground, when they finally understood that they could not win anyway. Moreover, the army composed of barbarian soldiers and barbarian slave soldiers has been defeated and lost command. They are also like a group of headless flies. Lock them all up, a company commander ordered. The soldiers held guns and immediately locked the current barbarians into the house. One room was jammed and locked, and then they filled another room. The barbarians who were still trying to resist were shot and killed by them without hesitation. After fierce fighting, they finally took control of Liaozu City. As night fell, Yikinian and the generals gathered in a house in the city. After listening to the reports of various division commanders, he said, "Repair the gate overnight to prevent the arrival of barbarian reinforcements." Everyone nodded, and a division commander asked, "Commander, what about the barbarians in the city now?" "More than 200,000 people are not a small number. It is a hidden danger. You have seen it in today's battle. They killed our soldiers without blinking. In my opinion, it's better to burn them all to death." Another division commander said. He was itching with hatred, and this time he lost 3 regiments. Yikinian knew that these generals were all red eyes now, and the war was like this until one side was eliminated. He said, "Will it be too cheap to kill them? Now the court needs slaves everywhere. This time let them dig a lifetime of mines and build a lifetime of railways." Chapter 797 Dynamics of War Ginzu E. Small Ohms say www. 1xyazuo.com. Chi Guinyi led the cavalry and drove a group of barbarian soldiers to the camp. These barbarian soldiers lined up in long dragons, and the people in front and the back were connected by ropes to ensure that they would not escape. In addition to these slave soldiers, some cavalry also drove cattle and sheep, which were all robbed from barbarian villages. After boarding 6 in Jinzu, they followed their plan to create chaos near Jinzu and robbed everything they could grab. The effect of this is extremely effective, and the cavalry hunters soon have continued to support them. However, Qi Guanyi was not nervous at all, because according to time, Yi Qinyan should also take the Liaozu city, which is equivalent to they smashed a nail in the barbarian hinterland. And even if Liaozu city cannot be defended, they can easily retreat to Bisha city and Haigyu city, where they are evacuated by warships. Of course, this is the worst case, but now everything is clearly unexpectedly smooth. Perhaps Luff attracted most of the barbarian cavalry, and the number of barbarian cavalry who came to support Jinzu city was not large. The barbarian soldiers they captured were small groups of cavalry who came to support. Before the sun set, Qi Guanyi and his party returned to the camp. After they returned, a group of businessmen swarmed over, with wolf-like eyes in their eyes. Qi Guanyi's expression remained unmoved. He had become accustomed to the greedy appearance of these businessmen. In fact, the businessmen had been waiting in the camp for trade with them these days. The army is dispatched, and food is needed. The most difficult thing for the 30,000 cavalry to appear in Jinzu this time is the supply. In order to fight the barbarians in Pingzu city, most of the slaves were transporting grain and ammunition for Luff and others. In order to solve their supply problem, the emperor gave him an idea that has never been before. Before the expedition, the Chamber of Commerce summoned the merchants of Dayu State and told them that everything looted by the cavalry in Jinzu this time could be sold to them. Of course, the premise is that they exchange the fodder, grain, and silver for the war horses, so there will be such a scene in this camp. Commander Qi, these barbarian soldiers are good, each of them is very strong, and I'm willing to pay a dozen of silver to buy them, Ding Wu said loudly to Qi Guanyi. Now the most precious thing to the merchants of Dayu is the slave, so they learned that the barbarians who were arrested can be slaves, so they took the risk and rushed here. 12 tals. Qi Guanyi's tone is unquestionable. My soldiers took a lot of effort to capture these slaves alive, and they have to give them some compensation. Ding Wu rolled his eyes. Even so, these strong slaves could sell for about 17 tals when they were transported back to Qingzhou. He said, well, 12 tals. Qi Guanyi nodded in satisfaction. In addition to trading with merchants, the Ministry of Military Aircraft also issued a bounty system this time. 30% of the silver gained from the northern expedition trade will be evenly distributed to the soldiers, and this is why the morale of the soldiers has not decreased but has increased over the past few days. As soon as Ding Wu's words fell, other merchants also surrounded him, confirming the price, and they quickly divided the 3,000 slave soldiers captured. In exchange, they sent slaves to transport fodder, grain, meat, potatoes and other things from the ship to the camp. Then he moved down boxes of silver. After receiving the silver, the commander of each division immediately came to collect it, and then layer by layer to the soldiers. If you go out to rob that day, you can get money at night. The soldiers are happy one by one. It is the feelings of soldiers to serve the country with loyalty, but coupled with the drive of interests, they will maintain a high enthusiasm for war. Seeing the soldiers happy, Qi Guanyi smiled. In the past, the soldiers of the Great Yu State hated war because it not only delayed them from farming, but also was often exploited by generals. But now it's different. Obviously, being a soldier can make more profit than farming. During the last Northern War, many soldiers who performed well received a large amount of rewards. They used these rewards to become a wealthy class in the local area, changing the image of Dayu as a soldier, poor and humble. For this reason, the conscription last year was very lively, and many younger men rushed to join the army. Smiling and shook his head, Qi Guanyi returned to his camp. Tomorrow will be another day. Shanhai Aiguan. Xiaoming is writing the Slave Act of Great Chongqing. This law will be implemented in Great Chongqing. The purpose is to clarify the status, ownership and punishment system of slaves. Coming from modern times, Xiaoming is very clear that slavery will eventually be abolished, but in this era, he cannot use modern thinking to deal with the problems of this era. Because an era itself has the limitations of an era, and this limitation is reflected in the education level of the general public. For example, he is now trying to persuade the Europeans to stop colonizing, basically as ridiculous as he is going to African cannibal tribes to persuade them not to eat people. After thinking about this, Xiaoming felt that there was no need to specialize in a world where slavery was rampant, so the current Slave Act was created, because the influx of barbarian slaves will inevitably bring all kinds of things to the Great U country, all kinds of problems. This bill is to deal with this problem. The Emperor, General Nu, is here. While he was concentrating on writing, Qian Defu walked in. Let him in. Xiaoming put away his pen. He made the cow run over every day. He needs to learn about the current situation of the war. Qian Defu went out, and after a while, Nu Ben walked in. Because it was customary, Nu Ben said directly after the salute, "The Emperor." Today Lu's soldiers basically rushed to the gate of the city, but they were blocked by barbarian soldiers. It is estimated that the remaining barbarian soldiers will not be able to sustain the 7 or 88 consumed by the slaves. Now the barbarians are very impatient. Today, the barbarian Daitai Jiwushugu led the cavalry to continuously attack the car camp along the road, and the soldiers in the camp were casualties. It's huge. The crazier the barbarian cavalry is, the more it means that they can't stand it anymore. This three-way attack has blossomed everywhere in the barbarian hinterland, finally letting the barbarian experience our mood when they were rampant in the country of Dau. Xiaoming Leng said the voice. Nu Ben said, "The Emperor said that if everything goes well, Yikan should now have a firm foothold in Liuzhou City. Then we will win. Pingzhou Jinzhou will be an isolated city, and it will be very easy to win in the end." Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words. He said, "You are going to attack Pingzhou City at any cost. As long as you break this city, the cavalry with washu bones is routless duckweed, and you can only withdraw to the grassland." "Yes, the Emperor." Nu Ben responded, "Give the old minister 3 more days, and the old minister will take Pingzhou City." Chapter 798. Pretending to attack Jinzhou. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the battlefield, and the figure of the soldier returning from the dim light was very long. E-novel www.w 1xiozuo.com. During this period of time, the soldiers of Dau and the soldiers of the barbarians fought repeatedly here, making this a veritable meat grinder. The trenches in front of Pingzhou City have been stained red with blood. The soil in the trenches is moist, and it is contaminated with the blood of soldiers from both sides. The morale of soldiers is extremely important in such a war of repeated seesaws, and now the two sides are comparing who can't stand it in the end and collapses across the board. In the camp, Ming and Liu Oxin sat down around a low table. Each of them had a sloppy beard and their bodies were dirty. In the days of war, they rarely slept, either personally leading the soldiers to fight with the barbarian cavalry, or making plans for the left-center battle in the camp. Sometimes they couldn't sleep until midnight because of differences of opinion. The soldiers who rushed out today are already barbarian soldiers, not barbarian slave soldiers, so there should not be many soldiers left in the city. Liu Oxin said while looking at Pingzhou City. "The trouble is the cavalry of washu bones. Every time we are about to attack, he will lead his troops to attack the camp to contain our troops." Thunder frowned. "You can no longer protect the cavalry. Now we must let them work together. The barbarian cavalry is head to head, otherwise the barbarian army will keep coming, and here is a bottomless pit." Lu was silent. Wu Shugu was very cunning. Using the mobility of the cavalry, he never faced the enemy with the musketeers. Instead, he rushed over whenever he was looking for an opportunity to look for chaos in the array. 30,000 people are not enough to stuff the cavalry between washu bones. Lu stared and thundered. He said, "Now it is Qi Guanyi that can be counted on. I hope this kid can make some big moves to give the barbarian cavalry a tracked away. Otherwise it will be difficult." Liu Oxin and Ming looked at each other when they heard this. Liu Oxin said, "This person Qi Guanyi is bold and intent. I hope so." In Jinzi Ying's High, Qi Guanyi is making a plan. Simple looting and destruction can no longer meet the effect he needs now, because according to the news he received, more barbarians are still going to Pingzhou City, which is simply ignoring his existence. Fight against Jinzhou. When Qi Guanyi said his plan, the generals thought he was crazy. Commander Qi, we are cavalry, and horses can't fly up to the city wall, said the commander of a cavalry division. Horse can't fly up, but people can climb up. Qi Guanyi's eyes were deep. There are 3,000 musketeers in the camp, and there are 16 artillery pieces. We only need 1,000 musketeers and 8 artillery pieces to open it. The gate of Jinzhou. The commander of another cavalry division said, it's just that even if we blasted open the city gate, Jinzhou is a giant city that claims to be inhabited by 600,000 barbarians, and we can't occupy it only by us. I didn't say that we were going to occupy Jinzhou City. Our purpose is still to snatch. Obviously, our looting in Jinzhou has spread. Many barbarians have fled into Jinzhou City. You have also seen it. Now some villages are already in the city, with strong walls and clear fields. We will get nothing in a few days, Qi Guanyi reminded. A group of generals nodded their heads when they first arrived, and they had gained a lot when they first arrived. Now, with the passage of time, they have caught fewer and fewer barbarians. Now they can only get captured by fighting with reinforcements, but the casualties are high. Looking at a group of generals, he continued, and now the barbarians are staring at Pingzhou City. Jinzhou City seems to be strong, but the defense is very weak. Even if we can't plunder more slaves, it will attract the return of the barbarian soldiers in Pingzhou City. Yes, Commander Qi. The generals nodded one after another, and Qi Guanyi's last words convinced them. The next day, Qi Guanyi sent troops to Jinzhou City. He has seen through the weak nature of Jinzhou. He has no scruples now, not to mention that this move is more of a bluff. The army dispatched immediately attracted the attention of the barbarian scouts, who kept passing news to Jinzhou City. Knowing that the musketeers and artillery of Dayu State appeared near Jinzhou City, the Jinzhou City barbarian flag was shocked, so he immediately sent scouts to Pingzhou City for help. Because in his opinion, this must be the strategy of Dau country, and the real purpose of Dau country is to attack Jinzhou City. Compared with the nervousness of the barbarians, Qi Guanyi seemed to be able to do well. He led the cavalry to gather outside Jinzhou City, and then directed the artillery to aim the artillery at Jinzhou City. However, he was not in a hurry to attack the city, but prepared to perform a scene for the barbarians. That night, he let 1,000 musketeers leave at night and returned in the early morning of the next day, creating the illusion of continuous reinforcement of musketeers. The Jinzhou City banner who saw this scene was even more horrified, and cavalry for help kept coming out. Pingzhou City, after a night of rest, fell into a fight again as usual the next day. In the morning, Luff got the order from Liu Ben to take Pingzhou City within 3 days. In the order, Liu Ben mentioned that Liu Hong's army had already taken a boat to Jinzhou. They would join Qi Guanyi, and the Holy Mandate would ask Qi Guanyi to join them in attacking Jinzhou to attract the troops of the barbarians. This time the emperor was cruel, and he didn't expect to transfer half of Liu Hong's forces. Liu Ming said excitedly, but they didn't know that Qi Guanyi had acted in advance. The battlefield is now in a state of anxiety, and Liu Hong's forces will officially break this deadlock once it arrives. But to their surprise, less than a day after Liu Ben's order arrived, 30,000 barbarian cavalry suddenly went to Jinzhou. The remaining cavalry in Pingzhou City was less than 90,000. Although it is not clear why, this is definitely good news for the three of Luff. Immediately, Luff ordered a fierce attack on Pingzhou City. Liu Ming personally led the cavalry into battle, and Liu Oxin commanded the remaining chariots to form a car formation to guard the flank of the infantry. Liu Ben's order only gave them 3 days, and now they are desperate. Watching the sudden expansion of the Dayu team in Pingzhou City, Pashan slammed a fist against the wall. Best said pessimistically, the enemy you are facing is excellent in both weapons and tactics. The time to attack Jinzhou at this time is very appropriate. If Jinzhou falls, You will suffer from the enemy. Shut up. Bshan's chest undulated violently. Pingzhou City attracted most of the Khanate troops. Now they are very tired. Dau State's attack on Jinzhou at this time made them worse. Best was not frightened by Bshan. He continued, Pingzhou City is too small and the wall is not thick enough. The wise choice now is to retreat to Jinzhou City for rest. Chapter 799 Rush to Pingzhou. Boom boom boom. The artillery sounded like thunder. Small said www.1xiaozuo.com. All front-mounted artillery and mortars were gathered in front of Pingzhou City. In an instant, the dense shells formed a barrage and flew towards Pingzhou City. The arguing Beshan and Best were horrified. At this time, they dared not linger on the wall, but ran into the city in a panic. Behind them, the cannon that hit the city wall made a huge sound of metal and stone colliding, and the lime and blossom shells fired by the mortar cannon exploded at the same time, brilliant like fireworks. Outside the city, the soldiers in plate armor and the musketeers charged at Pingzhou City at the same time. They shouted, as if they were venting the anger accumulated over the past few days. The barbarian soldiers also rushed out of the city at this time. They entered the trenches to fight with the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom. For a time, the entire battlefield fell into chaos. Wu Shugyu was stunned. He didn't expect the soldiers of Dau Kingdom to attack suddenly, and this fierce posture was a desperate final battle. At this time, he suddenly regretted sending a part of the cavalry to Jinzhou, but now there is no room for him to think about it, because under the fierce artillery fire of the country, they have become passive, and now the trenches in front of Pingzhou City have been taken away little by little. Wu. At his signal, the horn sounded in the cavalry team, and a 10,000 strong cavalry rushed to the front of the city. Although the car formation of Diayugo was stopped in the middle of the road, it was time to desperately. The thunder of Dau State Camp has assembled 30,000 cavalrymen, looking at the barbarian cavalrymen who are staring at them. He shouted, brothers, it is time for us to work hard, raise our troops for 1,000 days, and use our troops for the Emperor. The glory of Great Yu country, kill, kill. At this moment, the cavalry raised their sabers and their morale was high. At the same time, on the right side of the cavalry, a square hollow formation consisting of 5 musketeers was forming. This square formation was formed by the 2 divisions of the Tiger Ben 3rd Army. In this siege, Luff was using his 2 divisions of the Tiger's 1st Army and 2 divisions of the Tiger's 2nd Army to fight. The other 2 divisions of the Tiger Ben's 2nd Army blocked the barbarian cavalry under the command of Liu Oxin. As the battle in Pingzhou City became more and more intense, the battlefield centered on Pingzhou City became more chaotic. If you look down from a high altitude, the soldiers on both sides of the wide battlefield are like a crowd of marching ants fighting. As the charge horn sounded, the hollow phalanx formed by the Tiger Ben's 2nd Division stepped on the barbarian cavalry at a neat pace, and thunder led the cavalry on the 2 wings of the phalanx. Their purpose was not to annihilate these cavalry, but to prevent them from intervening in the battlefield. Sol Ming decided to use the musketeers to push them back step by step. The cavalry led by Wu Shugyu was 30,000 fewer. But even so, 90,000 people were not able to shake them. Because of this, he can only use the musketeers to offset the advantage of Washubone. In the face of thunderous tactics, Wu Shu's brow furrowed. He is not afraid of head-to-head with Dau's cavalry, but is afraid of this peculiar musket phalanx. On the first day of the battle, he had tested the power of the musket, and the cavalry that rushed past fell without even touching any soldier. It's just that although he knows how powerful this musket formation is, he has no choice now. If he continues, Pingzhou City will only fall. As a result, they will lose the frontline fortress of Pingzhou, and Jinzhou will directly face the threat of Great Yu. Kill! Wu Shugyu yelled, horseshoes, and the tidal barbarian cavalry began to rush in the direction of thunder. Seeing this scene, the soldiers in the hollow square stopped. In fact, The barbarian cavalry had been hiding 500 meters away in order to prevent being shot. Now they chose to fight against each other to narrow the distance. After entering the effective range of the conquered muskets of 500 meters, the musketeers were ordered to fire. Although the city of Pingzhou is very open, so many cavalry gathered together cannot be dispersed, and once they are dispersed, the barbarian cavalry cannot effectively fight against the mass-charged Great Yu cavalry. Boom boom! The hollow phalanx showed a three-stage shooting, and the bullet flew over a distance of 500 meters and fell on the barbarian soldiers and the barbarian horses. After the first round of shooting, the barbarian cavalry moving forward fell down a large area, which made the marching barbarian a little confused. Ming calmly watched the movements of the barbarian cavalry. The hollow phalanx performed well. If so, even if the barbarian cavalry rushed in front of them, they would lose a lot, which would greatly reduce the morale of the barbarian cavalry. Boom boom! The gunfire sounded again, and the barbarian cavalry fell again, and the distance of the barbarian cavalry continued to shrink. From 500 meters to 300 meters, the barbarian cavalry suffered heavy casualties, and 3,000 or 4,000 barbarian cavalry fell on the charge. When the barbarians reached 200 meters, the commander of the hollow phalanx shouted. The first row squatted down, the bayonet tilted upward, and the second row continued shooting. Looking at the barbarian cavalry who kept shortening the distance, Thunder branded a saber and rushed out in the lead. This war was a fateful battle for the Great Yu Kingdom. If you win, the offensive and defensive trend of the Great Yu and the barbarians will change, and the vast grasslands will become the horse breeding grounds of the Great Yu. At this time, the battle under Pingzhou City also entered a fever pitch. Under the bombardment of artillery, a large part of the current Pingzhou City wall collapsed, and the entire Pingzhou City was exposed to Luf and others. The wings were protected by Liu Oxin and Thunder, and Luf concentrated all his energy on the trenches. 20,000 recruits in armor and 20,000 elite musketeers fought at the gate of the city at the same time, faced with full body armor, like the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom. With iron barrels, there is no effective way for barbarians. Often only 3 people can deal with one, otherwise these soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom in armor would easily kill them. Only after a few days of fierce battle, the musketeers who rushed into the trench for the first time made them understand that they were more terrifying than these plate soldiers. These soldiers were very sophisticated and fierce with their bayonet muskets, killing people calmly like cutting melons and vegetables. Moreover, after some musketeers captured the trenches, they immediately occupied the wall in the middle of the trenches. Standing on the wall, they kept firing at the soldiers who had come to support the city. As more and more musketeers of the Great Yu state arrived, the barbarian soldiers in the city could no longer continue to reinforce them, because they were killed before they rushed to the trench. There were fewer and fewer people to support, and the trench showed a one-sided situation. After 2 hours of fierce fighting, the soldiers under Luf finally captured the trench. Looking at the collapsed city wall of Pingzhou, Luf grinned and shouted, "What are you doing in a daze? Go take Pingzhou City." Chapter 800. Dragon flag flying. The melodious and stirring sound of the charge hovered over the battlefield. Say www.1xiozuo.com. The command for a full-scale offensive was delivered, and the soldiers of Dayu State charged towards Pingzhou City with an angry roar. At this moment, they forgot about life and death, and only hatred the barbarians in their hearts. It was they who raised the butcher knife and killed the people of Dayu, causing them to lose their parents, wives and children. It is they who robbed the country every year, so that they can't eat enough. It was they who took away the land that once belonged to Dayu State, leaving them with no land to cultivate. In their eyes, there is no race in history that is more cruel than the barbarians. Under their butcher's knife, the Great Yu Kingdom is always facing national subjugation and extinction. This is the destruction of advanced civilization by a barbaric civilization, and now they will never let this happen. Kill. With the loud roars, the soldiers are brave enough. They want to win the honor of their country forever for the parents behind them with the swords and guns in their hands. The barbarian soldiers watched in horror as the soldiers of the Great Yu State rushed towards them, and what they feared the most on the battlefield was the sound of the soldiers charging on the battlefield. This kind of bugle seems to have a kind of magic power. Once it is blown, the morale of the soldiers of the country will be high and become very fierce. And what they experience most is fear. In front of the city, Luf's heart was full of enthusiasm. He drew out the saber high around his waist and slew the soldiers into Pingzhou City. He has fought against the barbarians for many years, and he has understood the nature of the barbarians. This is a backward and savage tribe. It is precisely because of the savageness that they are not afraid of death. But this does not mean that they are not afraid of death. As a matter of fact, just as if they were horrified and stunned, once the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom showed more bloodthirsty than them, these barbarian soldiers would collapse. On the other side, the barbarian cavalry was frantically rushing into the car formation protecting the flanks. But under Liu Oxin's command, these cavalry will be repelled every time they charge, and the car formation has become a barrier to prevent the cavalry from overtaking as usual. The musketeers in the car array formed a hollow phalanx like the last Jizu battle. They sometimes fired at the periphery of the car array, and sometimes hid in the car array. It's just that in less than an hour, a lot of barbarian cavalry corpses have been piled up outside the cart. After the failure of the first 10,000 team, the unwilling barbarian cavalry sent 2 more to storm the car formation again. Some of the cavalry directly dismounted and rushed towards the car formation. They tried to close the car formation to open the gap, but the barbarian soldiers who charge slowly are the best targets for the musketeers. Unlike the Battle of Jizu, Da Yazhong is now equipped with rifled guns. Both the distance and the power are far better than the previous musket. After a burst of gunpowder smoke, the barbarian soldiers fell one after another, and the barbarians could not get close to the car formation under the intensive firepower. Compared with Lufa and Liu Oxin, Thunder's situation is extremely difficult. Wu Shibone gathered most of the cavalry and tried to destroy them all. I want to fall into a melee after the cavalry on both sides attacked. The cavalry of the Great Yu was wrapped in the barbarian, and the cavalry of the barbarian was wrapped in the soldiers of the Great Yu. The saber was brandished and blood splashed. Both sides in the melee were red-eyed. Some angry soldiers rushed directly to the barbarian soldiers and fell to the ground to continue fighting, while some soldiers rushed back and forth with their sabers. While sending a part of the cavalry to fight against Thunder, Wu Shugi also gathered 30,000 cavalry to charge death towards the hollow square. Facing the barbarians who rushed in desperately, the first hollow phalanx, after tilting all the firepower, head-to-head and resisted the first impact of the barbarian cavalry. But what they greeted next was the second and third shock. With the numbers at a disadvantage, their hollow square was torn apart by the barbarians during the fourth barbarian charge, and the soldiers with muskets were also in a melee with the barbarians. Retreat, retreat to the back. After the phalanx was torn apart, the division commander in command of the phalanx shouted anxiously. Once the array was disrupted, the following was the massacre of the infantry by the cavalry. These soldiers are all veterans who have experienced many battles, and they immediately reacted to the gaps between the other squares and ran. The barbarian cavalry were chasing them. At this time, the other phalanx began to tilt their firepower, and the barbarians who chased them fell down. At this time, another wave of barbarian cavalry rushed towards them. The division commanders in the hollow phalanx looked grim. They knew very well that if the barbarian cavalry continued to charge deathly, they would soon be unable to withstand it. But they can't retreat anyway, because once they retreat, Luf's army will be killed by the barbarian cavalry, and the battle in Pingzhou City will end in failure. Hold on, even if the last person is left, we have to hold on here. The decisive command came from a teacher. The soldiers clenched their muskets tightly, and they gritted their teeth as they watched the barbarian cavalry rushing over. No one is not afraid of death, but to him there are things that are more important than death. This is the reason why they are here now and not collapse. The fighting continued, and the entire Pingzhou City battlefield became a world of blood and fire. In front of Pingzhou City, Luf pierced the chest of the barbarian leader with a sword. He shouted when facing the barbarian soldiers who were beginning to collapse and led the soldiers into Pingzhou City. Put the dragon flag of Dayu State on the head of the city. Hurry up, Luf said to the guards beside him as he ran. Upon receiving the order, the guard immediately climbed to the top from the broken wall with the dragon flag in his hand, and then he stood on the wall and shook the dragon flag vigorously. This scene was soon noticed by both sides on the battlefield. Liu Oxin saw the dragon flag on the city wall and laughed, as expected of Luf. The war is still brave. Then he looked at the thunderous situation and said, immediately reinforce the Tiger Ben Third Army. Now Luf's army has broken through the city. He does not need to protect the flanks at all, because the cavalry cannot make a large-scale impact in the city, and it is not a big threat to Luf. Wu Shugyu saw the dragon flag at the head of the city like Ming, and when Ming saw it, he immediately cheered up. The more fierce the saber waved in his hand, the barbarian cavalry rushing over fell one by one under his saber. Contrary to Thunder's reaction, Wu Shugyu's heart was cold, and after guarding for so long, they still failed to keep Pingzhou City. Retreat. Without hesitation, Wu Shugyu gave the order. The entry of the Dayu team into the city showed that the army in Pingzhou City was completely disintegrated. Now the Dayu team can concentrate all its forces to deal with his cavalry. If he does not leave again, his loss will be even more severe, and after this battle, he will be a little clearer that only the cavalry can be a threat to Great Yu. The other armies with swords could not stop the Dau team with muskets.